Hey gang, Chonky here. So Liberty's Crusade follows Michael Liberty. He is a UNN reporter, which is the Universe News Network. This story takes place, it starts out during the prologue of Starcraft 1. Like right between the prologue and the first campaign mission. Because at this point, Chao Sara has already been destroyed by the Protoss. They mention it in like the second chapter. But yeah, so we follow Mike Liberty. He is a notorious journalist. He has a bit of a reputation for saying what needs to be said. He doesn't really care about the higher-ups or the Confederacy. He just wants to report the story as it needs to be reported, and he doesn't care what the higher-ups say. So while we will be doing a abridged version of the book, each chapter has a little paragraph in the beginning that is called the Liberty Manifesto, so it's Mike's personal writing. So once we cover that, then we'll just paraphrase the rest of the chapter. Before the war, things were different. Hell, back then, we were just making our daily living, doing our jobs, drawing our paychecks, and stabbing our fellow men and women in the back. We had no idea how bad things would get. We were fat and happy, like maggots on a dead animal. There was enough sporadic violence, rebellions and revolutions and bulky colonial governments to keep the military going. But not enough to really threaten the lifestyles we'd grown accustomed to. We were, in retrospect, fat and sassy. And if a real war broke out, well, it was the military's worry. The Marines' worry, not ours. So chapter 1 is called The Press Gang. And it starts out immediately with Mike Liberty in an office, a very high-rise office in a very tall building overlooking a city. The office belongs to his editor-in-chief, whose name is Handy Anderson. Sounds kind of like a sex move, I guess. But Mike comments that the city reaches out extremely far, forming a jagged, spiked tear along the edge of the world. I mean, this place is huge. This is the city of Tarsonis on the planet Tarsonis, which is the most important city on the most important planet in the Confederacy of Man. Now, if you'll remember the missions and the stories of StarCraft videos when we actually went to go destroy or like defeat the Confederacy on Tarsonis, I mentioned that the main capital is Tarsonis. The place so nice they named it twice. But essentially, Tarsonis is a shining beacon of what Terran space could look like. It's a pinnacle of civilization and a keeper of memories of old Earth and all of that stuff. So Michael comments that this city is almost akin to a sleeping dragon, and how he really just wants to twist the tail of this dragon. He doesn't really like the Confederacy. He thinks it's just, they're power hungry and blown out of proportion. We'll get to that. So while Mike is looking out the window, there is a voice that tells him to come away from the window. And at first, Mike thinks that it sounds like the voice is worried that he might jump, but really it's his boss, the editor-in-chief, Handy Anderson. And in truth, he is afraid of heights, but he's too prideful to give up his super high up office with a massive view. He's acrophobic. But God forbid he swallow his pride and get an office that he's actually comfortable in. So Mike walks away from the window to go talk with Handy Anderson, the sex move, at his desk. And he makes a comment at how when he sits down at the desk, all of the chairs on his side are very normal-sized furniture, but the chair that Handy has is massive and maybe even raised a little bit, almost to strike like intimidation, like very authoritative, like I'm in charge, I'm the boss. So maybe Handy has a bit of a power issue. So Handy offers him a cigar, claiming that it's like taken from a recent embargo, and Mike refuses. He's not interested. He knows that Handy's a cheapskate and it's probably a crappy cigar. So while Handy is trying to butter him up with cigars and verbally disarm him, Mike's not having any of it, and he just says, let's cut to the chase. Why am I here? What's going on, man? And Handy mentions that there was a series that Mike recently did. It was on some construction kickbacks. And, Mike's all proud. He's like, oh, that was some good stuff. I'm sure I rattled some cages. And in fact, he did. Handy mentions that he rattled too many cages, and now Mike is worried that he's going to cut the series. Essentially, what happened is, even though Mike was like interviewing these low-level people, like ward healers, low-level thugs, and members of Tarsonis City's city council, that all kind of trickled up and got to the higher ups in the Confederacy. Because essentially, the Confederacy is governed by these old families. It was after the Guild Wars when the Confederacy assumed power of most of Terran space. It was really run by the old families who were the people who took control of the Confederacy when Terran space first really came into power, in the Caprilu sector at least. So, they're the old heads, they've been there for generations, and essentially Mike was asking too many questions to too many right people. So to put it in Handy's words, he's made a few powerful, venerable people very uncomfortable. Now, Mike, like I said, is worried that Handy's going to cut the series entirely, but he says he's going to print it. He says it's good work. I want to run it. It's good journalism. So despite it being good journalism, Handy mentions that he's now treading on very dangerous ground. And while Mike mentions that he likes a little danger, Handy reassures him, like, look, a lot of people care about you. We just don't want to see anything happen to you, especially since you're starting to upset the old families. So Handy reassures him. He says, I do want to print it. It is a good story. But then he trails on and says, oh, well, I'm thinking about your safety, Mickey, which Mike hates being called Mickey. It's like a pet peeve of his. But as he's going on and saying that it's dangerous, Mike interrupts him and he's like, yeah, well, maybe if I need to lay low, you could just send me on vacation, like maybe a cabin in the woods or a beautiful resort planet. Who knows? Like, send me away. So Handy mentions that instead of a vacation, he was thinking more of a special assignment. And while Mike is sitting there confused, like, what the hell is like a special assignment? Is it like, you want me to do like agricultural reporting? What's that? Anderson is like, oh, well, it's more like a roving reporter. So Mike is confused, thinking, oh, well, do I need to get shots like of off-planet stuff? Like, do you want me to just capture the Caprilu sector as a whole? And as a joke, Handy says, more like not getting shot at, period. On planet or off planet. And it turns out that the job that Handy wants for Mike is to be a military reporter and follow a group of Confederate Marines, which Mike does not like the sound of. And the reason why Mike doesn't like the sound of it is because the Confederate Marines are notorious for, as he put, the biggest collection of criminals in the known universe outside of the Tarsonis City Council. So essentially, at this point in the story, not very many people volunteer for military service. A lot of it is just re-socialized criminals and murderers and psychopaths. They do like a little lobotomy, fix them up, and then they just give them a big, powerful weapon, a combat power suit, and they say, hey, go kill some guys in the name of the Confederacy. And, of course, Mike is immediately off-put by that. So Handy reassures him. He's like, hey, some people have criminal blood, but you got to remember, all of the planets out here were settled by exiled convicts, which is pretty much true, which we'll cover when we do the prologue. But then Mike goes on and says, well, do you know how many have been nearly re-socialized? Because like I said, they essentially do a lobotomy and then shoot them up full of drugs, like stim packs and stuff like that, which make them very trigger happy. And it's a little... We'll get to that later, but yeah, the stim packs can drive you a little cuckoo sometimes. And Handy actually interjects and he's like, actually, that's the sort of misconception that we want your work to counter. Because everybody thinks that the Marines are bloodthirsty and just a bunch of killers and they're all high on drugs. And we want you to be more of like these are our boys. They're fighting for us. And he kind of wants to have it be like a pro-military piece. As Mike is putting his foot down, like vehemently, like, I don't want to do this, Handy sweetens the deal and he's like, I'll give you your own column, which immediately perks Mike's interest because, he's a little vain. He wants more power for his work. So he immediately counters and says, and a raise too. And a big one at that. No chump change. And then he's like, because, I'm a little too old to be planet hopping. So you got to sweeten that pot, Handy Anderson. The sex move. So now that Handy definitely has Mike interested, he starts, making it more flowery. Like, of course, oh, it's going to be the cushiest of positions, and of course we'll pay you a bunch of money, and don't worry about it. You're just going to be playing cards and traveling on battle cruisers and rubbing elbows with the high and mighty officers and just, writing reports and just trying to really get to the bottom of how these military men are really keeping us safe and doing everything they can to defend the Confederacy. I don't like, it always sounds weird to say that. He even says, you would be a shining light to us all, a well-paid shining light. You can even wave the flag a little, get some personal stories, ride around in a battle cruiser, play some cards, like I said. And then he's like, oh yeah, trust me, this will be the cushiest post. I've got some pull. I used to be an old green tag myself. It'll be 3 months of work for you, tops. And it's a lifetime of rewards. 3 months of work and you get to reap benefits forever. Who would say no to that? Am I right? And then finally Mike is like, all right, you win, Handy Anderson, the sex move. I'll do it. I'll go do the military detail. I'll go report on the Confederate Marines. And he's like, oh, thanks, Mike. You won't regret it. And the last part of the chapter is him saying, I feel like I already do. And that's the end of chapter 1. All right, so the next Liberty Manifesto. Service in the military, for those of you unfortunate enough never to have experienced it firsthand, consists of long periods of boredom, broken by mind-shredding threats to one's life and sanity. From what I can gather from the old tapes, it's always been like that. The best soldiers are those who can wake suddenly, react instantly, and aim precisely. Unfortunately, none of those traits are shared by the military intelligence that controls those soldiers. And I like that. It sort of is like all these guys on the ground, are frontline dudes. They're all super trained, deadly, precise, hardened warriors. And they're commanded by these Nepo babies and all these cabinet posts that clearly weren't earned. And it's just all, yeah, I thought that's funny to look at. So chapter 2 is called The Cush Posting. So now we jump ahead. This is 3 months later. This is actually supposed to be at the end of the 3-month post that Handy mentioned. And I like the first sentence. It just says, Mr. Liberty, said the perky murderess at the hatchway, the captain would like a word with you. So right now, essentially, Mike Liberty has been traveling on a battle cruiser for 3 months. He's been doing a detail on the Alpha Squadron, which, if you guys have watched the Stories of Starcraft videos, especially the Terran episodes, you guys should know all about the Alpha Squadron and how much little bitches they are. So they are commanded by a guy named Colonel Duke. He's Colonel right now. At the start of the Starcraft story, he gets promoted to General because of what was happening on Chowsara. Now, it's a little different here because in the campaign, or in the prologue, at least in the missions, I believe Alpha Squadron is there with the Cerberus Recon Squad, fighting back the Zerg before it's put on lockdown and then the Protoss nuke the planet. But in the book, Alpha Squadron doesn't do any of that. They show up after the party, but we'll get to that. So the perky murderess says he's got like 10 to 20 minutes to get ready before he goes and meets with Colonel Duke. And as he's reaching for cigarettes, he realizes he doesn't have any, and he's like, "Damn! Well, it's a filthy habit anyway. We'll see if he gets his smokes later on in the story." But he goes on to describe the perky murderess a little bit. Her name is Lieutenant Emily Jameson Swallow, and she's essentially his personal assistant, the liaison, the minder, and a spy for her military superiors. She's going to clue him in on what Mike's doing. But as Mike is getting ready, she sees that he's coming, so she saunters off a little bit. And then Mike reflects on what he's been doing the past 3 months. Handy was true to his word. It was an incredibly cushy post. All he's been doing is hanging out on the NORAD 2, which, if you guys remember, that is the Behemoth class battle cruiser that Colonel Duke flies or commands. And Alpha Squadron's primary mission the last 3 months has pretty much been hunting for the Sons of Korhal, who are Arcturus Minsk and Sarah Kerrigan, their little rebel outfit. Because at this point in the story, they hadn't joined up with Jim Raynor and the magistrate or commander, who's us, the player. So they're still just a small outfit of guys. And then when they join up with us, we literally hand them the Confederacy on a silver platter. But right now, the Alpha Squadron's just been hunting the Sons of Korhal, and Mike comments that they're always one step behind the Sons of Korhal. Like they'll hear a report, they're here, and they show up, and the Sons of Korhal are missing, and then it just happens repeatedly and repeatedly, almost to the point where the NORAD 2 is literally just a flag carrier. They show up and they say, "Hey, did you see the Sons? No? All right, well, Confederacy, man, support it or we'll kill you. See you later." And then they fly off to the next location, only to miss the Sons of Korhal again. And so as a result of just jumping around place to place, being outsmarted constantly, Mike says that his biggest challenge has been dealing with the boredom and finding enough to write about. So he mentions that he did a little piece on Edmund Duke, like human interest stuff, and he talked about the crew a little bit in some of his work. He examined some of the planets, like the local fauna and stuff like that. And then there was a two-parter that he did on the NORAD 2, where he was talking about the battlecruiser itself. But that story got heavily censored, which he thought was funny because the Sons of Korhal know everything about them anyway. So it's like, why censor at this point? You're just killing my work. God, stupid. So anyway, he's reminiscing about his work and thinking about talking with Duke, and he grabs his duster. He's got this sweet duster that he says makes him look like a cowboy from the Old West. But then everybody else remarks that he just looks like a bum, and he looks like he's going to go slum it up in the sticks, which I thought was pretty funny. So as he's getting ready, he goes a little bit more into Lieutenant Swallow and how she's habitually positive. She's always got a smile on her face. She's always very perky. She's always like alert and astute, and no matter what Mike asks for, she's always very serious about helping him or whatever he needs. And he goes on to say that she's so happy and positive that she's the kind of person you would want in a training video or a recruitment video. Like, she's hugging her mom and dad goodbye as she's about to go to boot camp, and as she like turns, she's got her ruck bag on her back, and she's like getting on the bus, and she's like, this is gonna be so nice, so good for me. Like this, he imagines that she is the poster child for Confederate Marines. But he does mention that while he was getting close to her one time, not like romantically close, but when he was next to her, he saw these 3 little divots behind her ear, which means that she's been neurally resocialized and had some criminal backstory. And instead of asking her outright, which I think would have been a dumb idea, you don't know what beehive you're poking, he instead looked up her military file and found out that she had, quote, an interesting hobby of attracting young men in bars, taking them home, tying them up, and filleting the skin and meat from their bones with a fillet knife. Apparently she had done this to about 10 different guys, and then she was caught, tried, and instead of, why execute someone who could be a good soldier? So let's just lobotomize her, give her a gun, a combat suit, and we'll send her out, and she'll make the world a better place. So as they're walking down the hallways to get to the command center, Mike does make a point of noting that while the NORAD 2 is absolutely massive in scale, the hallways all seem incredibly narrow. Like, you can barely fit 2 Marines side by side, like shoulder to shoulder. They would just barely pass. He does mention that even though the walkways are incredibly narrow and a bit claustrophobic, they at least have giant arrows painted on the floor with signage everywhere, just to make sure that nobody gets lost, which is a nice touch, So they go through several bays, and he notices a lot of engineers like working on like a Yamato refit, which the Yamato cannon, if you guys don't remember, is the giant laser blast that the battle cruisers can do. Fantastic move. These engineers are doing a refit of some Yamato upgrades, and some of them are working on laser batteries for Wraiths. And as they're like walking through these engineer bays, he begins fantasizing, hoping that when he meets with Colonel Duke, the Duke is just gonna say, "Hey, we're dry docking, we're gonna get you a ship, we're gonna send you to Tarsonis. Your military detail is over. Thanks for coming, son." But as they get to the command center, Lieutenant Swallow reports that Liberty is there, and then she Mike says that she goes off to do whatever she was doing before, which was probably skinning puppies. So Mike is hanging out in the command center, waiting for Duke to get there. And while he's sitting there waiting, he's looking around at the walls. He sees an old, outdated power suit that's not a current model, but it's, reminiscent of the old times, so of course it has to be up. There's like some trophies floating around. But aside from the trophies and the old armor on the wall, Mike does note that there is another combat suit right there. Nobody's in it, but it's Colonel Duke's combat suit, and it is pristine and oiled and massive. Like, these things are huge. Almost makes it look like a big mechanical gorilla with how absolutely bulky and cumbersome they are. But it does not bode well in Mike's mind seeing the commander, or the colonel of the ship, having his combat suit prepped and ready. It's not a good sign. So while he's sitting there, looking around, the door opens and Colonel Duke strides in, sits at the desk, and then he just kind of tries to disarm Mike, and he's like, "Oh, I trust you've had an enjoyable time. Hope you're all doing good. Have you had fun hanging out with, my soldiers? You write some good stuff about us?" And Mike was even like, he even says he wasn't expecting small talk. So yep, things are good. And so the colonel's like, "Well, hey, I'm sorry, but it's not going to last. We've given new orders, and events have now overtaken us. And now we are rerouting our course to the Sara system. So the planets Chowsara and Marsara." And he mentions that they're there to do an extended patrol. And so Mike is just kind of like nodding along. He's a little confused. Like, why am I here? I'm just a reporter. I'm not supposed to do anything. If you guys are going into combat, like, I skipped all the combat drills. Like, why do you want me to come with you to the Sara system? And Duke is currently, he's pussyfooting around it. He's beating around the bush. He doesn't want to dive right in. But he reminds him, he's like, "So you were assigned to the Alpha Squadron. And in that regard, your duties are here. And, we need you to perform them." And he's like, "Oh, yes, sir." Even though Mike doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a rat's ass about the Confederate military code, quote. And so Duke goes on, and he's like, "Oh, well, you know the history, right? The history of how we came out here." He mentions the sleeper ship that came out to the Caprilu sector generations ago, full of, prisoners and outcasts and general ne'er-do-wells that old Earth didn't want, so they just shipped them off into space. He mentions the 5 ships, or the 4 ships, the Naglfar, the Argo, the Serengo, and the Reagan, and how when they got out here, they found several planets, but there was no intelligent life. Like, sure, you'd find some critters and some wildlife, some things you could wrestle around, you grill it up, but nothing intelligent, nothing with like a sense of community or a sense of self, anything that could communicate. He mentions that there were some big insects on Umoja that they were able to domesticate, but other than that, nothing smart, like nothing truly intelligent was found out here. And Mike is like, "Oh yeah, intelligent life's always been a mystery. We seem to be alone in space. It's just us humans, just doing what humans do best in colonizing." And then that's when Duke says, "Until now, you're going to be the first reporter to report on alien life." Which Mike is like, "Oh, heck yeah." And then Duke is like, "Well, and trust me, it's not just lights in the sky or some old freaky ruins. This is living proof of alien activity. We're definitely not alone." And then Duke is like quiet for a bit to let it sink in. He's smiling. And like Mike is like stroking his chin. He's all curious. "Oh, He's like, "Well, what do we know so far? Was there an envoy? Is there a representative? Was it a chance discovery? Like, what's going on? Did we find a colony somewhere?" And then Duke is just like, "No, well, let me make myself clear. We made contact with another alien civilization, and this resulted in them vaporizing Chowsara. They burned it to the ground, and then burned the ground beneath it. And we're going there now. And we don't know if there's still hostiles there. But hey, trust me when I say, you're going to be the first reporter to get the scoop. Congratulations, son." And then Mike, it finishes out the chapter with saying, Mike didn't feel very good about this particular honor. And that's the end of chapter 2. Starting out chapter 3 is called the Sara System, and we are going to read the Liberty Manifesto. The first contact with another sentient race, and they blow up a planet. Hell of a calling card. Now, blowing up a planet is nothing new. Christ, we humans did it ourselves not too long ago. There was a revolt on the planet, Korhal 4. The inhabitants didn't care much for the graft and corruption that was part and parcel of the Confederacy. They tried to rebel, and at first, the Confederacy tried a soft approach. They took out the rebellion's leaders with assassins, ghost troopers with personal cloaking devices. Unsurprisingly, this approach just made the people of Korhal angrier and more rebellious, so the Confederacy took a harder line. We nuked Korhal 4 from orbit. Apocalypse-class missiles, about 1,000 of them. Some green-tagged idiot on Tarsonis pressed a button, and 35 million people became nothing more than vapor, and their homes nothing more than a memory. Naturally, there were official justifications thereafter about the evil, menacing nature of Korhal, and how they were planning to do it to us if they had even gotten the slightest chance. It was unfortunate that the proof of this accusation was located on a planet covered by blackened glass. I think that's what really scared the military about the vaporization of Chowsara, that there was something else out there that was just as crazy as we were, and they were better at it than we were. I like that. They mentioned how they tried assassinating the leaders of the rebellion, who was Arcturus Minx's father. And you know who killed Minx's dad? Kerrigan. Funny how she ended up working for him. So last when we saw Mike, he was just talking to Duke about how he was going to get to be the first journalist to publish a piece about real aliens, the Protoss to be specific. And so he's back in his room, going through the computer archives, looking up all he can on the Sara system, because, you know, Chowsara has just been absolutely destroyed. And it's still a planet, but there's, like, nothing inhabiting it. And so he's looking up all the information he can on the two planets, because there's Chowsara and Marsara, and he wants to just, you know, get all of his facts straight before he writes an article. But he goes over, it touches base a little bit on how the system was founded. It was a fringe colony, or a fringe system founded by a prospector before the Guild Wars, which was before the Confederacy even, like, really took hold. So this was, like, you know, a while ago that this system was founded. So Chowsara was the smaller of the two planets, and it actually had the larger colony of the two planets. And it was actually treated like a penal colony, which is like a prison type setup. And it says a lot of its inhabitants were still doing hard time. And Marsara, which is the planet that was not vaporized from orbit by a Protoss fleet, they had more of an eclectic mix of prospectors and soldiers. It's more of like an Old West type feel. Like, you know, a lot of like dusty plains and a lot of rocks. Stuff like that. It's not really luscious. Also, it mentions that there's a bit of a religious sect in Marsara, like people that didn't agree with the Tarsonian limits of tolerance for other faiths. So, you know, if you don't adhere yourself to the Confederacy's religion, you might find yourself on a fringe world like Marsara, where you can just be alone and practice what you want. As Mike is poring over reports from the UNN about Marsara and Chowsara, he does notice that there is a bit of a disruption of signals from the Sara system, but it looks like a lot of it is just about the latest Sons of Korhal outrage. I guess there was poison gas in a public plaza. Nothing too crazy, but and there was a multi-train pileup in one of the areas. But other than that, nothing about aliens or some invasion or anything like that. Lights in the sky, none of that. So now that he has some information on the Sara system, Mike begins composing a brief blurb. And this first one, he is writing more for the military, for the Confederacy, because he knows that they're going to pan through it and censor a lot of it anyway. So he summarizes his discussion with Duke, and notes in the report that he's under full military restrictions, and all reports moving forward will be under this detail. So he, he's fact-checking himself and making sure that everything's okay and that he's not, pushing too many buttons. And there's a little side section in here where he talks about how Handy Anderson, the sex move, would be absolutely giddy and dancing with joy just at the mere thought of Mike Liberty getting the first scoop on aliens. And then he has another thought where he thinks, if I'm lucky, he'll dance a little too close to that damned window of his. Because remember, Handy Anderson, the sex move, is acrophobic and is afraid of heights, and has a office really high up with a wonderful view of Tarsonis, which scares the ever-living shit out of him. Mike prepares a second report, and this one he scrambles under some cipher software and burns it onto a mini disc. And this one's for him, and this is the real report, the real nitty-gritty. Like, this is going to be... He says that this one wasn't going anywhere, but if something were to happen to them and their bodies were found, someone would know what was going on, and it was also a grim insurance policy. Which is a smart move. Smart move. I wouldn't trust Colonel Duke at all. So as he's finishing up the second report and gets it scrambled and situated, he notices that a large shadow blocks the light of him working on the computer, and he looks up into the face of Lieutenant Swallow, who is now a full foot taller and several 100 pounds heavier, because she is now decked out in her combat suit, her marine attire. She's now wearing the massive, bulky Pauldronitis armor with the visor that comes down. She's ready to go. She's ready to kill some people. He mentions that her visor is open, and she beamed with an excited smile on her face. She looked like a girl expecting her first prom dance, which is pretty funny because we know that Lieutenant Swallow killed at least 10 men and flayed the skin from their bones with a knife. So, you can just imagine her just like, I get to kill, and it's okay. Yeah, like she is raring to go, and she hasn't even shot up herself with stimpaks. So Mike and Lieutenant Swallow leave his room and they head towards the bridge, and he notices that the passageways before, where he thought that two Marines could walk side by side, are so tight in space that now they have just been converted to a one-way only hallway, and everything's lit up with arrows. So wherever you gotta go, you just follow the arrows, because if you start going the wrong way, Marines are gonna trample through you, because everybody's got a place to be. Stations need to be manned. It's go time. And seeing all these people walk by in combat suits begins to make Mike a little uneasy, and he sort of says to himself, oh, I've got to get me one of those suits. And Swallow's surprised, because she says, I was unaware you were trained in the CMC-powered combat suit, which Mike wasn't officially trained, but he did read the manuals on it. He says that right here. He says, I've read the manuals, and then Swallow replies with, that knowledge would be barely sufficient for your own protection in a crisis situation, sir. However, should something happen, it is my personal responsibility to make sure you get to safety. And then he just kind of like half-heartedly responds with, oh, I'm just filled with confidence in Swallow's ability. So they make it to the bridge right as the ship goes through a trans-dimensional shutter and comes out of the subwarp. Now they were in front of Chowsara. And Mike notices that the bridge was now bathed in a red light, and then so it's like everything, red lights coming from the outside, and then all of the monitors are glowing green, very Christmassy, which is perfect for this time of year. And at the main portion of the bridge, Colonel Duke is decked out in his own battle armor. Mike says he looks like a gorilla at the court of King Arthur, a gorilla with a pointy head, wearing plate mail. He was surrounded by a small cluster of view screens, each with a different talking head feeding data to him. So, you just imagine everybody screaming at him about whatever's going on now that they're out of jump. So Swallow addresses the colonel and says that she's brought Mr. Liberty for him. And, Mike gives him like a colonel and a little nod or a salute. And then Duke doesn't even look at him or acknowledge Swallow or Mike, and just says, we're nearing Chowsara. And Mike looks back between the windows and the monitors, and he thought that there was a mistake, as he didn't understand what he was looking at. And then he realizes that they were approaching Chowsara from the night side, and that the large disk of the outer Saren world was a messy rainbow smear of light, like that found on oily water. And so that's why he was confused, because it didn't look like, a normal planet. He had just looked at several UNN reports about the Sara system, and so he knows what Chowsara looks like. But no, this was the new Chowsara. It glowed with rippling bands of colors, moored at a handful of locations by bright spikes of orange. And so he's kind of just like dumbfounded. He's like, what did this? And then Duke responds, he says, oh, this is first contact, Liberty. First contact of the most extreme kind. And then he like starts talking to his technicians. He's like, how are the scans? They're like, oh, there's no life on the planet. Most of the surface area has been liquefied and sterilized. And this zone looks to be about 20 to 50 feet deep. And all the settlements gone. The technician also continued that the orange spikes that they saw all over the planet appear to be magma breaches through the planetary mantle. So like they've punched through the crust of Chowsara. And coincidentally, all of these punches through the crust are located at the locations of all the known settlements on Chowsara. Or not only did they vaporize the planet, they specifically vaporized all the people. Which, in hindsight, playing through the campaign of Starcraft, you realize that the Protoss were trying to stem the expansion of the Zerg. So knowing that the Zerg will want to consume all of the Terrans by not only wiping out all life on the planet, but making sure that they focus the densely populated areas. That's their way of stopping it, which, a lot of loss of life, but I guess it had its effectiveness, kinda. I don't know. The Zerg still spread, so I guess it wasn't that good. So the technician continues and says that about 80% of the atmosphere has been blown off of the planet, and that there's no orbital presence at all, because Duke asks if there's anything else orbiting the planet besides them, and the technician says, nope, nothing at all, negative. So since the technician didn't initially pick up any presence in the atmosphere, Duke has them widen their scans to see if they can just locate anything, fragments even of enemies or friends, anything at all, any signs of life. And as the technician is like widening and scanning, Mike's just kind of sitting there in disbelief, saying, why would they do this? But no one's answering him, because, they're all working, they've all got jobs to do. And techs are running around in lighter weight combat suits and just kind of, just pushing a lot of buttons. Just a lot of buttons getting pressed, a lot of screens changing, a lot of heads on screens yelling at Colonel Duke. Mike has a moment where he just kind of thinks out loud and says, what did this, nukes? And he says it with enough force in his voice, and it like draws Duke's attention, like it snaps him out of what's going on. And he looked at the reporter, he looks at Mike and says, an atomic delivery systems leaving blackened glass and burning forests. Even Core Hall had some surviving pockets of clear terrain, for a while at least. Chowsara has been burned down to the liquid core in places. This is much more deadly than even Apocalypse-class bombs. And then he points at the screen and just says, this is the work of an alien race, the Protoss. And from what I'm being told, they warped in from nowhere, closer to the planet than we would ever attempt. Huge ships, and a lot of them. They caught a few of the transports and scavenger ships and blew them out of the sky. Then they unleashed whatever it was on the planet and sterilized it like a 3-minute egg. Then they left again. Marsara's on the other side of the sun right now, and they're in a panic that they might be next. And so Mike is just like, that was a whole lot for Mike. He's just kind of taken back. He's like, Protoss? What the? He's a Protoss? What the hell? And then, like, as he's still, like, reeling from all that info dump from Duke, Duke just says, hey, you have enough for your report, Mr. Liberty. Get the hell out of here. We're going to remain on station in the event of other hostiles, but we're done here. And then as he's, like, trying to dismiss Mike, a tech, like, is like, sir. He's like, we have anomalous readings. And then, Duke is just like, what, where? What's going on? Location. And the technician gives him the coordinates, and they're like, it's heading right from Marsara, sir. And so Duke nodded, and he's like, prepare to intercept anomalous readings. Launch fighters when in range. It's go time. And then Mike is just kind of like, still reeling from all the info before. He's like, are you crazy? And Duke turns to him and says, that's a rhetorical question, right? I hope so, son. And, Mike, still thinking with half of his brain, is like, yeah, but we're only one ship. And then Duke responds with, well, we're the only ship between them and Marsara. We will intercept, which is honestly like kind of a heroic action from Duke, Normally he's like I'm gonna wait until the fighting's over and clean up the pieces, or I'm gonna run these really shady installations. Like, so the fact that he's like, we're gonna like try and save this planet, even though he definitely knows about the Zerg and the Protoss and isn't telling us, it's a nice gesture by Duke, because he definitely does not care if people die. So as they get closer to intercepting the ship, the tech replies, or the tech opens up, approaching visual, putting on the main screen, and Mike states that it flickers, and it reveals a scattering of fireflies against the night sky. They looked almost pretty against the darkness, and then Mike realizes that the fleet is hundreds of ships, and that those were the main ships, and they all had their own smaller gnats dancing around them, which, is we know as those are the carriers and the interceptors. But they also probably have motherships, which you don't see in Starcraft, and they most certainly have scouts and arbiters and all the good stuff, all the goodies. So Duke asks one of his techs if they're within launching range of the Wraiths, because remember, in the outer lore, battle cruisers are so massive that they can house Wraiths in them, and they would deploy them. They're 2 minutes away from being able to launch the Wraiths at this massive Protoss fleet. So while they're waiting to get close enough to launch the Wraiths, Mike just takes a deep breath and just kind of like really takes in the fleet. And he says even at long range, the Protoss ships had form and definition. The largest were huge cylindrical creations similar in appearance to a luminous zeppelin, so that's the carrier. And they're surrounded by hungry moths, which were the interceptors. And then Mike points out that there are other golden ships dancing between the larger carriers, glimmering like small stars. And then, as he's watching the fleet, one of the carriers just kind of dissolves. There's like a flash of light, a soft glowing, and then it's gone. Kind of like it phases out. And in hindsight, it's probably like Arbiter, like an Arbiter using the recall ability. Because, it kind of like comes in, the ability, and there's like a light in the middle of the recall, and they're like, whoop, and then they're pulled away. So at least that's how I interpret it. The fleet's getting recalled. But then everybody's just so surprised. The technician is like, oh my gosh, they're all disappearing. And Duke is just as confused, like, is it cloaking technology? And then Mike is like, at this scale? Come on, that's a huge fleet. They're all just gone? And then the tech is like, oh, we're working on it. Negative. It appears they surrounded themselves with some sort of subwarp field, and they are retreating. Yeah, they're definitely retreating. So yeah, as they're watching, more and more ships just disappear one by one. Just Mike points out that the great carriers and their brood of smaller ships, the lesser golden vessels, all vanished like phase spirits with the coming of dawn. Phase spirits that can burn down a planet to its molten core. Those are powerful phase. And then, of course, Duke would take this approach. He allows himself a smile and says, good. They're afraid of us. Have all stations stand down, but remain alert for a trick. Like, yeah, of course they're afraid of the NORAD too. They've got like 100 carriers and 100 scouts, and yeah, they're afraid of the NORAD too, I'm sure. And so Mike, still being sensible and having half a brain, is like, this makes no sense. They can wipe out a planet. Why the hell would they be afraid of us? And so, with no info to back this up, Duke just says, well, it's obvious. They're spent. They don't have enough force to engage us. Where he got that information, I have no idea, but his ass is a bag of holding. He can pull whatever he wants out of it. And then Mike, retorts with, we're only one ship. There were dozens out there. He's like, oh, well, they're afraid that we'll get possible reinforcements. So Mike, still being smart, he's like, no, that's not what's going on. Like, we're not dealing with humans. Or, no, he's like, no, something's going on here. It doesn't make human sense. And Duke's like, well, duh. It's because they're not humans. Come on. Mike starts to, like, think about it a little bit more. And he's like, yeah, exactly. These Protoss have superior numbers and firepower. And we're facing them down? Why are they here? And then Duke is like, okay, Mr. Liberty, that's enough questions. Like, no more. Shut the hell up. And as Mike does, he keeps going. He's like, no, something's not jaking all this. Look at all the damage reports. They cooked an entire planet, but some places even deeper than others, every major human city. Yes, but look, there are strike zones on the other side of the planet, far away from any recorded human settlements. I know. I was just checking the archives, which we know is true. So what else were they bombarding if it wasn't human settlements? Zerg hive clusters. That's what they were doing. They were wiping out the Zerg and the Terran. Because, Terrans can be a host for Zerg. And then Duke, still getting upset, tries to shut him down even more. I said, that will be enough, mister. We have more to worry about with the Protoss than just how effective they are in choosing their targets. And then, almost like a light bulb, bing! Mike is like, and where did we get the name Protoss, Colonel? Is that ours or theirs? Like, you just gave it to me with no indication of, us coming up with it. It was just like the Protoss did it. It's like, we weren't even supposed to know about these things, and you guys already have them named? Like, what the hell's going on? And he said, and if it's their name for themselves, how come we know it? Didn't we have to know it in advance? Or did they send a warning before they attacked? And so now Mike is really kind of trying to press Duke, and instead of bothering talking to Mike anymore, Duke just commands Lieutenant Swallow, and she, yes sir, and he's like, escort Mr. Liberty off the bridge now. And so it says right here that Mike gripped the railing firmly with both hands, and a ligatured arm wrapped in metal snaked around his waist, and Mike was shouting, "Damn it, Duke! You know more than you're telling! This stinks to high heavens!" So I just imagine him just no! As, Swallow's trying to just, muscle him away and just treating him like a little rag doll. And then, finally she wrenches his hands off the railing and carries him off the bridge. And it says right here, in the last paragraph, still shouting questions, Michael Liberty left the bridge. The last thing he heard before the doors slid shut was Colonel Duke ordering the opening of a comm line with the colonial magistrate of Mars Sara. Which, if you guys don't remember, that's us. In the Starcraft campaign, in the Terran storyline, we are the colonial magistrate of Mars Sara in the first couple chapters. And so, that right there, that sentence is the mission briefing for the first mission, where you have to travel out into the wastes and set up a little encampment with the survivors. The scale in the game doesn't really reflect what is really happening, because all you have to do is find Raynor, find the buildings, mine some minerals, and recruit 10 Marines. And in actuality, what's happening is, because this is happening in multiple places around the planet, but you're taking a couple hundred to a couple thousand refugees and taking them out of their homes and setting up a camp with a couple guard towers, and pretty much just making a little war settlement. So that's exactly what's happening right there. And that was chapter 3. So moving on to chapter 4, it's called Down on Mars Sara. And I'll read you the Liberty's Manifesto. This one's actually pretty small. There's a period in any war between the first blow and the second. It's a quiet moment, an almost tranquil time, when the realization of what has happened is just sinking in, and everyone feels they know what happens next. Some prepare to flee, some prepare to hit back, but no one moves. Not yet. It's a perfect moment. The time when the ball is at the highest point of the throw. The action has been taken, and for one frozen moment, everything is moving, but everything is at rest. Then there are those jackasses who can't leave such things alone, and the ball starts downward again, and the second blow is thrown, and we plunge into the maelstrom. So starting chapter 4, it has been 2 days. Michael has been confined to his quarters for 2 days, with either Lieutenant Swallow or one of her neurally resocialized comrades standing guard of his room to make sure he does not leave unattended, if he's allowed to leave at all. Yeah, so 2 days later, so now on Mars Sara, we know that we, the player, have set up our encampment, and we are getting, all the refugees to safety, and just abiding by the Confederacy's demands at this point, because we don't know what's happening, and now strange xenomorphs are popping up all over the planet, which we know at this time are now Zerg. Well, we know, they don't know, but I digress. So after 2 days, Mike is finally allowed to leave, and Lieutenant Swallow escorts him to a dropship, and they take a shuttle down to the beautiful Mars Sara. And it kind of like jumps ahead, and immediately a day later, he's in a press pool with a bunch of other local reporters. So even though he got the first scoop, being confined to his room for 2 days, now he's just like everybody else. Like, he's there with the local reporters, and they're all just waiting for answers from the powers that be. And of course, they're not getting any answers. The official debriefings were pellets, as it says right here, were pellets of non-news that stressed the suddenness of an attack on Chowsara. They don't know what happened, but it hailed Colonel Duke and the NORAD 2 crew as heroes for standing up to the enemy, and claimed that only the ever-vigilance of the Confederacy could protect Marsara. And then it says the Protoss, in parentheses, still no idea where that name came from, were portrayed as cowards who folded at the first sight of a real fight. The delicate, if impressive nature of their lightning-charged ships confirmed that notion. They fled because they were afraid to be hit. They're so fragile in their little glass cannons. When we know that's not the case at all. They're all decked out with like plasma shields and high-powered weaponry, and they would rock the NORAD too. But yeah, so that's the story, and all the Marines are sticking to it. Nobody is giving any leeway in what's actually happening. They're just kind of jerking all the journalists along, not telling them the truth. And Mike notes that in the outside of the press pool, like on the rest of Marsara, a planetary lockdown was in force, and officially it's a civilian protection measure, but it was effectively a military overthrow of the local government, essentially ordering the magistrate what to do, and if he doesn't do it, then they will just replace him with somebody who listens. The locals were herded into concentration points for supposedly easier evacuation, but there was no mention of where the evacuation ships were coming from, when they were coming, if there was a timetable to abandon the planet, nothing. But in the meantime, there were Marine patrols on every corner, and citizens in general were just appearing very, very nervous at all of this, and I can't say I blame them. So it goes back to the press pool where all the journalists are just kind of playing cards and shooting the shit. They're speculating at things because they don't know what's going on. And there's this guy Mike Rourke, and he perks up while they're playing cards. He's like, "Man, I don't think there's any aliens at all. I think the Sons of Korhal finally found enough tech to avenge the nuking of their homeworld." And then some other person named Mags, it's like, bite your tongue, shut the hell up. Even joking about the core holes is enough to get you shot. Which I think it's funny that they have a, I don't know if I'd call it a nickname, but the Sons of Korhal, I'm just calling them core holes. It sounds like a little insult. I'm gonna kick your ass, core hole. Mags replies, or keeps going, he's like, they're human, but not our type of human. They're from old Earth. I figure that while we were gone, they got so wrapped up in genetic purity and such that they're nothing but clones now, and they've come after us to clear out the rest of the race. So he thinks that humans from Earth have come to Caprilu Sector as the next evolutionary stage of man to kill them all. For some reason, because they sent all of criminals and just social exiles to the Caprilu Sector in the first place. So I just think it's funny that he's like, of course they would want to come kill us. They didn't want us in the first place. They can't let us live. And then Rourke, the other guy, he's like, oh yeah, I heard that about that. That's true. And Thaddeus from the Post thinks that they're robots and they have some kind of programming that prevents them from defending themselves. That's why they left when the NORAD tried to fight them. Where are they getting these stories? I think it's fantastic. I don't know. Robots that can nuke a planet but can't defend themselves. And then, of course, because you got to have one of these, especially on Marsara, another guy named Murray speaks up. He's like, you're all wrong. They're angels. And Judgment Day has arrived. And then Rourke and Mags just kind of like, eh. And then they look at Mike, because Mike knows what's going on. So what about you, Liberty? What do you think they are? And his response is very cut and dry. All I know is what I saw. And what I saw was that whatever they are, they liquefied the surface of the planet next door. And they could be here faster than the Confederacy could react. And we're here at Ground Zero, playing cards. And that just immediately kills the mood. at the table. Like, everybody's playing cards, and then everybody just kind of like, oh, they just get really depressed and sad. And Rourke, pipes up. He's like, "You Tarsonis boys sure know how to squelch a good party. Are you in or out for the next deal?" But Mike's not paying attention. He stands up immediately. He sees a bunch of Marines enter the area, and some are decked out in combat armor, and some are in their regulation uniform. Mike's like, "Quick, Rourke, give me your press credentials, please." And Rourke just kind of like, grabs his tag, and he's like, "No way, man." And Liberty's like, "Okay, well, what if I just trade you my press credentials for yours, please?" And he's like, "Well, why do you want to do that?" And he says, "Well, your local press, they'll let you out of the cordon and into the hinterland because they are really keeping tabs on Mike Liberty. Since he saw the Protoss, they don't really want him doing his job." So Rourke is like, "All right, fine," because like he doesn't really want to do any real reporting. This is his home. He just wants to be okay. So as he's like, "All right, fine, like we'll trade." Mike is like, "Oh, and give me your smokes too." Like, yeah, smokes. And Rourke is like, "What? Like, I thought you were quitting." And Mike's like, "Please, come on, right now, go, come on." And he's like, "All right, fine." And so they trade stuff. Like they exchange credentials, and Rourke gives Mike his full pack of smokes. And then as he's like, you Tarsonis boys sure do like just take everything from people," the other guy, Max, is like, "Shut up, sit down, and let's play some cards. Come on." So now we cut away, and Mike is running over to meet with Lieutenant Swallow. And he's got Rourke's ID tag now, and he's got a fresh pack of smokes. Life's looking up for Mike Liberty. And he runs up to Swallow, and he's like, "Oh, Lieutenant." And she's like, "Ah, Mr. Liberty, it is good to see you again." And she has like this creepy warm smile that Mike knows is just part of her neural programming. But she wasn't in her combat armor anymore. She was in her regulation khakis, like Jake from State Farm. And so she's not on duty, so she's just hanging out. But she still had her small slug thrower on her hip and a nasty-looking combat knife on the other side. And Mike, pulls out a cigarette, and he's like, "Hey, you want to smoke? Let's She's like, "Oh, I thought you were quitting." And Mike's like, "I thought you were too," and then lights a smoke for her. And, he doesn't light it, but, like, he gives her the smoke, and she pulls out a lighter, because both of these two are bad at quitting smoking. And then, as she takes, like, a long drag, she's like, "Mike, I'm sorry for how I treated you on the ship." And Mike's like, "It's okay, I get it. Like, my job is asking tough questions, and, it's duty. The bruises have healed. Are you busy by any chance?" She's like, "No, not right now. What's up?" And he says, "I need a lift and a driver for out of the hinterland." And, he's just trying to be like all nonchalant. Like, "Oh yeah, I just want to go for a ride." Silly things. And, Swallow gets a little confused. She's like, "They're letting you out of the cordon? Nothing personal, sir, but I thought the colonel was going to personally kick your backside to Tarsonis after that incident on the bridge." And, Mike not letting her know that he has Rourke's ID badge now and can go anywhere on the planet, presumably. He's like, time wounds, all heals." I almost read that backwards. "Time wounds, all heals. They're lengthening my chain a bit. Just a bit of background stuff, talking about potential refugees." And then she corrects him, "Evacuees, sir. They're not refugees, okay?" He's like, "My point exactly. We have to get a line on the brave people of Mars Sara in the face of the threat from space. Are you interested in shuttling me around? And she says, "Well, I am off duty. I can't see the harm. Like, are you sure Duke won't mind?" And then Mike is like, "Yes, I won. If he isn't, then we'll get back at the first checkpoint, and I'll introduce you to my card-playing buddies at the cafe. It'll be fine. Like, it'll be a piece of cake." So Swallow gets a transport, which is an open-topped, wide-bodied Jeep, military-type stuff. And they swiped Rourke's ID tag, and it lets him out of the base, because it's not Liberty's, which is definitely not allowed out. And the authorities didn't seem to be worried about people getting in or out as long as their IDs scan. Like, they don't even, question him or anything. And as they're leaving the little encampment that they're in, Mike makes a comment on the surroundings. He says that Mars Sara had always been only borderline habitable in comparison to its formerly rich jungles of its sister, Sara, which is now destroyed, essentially. Its sky was a dusty orange, and most of its soil varied between hard-baked mud and stringy scrub. He mentions that irrigation had made parts of the desert bloom, but it was just more like, shrubberies and stuff like that. Like, not a lot of life was on this planet. And he even notes that such crops like this, like just watering the desert, like getting irrigation out there, requires constant attention. And the fact that they're evacuating all of these evacuees, not refugees, was deadly for the planet, because they're essentially putting it back into another drought, which is just going to ruin all the hard work they've been putting in. But then he notes that the abandonment of the agricultural areas was a sure sign that the Confederates expected the Protoss to return. If it's going to get vaporized, what's the point, right? So after traveling for a bit, they come across their first concentration point for evacuees. And it's a fabric city, which is just like, a whole row of tents erected in one of the fields, and there's a single Goliath walker overseeing the entire complex, which is not a lot of a military presence, because I'm sure that they're more threatening in like book lore, but in the game, a Goliath is only so strong. And as they park the Jeep, Mike goes to get out, and he's like, let me talk to the evacuees alone. And Swallow doesn't like that. She's like, sir, I'm responsible for your safety. I can't let you do that. He's like, well, just watch from a distance. People aren't going to open up to me well if one of the Confederacy's own is standing there in full kit. And while Swallow's sitting there like a little confused, like thinking about it, Mike's like, and of course, anything I get is going to go through your people anyway. So you guys get to, read all of what they're going to say regardless. And she's like, okay, that's fine. So she hangs back a little bit by the Jeep and lets Mike go out and talk to all these evacuees. The evacuee station was only a few days old, but the facilities were already stressed. It looks like it had appeared to be built to supply maybe 100 families, and it says that it currently housed 500. So amenities are in short supply. And Mike looks around and sees that trash is beginning to pile up along the fringe of the campsite, that people were still in shock, and those that are getting over the shock have realized that they've taken a lot of sentimental, unneeded items during the evacuation. So now all of these like precious sentimental belongings are just being abandoned or traded away for food and blankets. It's a rough time. So as Mike is talking to these evacuees, pretty much all the blame is being placed on the Confederacy. Like they're the only ones around. They're the only ones with a visible presence. They have literally a Goliath watching over them. The Protoss were just a rumor, and then there's just slight whispers of other things, the Zerg, that are out there. So people are mostly just hating the Confederacy, and for good reason. They even mentioned that the local magistrate, us, has also become a refugee in this whole endeavor. Instead of having like a nice, government office, the magistrate is now just another refugee at another camp, and nobody is allowed to stand up to the Confederates. Despite all the complaints and the bluff talk, there was a noticeable and definite fear, and that was fear of the Confederate forces. And the fact that we are no longer alone. Like, they know now that there could be Protoss, even though, like I said, they're just a rumor. But the fact that the Marsarans have to depend on the Confederacy, who they hate, or suffer the wrath of a mysterious alien menace, everybody's just scared shitless. It's not a good time. And aside from the rumor of the Protoss, there's the sudden knowledge of the Protoss was followed by a wave of mysterious sightings. Lights were reported in the sky, and strange-looking creatures on the ground. Cattle were found slain and mutilated. Sounds like the Zerg. Add that to the blanket admission that the Confederacy was definitely hurting the populace out of certain areas, as if they knew something that they weren't telling people. Now, they don't really talk about it, but I think the reason why the Confederacy is herding all of the people into these camps is because they saw on Chowsara that the Protoss targeted all the major settlements and, vaporized it to dust. And so this is their attempt to try and save lives, when in reality they're just offering these Terrans up to the Zerg on a platter, because now there's nothing to defend them. And after about 2 hours, and the last of Rourke's cigarettes, Mike headed back to the Jeep, because he had now spoken to everybody there, and Lieutenant Swallow was still there, standing alert next to the driver's side of the Jeep, ready to go. And as Mikey gets there, he's like, all right, like, we can leave. Like, I have all I need. Swallow's just, like, standing there. And he's like, Lieutenant Swallow? She's like, sir, I've been watching something curious. May I share it with you? And he's like, yeah, what's that? You see that woman over there? The red-haired one in the dark outfit. And so Mike, like, looks around and he sees a woman, young, dressed in what looks like night camo pants. She's got a dark shirt. A multi-pocketed vest, and she had brilliant red hair that was bound in a ponytail at the nape of her neck. And she looked kind of military, but not from any unit that Mike had ever seen. Definitely not Confederate. So he thinks that maybe she could be a marshal, but he hadn't seen any sort of local law enforcement in his journeys out here, so he didn't know what. And so it's like they're just both looking at her, and it's like, yeah, I see her. And Swallow says, she's very suspicious, sir. It's like, well, what has she been doing that's suspicious? Same thing you've been doing. Talking to people. Talking to people is suspicious. Well, that's definitely suspicious. Shall we go talk to her? Like, right as he says that, the red-haired woman rose from talking with an elderly man and started walking over to another part of the compound. And Swallow just immediately just goes for her, and Mike follows behind. And then as they get close, Mike notices something else about her that's a little suspicious, is that she looks really clean. She doesn't look dusty like the rest of the refugees, and she doesn't look worried. So Swallow immediately just opens up with, excuse me, ma'am. And the red-haired woman hesitates in mid-stride and looks around, can I help you? And her jade green eyes narrowed just a hair, and Mike noticed that her lips were just a tad too wide for her face. Interesting observation. And so Swallow starts to, like, try and interrogate her right away. She opens up with, we have a few questions for you. And then she kind of, like, still just kind of, like, sitting there, just unamused. She's like, and who would be asking these questions? And Mike, like, he steps in there. He's like, actually, I'm a reporter for the UNN. My name is Michael. And then she cuts him off. Liberty. Ah, yeah, I've seen your reports. They get things right more often than not. And Mike's like, oh, whew. And he nods. He's like, yeah, they're always right when I finish them. If something went wrong, I blame it on my editors. And so, like, the woman kind of stares Mike down, sizes him up a bit. Her eyes turned into cold blades that could carve deep into his soul. And she says, I'm Sarah Kerrigan. It specifically says that she's specifically addressing Mike. She is completely ignoring Lieutenant Swallow. Which doesn't stop Swallow from talking to her, because she's like, and where are you from, Miss Sarah Kerrigan? And Mike notices that she's still smiling, but Mike can see a bit of tension in, like, her cheeks. Like, there's a bit of tension in the smile, like she's starting to go a little cuckoo, as she's on edge, and, she's a killer. Kerrigan responds, oh, the University of Chowsara. I'm part of a sociological team stationed here when the attack came. And, obviously in disbelief, Swallow's like, well, that's a pretty convenient origin, considering that no one can check on it right now. How about that? And Mike just kind of, like, interjects, and he's like, I'm sorry about her. I'm sorry about your planet and what happened. And then he realizes that for the first time, he's, like, actually kind of, like, depressed. Because before he was just like, oh, shit. Chowsara got destroyed. That sucks. What happened? Aliens? Oh, my gosh. He hadn't actually thought about all the people that died, like, really thought about it. And now talking with somebody who's apparently from a university there, he was like, oh, my heart goes out to you. And then she, and Kerrigan, like, goes back to Mike. She's like, I know. I can feel your sorrow. And then Swallow immediately, because she's interrogating Kerrigan. Then what are you doing here, Miss Kerrigan? And Kerrigan just, like, it's like, what the hell's your deal? Same as everyone else here, Corporal. Ma'am, it's Lieutenant. And you address her correctly. And Kerrigan smiles a little bit. She's like, yeah, sorry. Lieutenant, then. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Trying to find out if there's really a plan for evacuation, or if the Confeds are running a huge human shell game. And then Swallow's, like, offended. She's like, what do you mean by that? But Mike was already, like, trying to reword it to be friendly. He's like, do you feel there's a problem with the current evacuations, Kerrigan? And Kerrigan laughs. She snorts, actually. She's like, isn't it obvious? You've got bands of people shunted out of the cities and into the hinterlands. And then Swallow's like, yeah, well, the cities are not defensible. Which Kerrigan was like, well, yeah, but the wilderness is? Like, look around. We have a single freaking Goliath here. It seems the Confederacy has mistaken activity for progress. They're content to move the refugees around like checkers on the board without any real plans to evacuate. And then, but Mike is like, yeah, but I mean, I believe such plans are in the works, to my understanding, like the evacuation. And then, Kerrigan's like, yeah, I've read the official reports too, and we both know how much truth there is to them. No, the Confederacy of Man is just chasing its tail right now, moving people around in the hopes that they'll be ready. Ready for what? Says Mike. Ready for when the next attack comes, Kerrigan said. And then Swallow's like, ma'am, I must tell you that the Confederacy is doing as much as humanly possible to aid the people of Marsara. And then, Kerrigan does not buy that for a second. She cuts her off. She's like, they're doing as much as humanly possible to protect themselves, soldier. The Confederacy has never given a damn beyond the limits of their own bureaucracy. It particularly has never given a damn about its people. And most of all, it's never given a damn about anyone not on Tarsonis. Swallow begins again. She's like, ma'am, I must inform you. And you can see that she's like, Mike sees that her smile is so brittle. And she's talking through her teeth. Ma'am, I can assure you. And Kerrigan cuts her off again, saying, I must inform you that the Confederacy's history damns it as surely as its current actions do. It's willing to write off the Sara system, just like it wrote off the colonies in the Guild Wars, and Korhal itself. And then, once again, Swallow tries. She's like, ma'am, I must warn you that we're in a military zone, and dangerous talk will be dealt with swiftly. And while she's saying this, Mike notices that her hand is drifting to the grip of her slug thrower. And then she's like, no, and Kerrigan replies, no, Lieutenant, I must warn you. The Confederacy is leading you to the slaughter, and you won't realize it until the knives come out. And immediately, that's almost like the trigger. And Mike notices that a bunch of color goes back into Swallow's face. And she just immediately threatens her and says, don't make me do something you'll regret, ma'am. Kerrigan also replies with her own bit of anger. It says that she hisses, I'm not making you do anything. It's the bastards in the Confederacy that make people do things. They reach inside you and twist you apart until you're their plaything. So the question is, are you going to follow the programming they gave you or not? And then this is about to be a full-blown catfight. And so Mike steps back and he's like, okay. He looks around, looking to see if there's anybody that can help, and he notices that everybody else is doing their own thing. Nobody knows what the hell's going on between these two ladies. And then finally, after a stare down for what seems like minutes, Swallow calms down and she takes her hand off of her gun. She relaxes. And then once she's calmed down a bit, Swallow calmly says, I must assure you, ma'am, that you are in error. The Confederacy is only thinking of its people. Then Kerrigan just kind of disillusioned, she knows what's going on. We know who Kerrigan is. She goes, if you must assure me, then you must. Will there be anything else, or am I free to engage in an illusion of freedom? And then, she's dismissed. Swallow says, no, ma'am, you can go. Sorry to have disturbed you. And, she's like, oh, it's nothing, whatever. And then she turns to Mike and she says, in answer to your next question, you'll find some answers at Anthem Base. It's about 3 clicks west of here, but don't go alone. And then she looks at Lieutenant Swallow a little bit. And then she was gone. She disappears quickly. She strides across the compound and just disappears into a group of regulars. She's gone like the wind. And then now that she's gone, Swallow immediately is like, that woman was under some serious stress. And then as she's saying that, she reaches for a stim pack and just puts it in the back of her neck and shoots up. And Mike's like, crazy bitch. Yeah, of course. Yeah. She's under stress. And as the stim pack is hitting Lieutenant Swallow, she continues. She's like, it's not surprising for people to blame their rescuers for their problems. And this was not the time or place for an incident. Oh, and then she calms down, and Mike's like, yeah, no place at all for an incident. And Lieutenant Swallow, like, looks at him sternly, and she's like, and it would best not be reported. You're not going to tell anyone. And Mike, he's kind of frozen a little bit, and he knows that Swallow used to kill men as a hobby. And he's like, of course, yeah, I'm not, mum's the word, I'm not telling anybody. Your secret's safe with me, duh. And so then Swallow, now that she's like, the stim is in her system and she's coming back to reality, she's like, we need to leave now. And Mike's like, yep, okay, I'm down. Because he wants to get the hell out of there. No conflict for him, please. But as they're making their way back to the Jeep, he keeps thinking about Kerrigan, and he has thoughts of thoughts of her and what they were just talking about. And he's like, he just wants to know more about her, especially about how she knew what his next question was. We know that she's a ghost and she can read minds, but he doesn't. And he wanted to ask about the xenomorph sightings. That was his next question. So the fact that Kerrigan knew this and told him exactly where to go, which was Anthem Base, has just got him incredibly curious and very riled up. And as he's like thinking about going and checking out this base and catching up to Lieutenant Swallow, who's already getting in the Jeep, the last sentence in the chapter is that he resolved never to get into a card game with Sarah Kerrigan. And we know that that's because she would win. No problem. And that's chapter 4. So chapter 5 is duly titled Anthem Base. So I'll start out with the Liberty Manifesto. Nature abhors a vacuum, and human nature hates a lack of information. Where we can't find it, we go looking for it. In some cases, we just invent it. That was the case on the Sara system. Willfully ignorant, we charged into the hinterland looking for answers. Answers that we soon realized we did not want to find. We were stupid to assume that we would be all right. We were stupid to go off half-cocked. We were stupid to go in undergunned. We were stupid to think that we understood what we were getting into. And we were most stupid of all to assume that the Protoss were the first alien race that humanity had met. So it starts out, and Mike and Lieutenant Swallow are in the Jeep, and he has just successfully convinced Lieutenant Swallow to go check out Anthem Base. She is still pretty angry after conversing with Sarah Kerrigan. Remember, at the end of the conversation, her smile was extremely bitter, and he could see like veins sticking out of her neck. And the moment Kerrigan left, she immediately hit herself with a stim pack because she was feeling like she was about to go on a psychotic rampage. She was that worked up by Sarah Kerrigan, but also she's a conditioned Confederate Marine, and she just met someone who hates the Confederacy and was openly bad-mouthing them. And so, Swallow's first instinct is to kill this person, but she couldn't because she had to, keep an air of peace around the evacuees. So she just kind of swallowed the emotion and shot herself up with a stim pack, but she's still kind of reeling from that. So she's agreed to take Mike to Anthem Base, but she is just completely just stoic. Like, she's wordless, and they're driving, through the plains. There's a rust or plume of dust churning in their wake. And Mike is saying that he's certain that the inhabitants of Anthem would see them coming, so there's no sneaking up on whatever is going over there at Anthem Base. And as they get there, they find that the base is empty. It looks like they've evacuated, Mike says as he gets out of the Jeep. Lieutenant Swallow doesn't say anything. She just kind of grunts in approval and gets to the back of the Jeep, and then she opens up this hatch and pulls out a Gauss rifle, which is the standard issue firearm for a Marine, and it fires like these massive spikes. So it's not like a bullet like we would shoot. They fire giant spikes that essentially punch through whatever. She asks Mike if he would like the Gauss rifle, and he says no. And then she's like, well, how about a pistol at least? And he still says no. And then he heads for the nearest building. As he's walking around, he confirms that Anthem Base looks like it was an old mining town. It's about a dozen or so buildings just made completely out of wood in preformed construction pods. And now it's 100% a ghost town. There's no livestock, no dogs, no birds, nothing. And as he's walking around, he's like, well, if it's such a ghost town, then why do I get the profound feeling that we're both being watched right now? So the first building he gets to is the claims office. He noticed that even though it's abandoned, it looks like the occupants just left, and that there's even blue crystals resting on scales on the countertop. So they were obviously mining minerals, which, are the main resources in Starcraft. As Mike's walking around the claims office checking it out, Swallow kind of lingers in the doorway for a little bit with her gun ready, and they notice that there's like an acrid smell in the air. And she comments that everybody's evacuated, so they should probably do the same, as they're both very much on edge. And Mike's listening to her, but he kind of is walking around. He picks up a coffee pot and notices that the contents inside have been boiled down to a solid sludge, and just it's bad. Like, it's been sitting there for a while, and that the coffee pot is even still on, like it's hot to the touch. Swallow chalks this up to the fact that all of the evacuees were rushed out in a hurry, and even confirms that Mike said that they were upset that they had to evacuate so quickly. So that's what she's accounting for, everything left in such a abandoned state. And then Mike, interjects, and he's like, well, there's still money in the till, because he's now gone behind the counter, opened up the cash register, and found actual money in there. And he says, I can't imagine any assayer leaving his cash behind, or that the Marines not giving him a chance to recover it. This is odd. And then he kind of goes into a back room and disappears for a moment. And Swallow doesn't like that he's sort of left her line of sight, so she calls after him, and he replies by saying that he's found someone's quarters, and that it looks like there was a struggle within. And once again, Swallow just chalks it up to an unwilling evacuee. They probably dragged him off before he had a chance to close up his shop. And so Mike just kind of yeah, probably, and says, let's check the other buildings. You take one side, I'll take the other. Swallow takes a deep breath and agrees, and she says, as you wish, sir, but please just stay in the doorways where I can see you. So Mike goes across the street from the claims office to start checking out the buildings there, and once again, he's reminded that even though it's a ghost town, he feels like he's being watched, and for some reason the hairs on the back of his neck are just bristling. Like, he is uneasy. After crossing the street, the first buildings he comes to are some residential structures. Most likely the assayer's office for the claims building, and he comments that they're only recently deserted, or appearing that they were. There's a TV, or a video screen, that's still active in one of the rooms, and it's flickering soundlessly with a bad transmission of a news report. And then he also notices that he sees stock footage of the NORAD 2, probably just like a Confederate news channel. Can't imagine they have, really good satellite TV out on Marsara. He notices a spilled can of beer next to the chair in front of the video screen, and despite himself, Mike was checking to see if there were any cigarettes left behind, because he's got a nasty habit, but unfortunately no smokes this time. He leaves the residency, and the next building is a general mercantile, like a shop, and it looks like it's been ransacked. Bins have been overturned, and products are, pulled out of the racks and thrown all over the floor. It's just a big mess in there. And behind the register, he notices a glass gun case that's been smashed open, and all the guns have been taken out. He thinks back to how Sarah Kerrigan wanted him to go to Anthem Base, and he still is really unsure why. He believes he's being watched. He's seen obvious signs of a struggle, but he's not sure of what it was, if it was people resisting the Confederate evacuation, or if maybe they were fighting like the Protoss or something in this tiny town. So as Mike's walking around, he notices Lieutenant Swallow across the street, and he continues to explore the mercantile, and as he steps farther inside, it says that his foot strikes something crunchy. And as he kneels down, he notices that the floor is covered in some form of mold or a fungus, and it's very dark gray substance. Its edges are very crusty, but it looks extremely elastic and slightly damp, and that it also has a spiderweb pattern of darker bands, almost like it has veins or arteries, like it's alive almost. And at first he thinks that it's something that got spilled, and then some form of native mold from Marsara has taken over and just infested it. He has no idea that this is actually the creep of the Zerg. But while he's examining this fungus or mold, he notices that there's a sound coming from the back of the store, and it's not It's not like somebody going through something. He notes that it sounds like something is sliding on the wooden floor, like he can hear like a drag noise. But as he sort of makes a movement and he himself makes noise, he notices that the noise completely goes silent and it's dead quiet. And at first he thinks, oh, it might be an animal, maybe a snake, or a refugee who's, stayed behind because they just absolutely did not want to abide by the Confederate rules. And while he's kind of looking around, he hears Swallow shouting behind him, trying to get his attention. So he immediately leaves the mercantile, goes back across the street, and getting back, he said, oh, I think there's something strange going on over there in the store. And Swallow cuts him off and says, I found the inhabitants. And as he looks, he can see that the veins in her neck are absolutely massive. Like they're pulsing profusely. And he accounts that she just shot up with another stim pack. But now, instead of being angry, like she was with Sarah Kerrigan, he notes that her eyes are incredibly wide, the veins are pounding along the scars in her neck, and for the first time he notices a different emotion in her, and it's fear. She is absolutely terrified. She's white in the face, and that fear is eating into her re-socializing. Like she's beginning to act erratic, way more than when she wanted to kill Sarah Kerrigan. So after Mike examines Swallow in her clearly terrified state, he kind of looks into the building behind her. So he notes that the building has been turned into an abattoir, and that several once human figures are hanging from the ceiling by these thick ropes. They've had their skin and clothing removed, several of their limbs have been taken off, and 3 of them have been decapitated. And coincidentally, there are 3 skulls on the counter of the building, and they've all been cleaned and cut open to reveal the head, or cut open to reveal the brain. And he notates that one of the brains definitely shows signs of consummation, like it's been something has been eating brains in here before they showed up. And as he's watching, he all of a sudden is shocked because he sees like a giant centipede writhing around one of the bodies, like coming from the ceiling. And it's like a huge rust-colored maggot, and it was feeding on the flesh. Now this is the larva in Zerg. Like when you have a hatchery, a lair, or a hive, you have the larvae that come out to spawn into various Zerg units. And this is the larva, and it's consuming the biomass. And as Mike is sort of taken in by this giant bug eating a human, he found that all of a sudden he could not breathe. And for the first time he wished he had stim packs like Swallow, because that might help calm him down, because he is now starting to freak out, and for some reason, he takes a step into the room. He steps on more of the crunchy fungus that he saw across the street. It's all over this room as well, completely coating it, actually. And as he takes his steps into the room, he's not so much concerned about the larva, because the larva is clearly distracted with its meal. It's not paying him any mind. But as he steps in, he freezes, and he feels that something directly in front of him is watching him. And as he starts to back out of the doorway, he turns and goes to say something to Swallow, who is still outside of the structure, very much terrified to her core. And as he goes to talk to her, something darts from behind the bar, and it's so blurry, and in a single impossible leap, it just heads right for the doorway. Now, it didn't hit Mike, and Mike's a little confused at first, because while he was expecting the impact from this blur to hit him, he's thrown to the side and crashes into the floor. And as he twists around to see what's going on, he sees that it was Lieutenant Swallow. She dove in front of this large dog-like creature to save Mike. It kicked in, she saved him. She knows he doesn't have any armor or weapons on him, and she wanted to protect him because he's her charge. And now that Mike has been thrown to the ground by this drugged up Marine, he notices that she is firing at this large dog-like figure in the streets. He at first says it's dog-like because it's on 4 legs, but as he pays closer attention to it, he notes that it's skinless, its muscles are showing in the open, its head is adorned with 2 huge underslung tusks. It's a Zergling, and he even notates that it's patches of orange shaded flesh. So if it's an orange Zerg, we know whose brood it belongs to, which is the Garm brood under command of Zaz, which checks out because Zaz and Cerebrit Arok, no, it was Zaz and the Jormungand brood, I believe, who were the two main Zerg broods that started the attack on the Caprulu sector. All the rest were protecting the Overmind over on Char. So as Mike is just horrified by this weird creature with tusks and exposed muscles, Swallow is just absolutely filling it full of Gauss rifle bullets, and to the point where it's dead, it's flailed onto the ground, and she is just screaming and just unloading round after round after round into its hide until it's literally a bloody pulp, and Mike has to stop her. He like grabs her. It's dead, Lieutenant Swallow. Quit firing. And she let go of the trigger, and then she kind of like blinks and like sweat's rolling down her face, and the sides of her mouth are foaming a little bit because she's so agitated and just losing her mind. She was breathing incredibly heavy, and even though she has stopped firing her Gauss rifle, her free hand reaches for her knife, still to like be ready to defend herself. And she takes a moment and speaks aloud finally. She says, "Sweet Mother of Christ, what is that thing?" And Mike doesn't even want to entertain the thought. He just tells her, "Back to the Jeep. We gotta get reinforcements. We'll have them send armored troops. Come on." And then as he goes for the Jeep, he notices that Swallow is still just kind of sitting there with the knife, staring at the dead Zergling. He says, "Lieutenant, that's an order, damn it!" And this stern order triggers the resocializing in her brain, and she's immediately brought back to the present moment, and goes with Mike back to the Jeep so they can get the hell out of Anthem Base. and Mike notes that after she regains her composure and they start to head back, she runs way faster than he does, and she starts to eventually ditch him as they run towards this Jeep. And as they're running towards the Jeep, they notice a lot of movement in the background of the buildings, and more of those dog things, he says, were coming through doorways, leaping over any obstruction. They're just heading right for Mike and Lieutenant Swallow. Mike's really worried that they're going to hit them from behind, because as they're catching up to him, he says, "Oh, these things can leap. They're faster than us. They're going to catch us. They're going to take us down from behind." And as he's thinking this, the creatures kind of hang back a little bit. And as Mike and Lieutenant Swallow get to the Jeep, they notice that something else is there, and it rises up from behind the vehicle. And at first, Mike thinks it's a giant snake, a snake with an armored head that flared out backwards in a broad frill of bony chitin, like a prehistoric lizard's. It was a snake with two arms jutting from its body, and arms that ended in giant, wicked-looking scythes. We know this to be the Hydralisk. And as Mike is just completely awestruck by this monstrosity in front of him, the Hydralisk takes its scythes and pins the Jeep to the road and just sort of hisses. He says it's almost like a hiss of victory as it, is staring down Mike and Swallow. And Swallow curses, saying, "They've got us surrounded." And then Mike grabs her by the sleeve and says, "The claims office, it only has one entrance. We gotta make for it." And they immediately bolt to the claims office, which was the closest building to the Jeep when they first got to Anthem Base. So as they get to the claims office, Mike pushes through the doorway and looks around to see if there's just anything he can defend himself with. He does find a gun case behind the bar, and unlike the Mercantile, this one has not been broken. He finds it has a primitive-looking double-barrel shotgun, so he breaks the glass, checks it out, and finds that it does have 2 rounds chambered inside. The moment he has this shotgun and is ready to fight, he looks over in the doorway and sees Lieutenant Swallow is posted up with her gun, just firing rounds into the Zerglings as they're slowly creeping towards the claim office. And she is screaming bloody murder this whole time. She's hopped up on stim, she's foaming at the mouth, her veins are bulging, she's losing her mind, but it appears to be pretty effective because Mike notes that there's at least half a dozen bodies in the street, all of them Zerglings. But as Mike's looking at these bodies, he notices that the giant snake thing has now disappeared, but the Jeep was just a crumpled husk.
Like, as they were running away, it did a little bit more damage, and then it just vanished into thin air. And as Lieutenant Swallow is shooting at these Zerglings, she asks Mike if he thinks that these are the things that killed Chowsara, like if they're the Protoss. And Mike is just kind of like, he shakes his head. And while they had only seen the Protoss ships in space, he thinks that these don't really fit the MO of the aliens that would have that sort of technology. You know, the ships were gold and silver and seemed to be made of like lightning and almost like an elemental power, whereas these things are just blood and muscle and madness, completely opposite. And it even hurts Mike to just look at them. He's absolutely shitting his pants. Then Swallow realizes that the Hydralisk is missing. She says, "Oh Christ, where's the big one?" And Mike just doesn't answer or give an opinion. He just says, "We have to get out of here before they regroup." And Swallow, finally, like, turning away from the doorway, asks where they should go. And Swallow, turning away from the doorway, kind of grabs him and panically asks where they need to go. The Jeep is broken. They just got to the claims office. They're trapped. And then Mike says, "Well, we have to leave before they regroup." And Swallow snaps and just says, "They're animals. You shoot a few of them and the rest will run." Clearly she doesn't know what the Zerg are. None of them do, as they operate on a hive mind. But she's hoping that by her killing a few, the rest will scatter. But Mike makes a good point. He says, "I don't think they're just merely animals. Animals don't hang up their kills. They don't take trophies." And then Swallow kind of gets like this really big look of dread, and she has like a strangled cry as she is barely able to like mutter out the words, "No, please don't say that." And then, Mike is like, "Emily, don't say that. Don't say that they're intelligent, because if they are, they know we're trapped, and they know they can take us whenever they want to. Damn it, we're..." And she goes to say the F word. It says, "Damn it, we're..." and then F-U hyphen. And right as she's about to drop the F-bomb, it says, she took another step backward, and the floorboards gave way beneath her. She let out a strangled scream, and the gun fell from her hands as a pit opened beneath her feet. From deep within the pit, there was the sound of angry chittering. Swallow twisted as she fell, grabbing the floorboards to break her fall, and the chittering grew louder. So she's... a massive hole has opened up in the middle of the claims office, and instead of falling completely in, she's done like the classic, like she grabs onto the floorboards at the last second, so you just see like here and up. And while she's trying to like climb back up, Mike is like reaching out to her. He's like, "Emily, grab my hand." And she just like brushes him off. "Get out of here, Liberty. Oh my God, they're right beneath us." And while she's like struggling, she reaches for her combat knife somehow. Yeah, it says from her free hand, she grabs her combat knife. And then Mike's just like, "Emily, come on, take my hand. We can get out of here." She said, "Someone has to get back to them. Someone has to let them know they're going to attack from above as well. Get going, hump it back to camp. Warn people." And then he's like, "I can't leave with..." As he's like trying to say he can't leave without her. She says, "Move! That's an order!" And now she's like snarling at this point. Mike says that he believes her resocialization has shattered, and now she's letting out feral screams and swinging with a knife, like a creature backed into a corner about to die. Mike takes a step back, and as he turns to leave from the claims office, he notices there's a giant shadow already like mid-flight towards him, and Mike has that shotgun and instinctively just pulls the trigger, and he's immediately splattered by ichor of the exploded dog thing. So he murked that Zergling. It's dead. So he runs. He runs out of the claims office, doesn't look back. He throws the spent shotgun aside because it only had those 2 chambers, and he heads towards the Jeep. He knows that Lieutenant Swallow pulled out that other Gauss rifle and left it in the back of the Jeep, so he thinks if he can get there, he can defend himself and find a way to make it back to one of the camps so he can let the authorities know. As he's just about to get to the Jeep, the ground erupts beneath him. Or, well, not beneath him, but like right in front of it, between him and the Jeep. The ground just explodes. And the armor-headed snake thing, the Hydralisk with the scythe arms, had been waiting for him. Mike sprawled out of the way of the eruption and started crawling backwards, classically, like he's probably peeing his pants right now. and he was trapped in the creature's eyes, like it was staring him down and he could not move. The luminous yellow eyes were set deep beneath its armored carapace. And Mike notices that there was intelligence. It wasn't like the Zergling, but there was intelligence in those eyes, and hunger. But nothing in there truly resembled a soul. So as the creature rises up, it's towering over the Jeep. It's ready to leap towards Mike. He throws his arms up and he starts screaming. And as he is screaming, his screams are immediately drowned out by the sound of Gauss rifle fire. As Mike hears this Gauss rifle fire, he pulls his hands away from his face and sees impact after impact on the Hydralisk as it's writhing in pain. It's shrieking, it's shooting spikes from its head, but not necessarily at anything in particular. It's just kind of shooting as like a defense mechanism, trying to defend itself. And as it is getting shot, one of the Gauss rifle rounds strikes the Jeep and ignites the fuel. And the Jeep goes up in flames like it's an 80s action movie and immediately destroys the vehicle, but also lights the Hydralisk on fire. And after being shot several times and now being lit aflame, the Hydralisk sort of falls down dead. It's gone. So as Mike is kind of like in shock, he spins around because he thinks he hears a noise and he's not sure if more Zerglings are coming. And he notices behind him there's a large human figure blocking the sun. And they're very broad-shouldered, packing a heavy slug... And they're very broad-shouldered... Oh my god. And they're very broad-shouldered. They have a heavy slug thrower on their belt. And at first Mike thinks that it's someone from Lieutenant Swallow's unit. And that somehow she had gotten a call out while she was fighting in the basement of the claims office. But as his vision clears, he realizes that the figure was not in a Marine uniform. The pants were buckskin leather. They're very, like, beat up and rough, like well-worn pants. He's wearing denim. It's neat, but it definitely looks old and faded, like he's only been wearing this shirt for years, probably. And that he has a lightweight combat vest. None of the Marine armor suits that we've seen so far. He's just in regular clothes. And as he's kind of taking it all in, there's a voice kind of distracts him. He says, "You all right, son?" And the silhouette holds out a hand. Mike grabs the hand as help up to his feet, and the figure's voice sounds distant and tinny in his ears because he's just still, like, he was right next to that Gauss rifle going off, so he's definitely going to have some tinnitus. He says, "Fine, I'm alive, I guess. You're not a Marine?" And he could see the rescuer's face now. It's definitely an older man, sandy blonde hair, and a neatly trimmed mustache and beard. And when I say older, I don't mean like 60. I mean like late 30s, something like that. And the figure spat into the dust. He says, "I'm not a Marine. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. I'm the local law in these parts. Marshal Jim Rayner." So Mike, goes to shake his hand. Michael Liberty, UNN, Tarsonis. He says, "Oh, you're a newsman. Oh, kind of far from home, aren't you?" And he says, "Yeah, we were checking out a report on..." "Oh, God. Swallow, we have to get to the lieutenant." And so he, runs away from Rayner and heads over to the claims office. And as he gets through the door, he sees that Swallow is, face down. Like, she's still hanging onto the floorboards, but she's just kind of sitting there. And one hand is gripping her combat knife, and the other hand is has a death grip on the floorboards. And as Mike is going to save her, Rayner just lets out a "son," to try and get his attention. And Mike's not there. He's ignoring him. He says, "Come on, give me a hand here. We have to haul her up." And oh God! And he notices that as he's pulling Lieutenant Swallow up from the hole, it says, "Lieutenant Emily Jameson Swallow no longer existed below the waist. Her flesh ended in stringy tatters of meat, and a few vertebrae dangled from a torn spinal cord like beads on a broken string." And Mike just kind of, falls backwards and, oh God, and lets go of the body. And he says that you can hear the sickening slick slide of the body over the edge, and then it thuds onto the ground. And then as it hits the ground, you can hear something moving around. Probably a larva or maybe a Zergling just trying to not die, but also eat Lieutenant Swallow. So Mike immediately falls to his knees and he just starts vomiting profusely. He puked his guts out, then a second time, and a third, until all he had left was dry heaves. His head spun, and he felt as if something had sucked all the blood out of his brain. And as he's sitting there puking his guts out, Raynor says, "Not to interrupt or anything, but I think we need to go. I think all I did was take out one of their officers. Frag and the captain, if you take my meaning. They're regrouping. We better go. I got a bike outside. I'm sorry about your friend." And then Mike gets up and he's still kind of sick. And then he just kind of takes one look back in the room and he says, "Yeah, me too." And that's the end of chapter 5. Yeah, that's the chapter we're on. So chapter 6 is called Creeps, and I'll read the Liberty Manifesto. War is easy to understand on paper. It seems so distant and academic in black and white. Even the vid reports have a cool, detached manner that keeps the viewer from understanding how horrible it really is. This is nothing more than a sanity filter, allowing those that take in the information to separate the reports and numbers from the awful reality. It's why those who lead armies can do all sorts of terrible things to their troops that no sane man would think of if he had to look them in the eyes, which is one reason they don't. But when you're confronted with death, when you're confronted with having to deal out death or die yourself, then everything changes. The filters drop away, and you have to deal with the insanity directly. So now at this point, Raynor and Mike are on Raynor's Vulture, or they're getting to his Vulture hover bike, and they're looking to leave Anthem Base because, as we just found out, shit went down. Lieutenant Swallow's dead. As Raynor's getting onto his Vulture, he kind of fills Mike in. He says, "They call them the Zerg. The little ones are called Zerglings. The snaky one we blew up is called a Hydralisk. They're supposed to be slightly smarter than the small ones." Mike's still in a state of shock, as he just puked numerous times. He says it still feels like he's been gargling garbage water, but he's able to choke out the words, "Who calls them those things? Who named them the Zerg?" And Raynor replies, "Oh, it was the Marines. That's where I heard it from." And Mike says, "Figures. Those Marines mention anything about something called the Protoss?" And Raynor replies, "Yep. They have shining ships, and they're the ones that blew up Chowsara. Maybe coming here too, I understand. That's why everyone is beating feet for the exits." And Mike says, "Do you think they're one and the same?" And Raynor replies, "Well, I don't know. What do you think?" And so Mike recounts, he says, "I saw their ships over Chowsara. I'd be surprised to discover that these things were at the helm. Maybe they're allies? Maybe slaves?" And then Raynor's like, "It's possible, but it is better than the alternative." And what's that? That they're enemies. That would be much worse for anybody caught between them. So, as they're saying this, they're now on the Vulture cycle. Raynor's, turned on the vehicle, and as they're circling around Anthem Base, it says Mike's recording the devastation, so he still has his camera out. And as he's recording the devastation, Raynor is just firing fragmentation grenades from the Vulture, because remember, they shoot grenades. And so he's just burning every single structure down. He's just bombing everything. And after they level Anthem Base, they start off in a direction. And Raynor says that they're headed for a place called Backwater Station, which, for those of you who don't remember, that is the second mission in the Terran campaign. So now we have crossed into the campaign events, directly. Mike motions behind him. Yeah, I just imagine he's sitting behind Raynor, holding him, just trying to stay safe. He's like, "There's a refugee camp about 3 clicks back that way. Aren't you headed that way?" "Nope. There was a report of trouble up at Backwater, and we want to investigate it." "There's no mention of a refugee camp at all in your report?" And then Raynor says, "No, of course not. It does seem like the Confederacy wants to have most of the planetary population running around like chickens with their full heads cut off." And Mike kind of chuckles to himself. He's like, "Somebody else said that to me just before we came here." And then Raynor just kind of approvingly says, Whoever told you that has his head screwed on right. So after that, it's just kind of silence between them. They just, just take off right towards backwater. He notices, or he talks about the sound of the humming, the onboard computer just kind of like, putting out data because the sensors got to keep the vulture about a foot off the ground, and it just effortlessly flies over small boulders and little shrubberies. And Mike is just thinking about how defenseless he is, and he's like, I gotta get one of these vulture bikes. I need a decent set of battle armor. I need guns. And he's like, because he thinks about how Lieutenant Swallow wasn't wearing any armor when she was attacked, and how he might be able to survive if he had a nice suit of marine armor. So within about an hour of riding, they catch up with the refugees, and the marshal was right. He says that this particular gathering had been the local government types, like it was. They are colonial marines from the local magistrate, who's us, the player. And as they kind of get there, he notices that all the troops are just kind of like sitting there, like they're waiting for an order. And so Raynor asks one of them what's going on, and one of the marines replies, "Something ahead we hadn't counted on. Looks like an old command post." And Raynor asks, "Is it one of ours?" And then the marine says, "Well, kinda. It wasn't on any maps of the area. We sent the rest of the scout unit up ahead to check it out." And as Raynor gets down, he's like, "Oh, Mike, come on. Like, you want off?" And like, "Do you want off the bike?" And Mike just says, "Off the planet, yeah. But as long as I have to be here, I want to take a look. It's my job. It's my duty." And then he thinks back to Anthem Base and how it was just absolutely destroyed. And how now he doesn't trust the sight of a regular building on Mars. So as they approach the structure, they can see from afar that it's a command center. And Mike says that he knew what to expect from a command post. They're normally ubiquitous, even on Tarsonis. It's very much a half dome. It's full of sensory equipment and little computers with small automatic factories, and they can craft like construction vehicles, and they're just like a main brain, as we know, like you that's the center of your base, is the command center. And then he notes that the buildings were so invaluable that a brilliant developer for some reason decided to put jump jets on the bottom of the structure, because remember, some Terran structures can lift off and move. And he's like, "Yeah, it's brilliant, but if you want to move them, you have to make sure nothing is running, otherwise it'll break." But as they get closer, he says that this command center is different. It seems like it's been a little bit smashed on one side, not like it had something fall onto it or that it was shot by something, but rather that it's like shrunken from within, like an apple that's been left out in the sun too long. And he also notes that along the side of it, there's a lot of like briars and tangles that have kind of just started to grow up and consume the structure. And Raynor breaks the silence by saying, "Oh, I never saw anything like that before. All overgrown and such. For it to look that bad, it would have to have been here before the colony was settled." And then Mike immediately like points at the bottom of the structure, says, "Look there, the ground. It's got that creeping gray stuff around it. We found it in Anthem before the Zerg attacked." And Raynor's like, "Do you think it's connected?" And Mike just, "Oh yeah, without a doubt." And then Raynor's, "Oh, good enough for me." And, grabs his weapon, flips over the comm mic on his bike. "All right, boys, this building's been infested with Zerg. Let him have it." And Mike pulls up his camera to record just in time for the building to just get lit up. And Mike pulls up his camera to record what's going on, and right before he starts, he's like, he says, "Tell them to look out for the Zerglings. They like to burrow." And right as he was telling Raynor to warn the guys, in front of the command center, there's just a big, like, commotion, and a double handful of skinned dog creatures, so a whole bunch of Zerglings, just immediately erupt and charge the Marines. But since they already have their guns trained on the structure, they're all wiped out, like, almost in an instant. They don't stand a chance. They're turned into pulpy husks, and then immediately the soldiers begin firing on the structure. Grenades are lobbed inside, and the building is just absolutely leveled. And as Raynor is like on his vulture firing grenades into the command center, he looks over at Mike, who's still got the camera up. He says, "You getting all that?" And as he's just, absolutely laying waste to the structure, Mike's like, "Yeah, now I need someplace to patch in for a report." And then Raynor smiles. He's like, "I told you this band of refugees are government types. If anyone has a decent comm system, it'll be them." And for his credit, Rayner was right. You know, the refugees have a really good computer, at least for their times, it's a really good computer. And Mike immediately gets to work typing up reports. He has to do one that is obviously censored for the military, so he like leaves out certain things, but he really tries to focus on like the local militia types fighting back the Zerg because he thinks that the Confederacy will really like this sort of like propaganda of like fight the good fight type of thing. But then we also know that he has that second disc that he has all of the real nitty gritty information on. So as Mike finishes both of these stories, he submits the censored one. He just sends it up into space, you know, where whoever will receive it and they'll get it published for him. And he immediately goes and finds Rayner because one thing he really wants right now is coffee. And Rayner notices that Mike still looks pretty troubled. And he's like, "Are you okay?" And Mike shrugs it off. He's like, "I'll hold up. Writing really helps me work through it." And Rayner's kind of like, "Well, you have seen death before, right?" And Mike kind of shrugs it off. He says, "On Tarsonis, sure. Random shootings, suicides, gang hits, and auto accidents. Even some things that would rival those bodies hung up in the tavern. But I'll admit, never anything like this. Definitely not like the lieutenant." And Rayner's like, "Yeah, it's tough when you were talking to the victim moments before it happened, too. And when it's sudden, and just so you know, the answer is no. Her death wasn't your fault." And Mike's like angry now. He's like, "How could you know that?" Because he had just been thinking that. And, you know, I'm sure he feels guilty. It was his idea to go to Anthem Base. And subsequently, that's what got Swallow killed. He's like, "I know because I'm a marshal. And while I've never seen anything quite like Anthem Base, I've been in situations where some people live and some die. And the living feel guilty about still being alive afterwards." So Mike just kind of sits. He's like, "Well, what do you recommend then, Dr. Rayner?" And Rayner just, you know, pretty much what you're doing. Get on with your life. Do what you have to do. Don't get strung out. You got rattled, but you're shaking it off. And then Mike's like, "Yeah, and actually, speaking of getting on with life, there's one thing I've been meaning to do, and that's learn to use combat armor. I passed on the chance when I was flying around with the fleet, and I've been regretting it ever since. Seems like it might be a survival skill around here." And Rayner agrees. He's like, "Yeah, that it is. And I think we actually have a spare 200 level suit." Which, reminder, the current Marines wear the CMC 300s. So this is a very dated model. And he says, "We got a spare 200 suit lying around, and we're going to be encamped here until we hear from the Marines. Now's a good time to learn." And so they go get the suit, and it says here about a half hour later, Mike was suited up outside the tent. He's still trying to get it situated. He says he knew that it took Swallow only 3 minutes to put on her suit, and it took him about 30. So he's definitely like feeling it, and it's like, man, I should not have passed this up. And he tries walking around. The suit itself was similar. Like, it's an older model, but it's still very similar to the 300s. It doesn't have... It is invulnerable to small arms fire. Like, if we were to shoot a gun nowadays at it, it would be impervious to it. Things like Gauss rifles, the giant spikes, they still punch through it. But it also had limited life support, which is a little different from the CMC 300s, which are completely set up for full space travel, so they can exist in the vacuum of space in the 300s, whereas the 200 just has like life support capabilities. But the suit is packed with some nuclear, biological, and chemical shielding. It's an antique. Like, this thing is dated. Mike's observing that with the suit on, he looks about a full foot taller than he was before. And while his balance is really shaky, there's computers that stabilize the suit for him so he's able to stand upright. It is a bit tight in the crotch, but Rayner shows him where a lever is that's like a foot support. I'm just imagining like Red versus Blue, the dongle on the armor, if you guys have seen that. But after flipping the lever, the foot supports come in, and it's no longer riding Mike's crotch. But the shoulders are absolutely massive and overhoused. It has a lot of ammunition reloads and sensor arrays packed in. There's even an AC unit that's installed. And as he's like trying to move around, he notices that it's really tight around his limbs. And Rayner confirms, well, the tight spots are just part of the salvage system. If you take a big hit to an arm or leg, the suit seals off in a tourniquet, One piece goes, but the rest survives. And then Mike's like, oh, well, it also feels like there's hollow spots under my arms. And Raynor confirms that that's where they store stim packs, but since these are like salvaged pieces of armor, they don't get the good stuff. Stim packs are pretty much only for Confederate Marines because they're expensive. So after Mike, takes in the entirety of this suit and, looks at all the doodads and all the cool stuff that's going to keep him alive in the battles to come, Raynor tells him he needs to teach him how to walk. And it does take a little bit. His balance is very shaky. Don't mind my real legs coming out from behind the fake legs. These are my fake legs. Or these are my real legs. Don't worry. But Mike is like stumbling, and he's just not doing good. He even sees some other militiamen pass like a couple bucks to each other, like they're betting on if he'll make it or if he'll fall over. And Mike is just like, God, I'm so glad I didn't make fun of the Marines on the NORAD 2 who were newbies. Because he's feeling incredibly embarrassed. Because these guys are all like hardened veterans compared to Mike. And he's just doing his baby steps in this armor. So now that Mike can move around, at least somewhat, like he's able to walk a line. He can go from points A to point B in this armor. Raynor hands him a Gauss rifle and he's like, all right, take a shot at that boulder. And Mike at first is really confused. And he's like, well, how does this suit handle recoil? And Raynor turns to the other guys. He's like, see, I told you he was smarter than he looked. You just got to brace yourself. You go into a broad-legged stance, and the suit knows the maneuver. It compensates along the gun arm. Takes care of the rest. So Mike kind of looks at a boulder and just unloads on it. And a volley of spikes erupts across the boulder, scattering, like, it peppers it, and chunks of rock and debris fly everywhere. And Raynor's like full cheese, and like he's very happy. He's like, oh, not bad. That's one rock that's going to think twice about attacking good, God-fearing people. And now Mike is just like, he's just so relaxed or as relaxed as he can be, because now he has a suit of armor. He knows how to fire a gun in it. The suit does protect him from a lot of stuff. It's not impervious, but he feels just so much more safe, especially after everything that he just witnessed. So it cuts forward to late the next day, and Mike and the gang are waiting for Confederate dropships to evacuate them. And Mike hears like this shriek through the clouds as he looks up and he sees these orange-covered dropships that just pierce through the clouds, and they land in a perimeter around the encampment. And as the troops come out of the dropships, Mike says he sees several Marines in full armor. Mike says that he sees several Marines decked out in armor. There's also several fire bats with their plasma-based flamethrowers, and a lone Goliath at the head ship that comes out. And they all surround the encampment, and they all slowly start to close in. And as they encounter militia troops, they ready their weapons, and they're like, you need put down your weapons and surrender, and we will get you off planet. They're not effing around. So as Mike sees that these soldiers are encroaching on them, he goes to get Raynor. And as he's getting to the tent, he hears shouting, "Are you out of your damn mind? If we hadn't burned down that damn factory, this entire colony could have been overrun. Maybe if you hadn't taken your sweet time in getting here." And then another voice cuts in, "Now, I asked you nice the first time, boy." And it's a very familiar voice. Mike's soul recognizes it immediately and knows that it's Colonel Duke. "I didn't come here to talk with you. Now throw down them weapons." And then Raynor does the classic line, "I guess you wouldn't be a Confederate if you weren't a complete pain in the ass." And then he cuts the feed. And then as he cuts the feed, he looks over at Mike and he's like, "Oh, typical Confederate thinking. We do their jobs for them, so naturally they're peeved at the competition." And as he says this, a couple Marines in full kit appear in the doorway, and they say, "Marshal James Raynor, we have a warrant for your arrest for treasonous activities." And as they go to continue on, yeah, I got the love note from your colonel." And he gives himself up. And then as they're arresting Raynor, the Marines talk to him and they say, "There was also a Michael Liberty of the UNN present at the time of the assault on the command post." And because they're asking about him. And Raynor said, "Well, and as he goes to look over at Mike interrupts real quick. He said, "He's gone. My name's Rourke. I'm local press. Mickey booked out yesterday after filing his report. And so he takes the ID badge and scans it, and the Marine's like, well, okay. Mr. Rourke, you are as of this moment in a restricted area. You must leave at once. And Raynor's just kind of like dumbfounded. He's like, what the hell? And Mike's like, oh yeah, don't worry. Okay, you got it, sir. I'm gone. And then as he's like leaving the tent, the Marine like catches him. He's like, and I must remind you that under martial law, anything you report of this will be reviewed by military censors. Any treasonous writings will be reported, and the writer will be punished to the full extent of the law. And Mike's like, right you are, sir, man, I mean, sir, or dude. And he's stammering, trying to get out of there. And then as he's leaving, Raynor shouts after him, he says, hey, Rourke, you'd better take my bike. And then he throws him his keys. It doesn't look like I'm going to be needing it for a while. And as he like grabs the keys, he's like, sure thing, you got it, boss. It's like, and if you see that Liberty, Jasper, tell him I expect him to do something about this mess, you hear? And then Mike gives a stern, loud and clear, man, loud and clear. And then goes to get on the Vulture to get out of there. So since Mike was allowed to leave because the Marines were only there to really arrest Raynor and the militia, he just takes off. It says he can't relax for at least 5 clicks because he's so tense, because he just left Raynor, who, seemingly a nice guy, saved his life, and seems like a good leader of his men. He just left them there in the hands of Colonel Duke. But Mike's, he consoles himself in the fact that, well, at least Raynor and his men won't be on the planet. They'll be up in like an orbital prison ship, so that'll give them some protection from the Zerg and the Protoss, because they're going to go for the planet. They're not just going to go for a ship in orbit. And Mike immediately starts thinking of his next plan. He wants to get off planet immediately. And then he'll probably head back to Handy Anderson, the sex move, sort out the details of it, and hopefully move on. But he starts to feel guilty because he was leaving Raynor to rot in like a Marine prison. And Raynor is an shucks good old boy type guy. Like he's the kind that would thrive on a fringe world. And he's not a bad sort. And like I said, he saved Mike's life. And as he's reminiscing about, something he can do to save Raynor, he starts thinking about Lieutenant Swallow and how he failed her. Even though Raynor said it's not his fault, he's just like, God, I failed her. And fail is such an ugly word. And as he gets close to the city, because he's just been driving, and he starts getting to a city, and as he gets there, he notices that it's been completely evacuated. There wasn't even a cordon at the main entrance. Like all of the the evacuees, all the Confederate Marines, everybody's gone. Like this place is a ghost town. And as he's looking around, he feels a whoomp, and the Vulture gets rocked beneath him. And as he looks behind him, he sees that there's a second Vulture that's now like on his ass and is nudging the bumper. And he sees that the pilot is the driver's like pointing to their ear, which is, a sign for, you got to turn on your radio, idiot. And as the moment he flicks on the comlink, he hears a familiar voice, and it's Sarah Kerrigan saying, follow me. And Mike's, are you trying to get me killed? And she replies, well, that's a stupid question, considering you're already dead. And Mike's like sputters for you. What do you mean? And she's like, well, a report went out an hour ago. Said that some terrorists in stolen firebat armor strafed a bus full of reporters. They identified the victims by their badges. Congrats. You got top billings in the obituary. And Mike just kind of like sinks back into the driver's seat. He's like, oh God. And he feels like a weight in his chest because Rourke had his press badge. And now he thinks that it's the construction scandal. Like the thing that got him put on the NORAD 2's detail in the first place. He thinks that, some assassin from them showed up and went to murder Mike. And as Mike is thinking all this stuff, Kerrigan can read his mind, and she laughs and tells him over the radio, this is no building supplies scandal back on Tarsonis, Newshound. Somebody here wanted you dead. You know too much, Mr. Liberty. And then, Mike's like, well, what do you mean? She said, well, I mean that your report from the field brought the house down on the local forces. The fact that they're fighting the Zerg and the Marines aren't is painfully obvious. So Duke had the local troops arrested and shipped off planet. He wants the place defenseless. Isn't it obvious? If you really want to help the locals, follow me. And then Mike say, well, If I refuse, because of course she has to be a sassy bitch, she says, I'll run you off the road and drag you off. Jeez, you drive like someone's grandmother. And then, with that final burn, Kerrigan pulls the vulture ahead and they take like a quick left. They get to a district in the city where it's just full of warehouses that are now empty. And Kerrigan slips into one of the bay doors and Mike follows her inside and they shut the door. And Mike says, bumping me like that was pretty dangerous. You must think yourself a pretty good driver. And then Kerrigan, very sure of herself, says, I am. I'm also very good with knives. And guns, too. Did you steal that? And she's like pointing at the vulture. Says, no, I got it from a friend. But your friend is hard on his equipment. This is a safe house. There's one more thing before we go on. And before Mike could answer, she like reaches her hand out and grabs Rourke's ID tags and like throws them on the ground and just boom, just vaporizes them with her gun. She says, we think the press tags can be traced. That would explain why bad things happened to the guy with your original tags. Eventually they'll figure out that they left a reporter alive and they'll come after you then. Now come back here. I have to set up some equipment. And as she starts like setting something up, Mike is just kind of like, She says, look, you can't trust Duke's forces right now. So will you just listen to my side at least? As she's like bent over plugging some stuff in. And then Mike recognizes the equipment. He's like, that's a full hollow setup. She's like, yep, state of the art. My commander has been fortunate enough to get the best. The best indeed if he can afford to keep his own telepaths. And then Kerrigan like freezes for a second because she realizes that she's been outed. And then she immediately like, smiles. Yeah, well, I don't do enough to hide that, do I? And then Mike said, well, I was willing to buy that you were being a big fan of mine back at that camp. But just happening to find me while I was coming into the city, well, that was a bit too much to believe. And I thought that only the Confederate Marine ghost troopers were telepaths. She says, yeah, I did that job once. I got tired of it and I left. And he said, and then Mike kind of, well, I don't need to be a telepath to know that there's more to the story than that. It's not a job you retire from. I also thought that telepaths had inhibitors on them to protect us normal folk. And she kind of responds with like a bitterness in her voice. She says, it's the other way around. The inhibitors also keep your nasty little thoughts out of my mind. It's tough when you know everyone around you is untrustworthy at some level. And then she gave Mike like a hard look. It's like, the bathroom's in the back corner. No, it doesn't have a window you can sneak out of. I don't want to shoot your knees out to keep you here, but I will. And then Mike just kind of, why me? She's like, because, you idiot. You're important to us. Now powder your nose and get back here. So he goes and, pees and poops a little bit and comes back, and Kerrigan has the full hollow setup completely ready. And before he can say anything, she says, it's not, And then Mike finishes his thought out loud. Not an advantage to a reporter to read minds? She says, no. Most of what I get is off the surface, and even that is usually pretty slimy. Animal needs and all that crap. And secrets. Damn it, my entire life has been filled with secrets. It gets real old, real fast. And then Mike feels bad, so he's like, oh, I'm sorry. But then it's like, as he says sorry, he's like, I don't know if I mean that or not. And then Kerrigan says, yeah, you meant it. You just don't know you meant it. And no, I don't have any cigarettes. Anyway, here we go. And she flips a switch, and then she taps on the microphone a little bit. And as it kicks on, he sees like this humanoid aura pop up, and there's the light turns into a massive, broad-shouldered man in a bit of a military uniform, but not Confederate. He's got a huge mustache and a prominent chin. He's got black hair with gray stripes. And then all of a sudden, Mike recognized him at once from dozens of wanted posters across the Confederacy. And he hears a voice coming from the glowing figure. Mr. Liberty, I am so glad you could join us. I am Arcturus Minsk, leader of the Sons of Korhal. I would like to ask you to join us. And that was Chapter 6. So, Chapter 7 is entitled Deals, and I will read you the Liberty Manifesto. Arcturus Minsk. There's a name that is synonymous with terror, betrayal, and violence. A living example of the ends justifying the means. The assassin of the Confederacy of Man. The hero of the blasted world of Korhal 4. King of the universe. A savage barbarian who never let anything or anyone get in his way. And yet, he is also charming, erudite, and intelligent. When you're in his presence, you feel that he's really listening to you. That your opinions matter. That you're someone important if you agree with him. It's amazing. I have often wondered if men like Minsk don't carry around their own reality-warping bubbles, and all who fall in are suddenly transported to another dimension, where the hellish things he says and does suddenly make sense. At least, that's the effect he always had on me. So starting at Chapter 7, we immediately pick up where we left off with Arcturus's last words to finish off Chapter 6 were, I'm Arcturus Minsk, leader of the Sons of Korhal. I would like to ask you to join us. And I guess after he asks this question, there's just a bit of silence because Kerrigan is, observing, and Mike is just in awe that he's talking to Minsk, the most wanted man in the Confederacy. And so after a minute, Arcturus sort of breaks the silence and says, is this thing working? Do we have a clear connection? And Kerrigan replies, yes, sir, we read you loud and clear. And so then Arcturus prompts Mike again. He's like, can you hear me, Mike? And he's like, I can hear you. I just don't know I can believe what I'm hearing. You're the most hated man in the Confederacy. And this humors Minsk. He chuckles, and it says that he folds his hands across his broad, muscle-flat belly. He says, you honor me, but I must reply that I am only the most hated man amongst the Confederacy's elites. Those elites who make it their mission to keep everyone else under their thumbs. Those who choose to think otherwise are cast out. I have survived that casting out, and as such, I am a danger to them. And Mike talks about how Minsk's words just kind of wash over him like warm honey. Like, he could say anything and Mike would just say, yes, sir. Or just like agree wholeheartedly. He says that his manner and voice screamed politician in every turn, and that Arcturus seems like a creature who would be welcome in any of the like city council rooms on Tarsonis, because it's also like the corrupt political type, and Arcturus would just be right at home manipulating all of them. So Mike kind of, before answering the question, just says, man, I know a lot of reporters who would really like to have a talk with you. And Arcturus humors them. You're among them, I hope. I've been a fan of your work for many years. I must admit my surprise at seeing your illustrious name attached to a mere military reporting. And, Mike just shrugs, maybe blushing a little bit at the praise, and he's like, yeah, there were extenuating circumstances. And Minsk, smiling again, just trying to win over Mike, says, of course. And also, I fear my own vagabond lifestyle has prevented a suitable interview from being set up. The few that have been managed were very quickly spoiled by the Confederacy. I think I understand what you mean. And so, obviously, it sounds like, Minsk has been trying to talk with Mike for a while, but for one reason or another, the Confederacy has kind of intervened. And then Mike thinks also of Rourke, how Mike exchanged tags with Rourke just to try and get a scoop on Anthem Base. And what ended up happening? Well, a terrorist stole a Firebat set of armor and wiped the bus with plasma fire and just cooked everybody, including Rourke. And then he also thinks about Rayner locked up in orbit on a prison ship after they saved Backwater Station, and it's all because Mike Liberty reported on it. And then Minx brings him back to the moment. He says, I know my reputation precedes me, Michael. May I call you Michael? If you want to. And I must tell you that this reputation is fully deserved. I am, by Confederate lights, a terrorist, an agent of chaos against the old order. My father was Angus Minsk, who first led the people of Korhal 4 in rebellion against the Confederacy. And then Mike, coldly brings up, and paid for it with the death of the planet. Yes, and I carry their ghosts with me every day of my life. They were branded rebels and revolutionaries by the Confederates, but, as you well know, it is the victors who are given the luxury of writing the histories. And then as Mike is, just kind of listening, Minx continues on. He says, I make no apologies for the actions of the sons of Korhal. There is blood on my hands for my actions, but I have yet to reach the 35 million lives that the Confederacy claimed on Korhal 4. And then, Mike is trying to like prod for weakness, and he says, oh yeah, is that a target number that you're reaching for? And by saying this, he expected like a flash of anger or a bit of bitterness or a quick rebuttal, but instead Minx just, laughs it off and says, no, I cannot hope to compete with the merciless bureaucracy of the Confederacy of Man. They wave the banners of old Earth, but no ancient government would have tolerated the inhumanity that the Confederacy considers business as usual. And those who would raise the alarm are either silenced by violence or shamed into complicity through comfort. And then Mike is like, well, yeah, that would be us in the press, thinking of Handy Anderson and how he was given this amazing grand office with a whole view of Tarsonis City, even though he absolutely hates heights, but he still accepted it. And I'm sure also there was monetary compensation as well. And then Minx continues, the shoe very well may fit, though I will not press the point. I know that you, for one, are a rare individual who has not shrunk away from always seeking the truth. And then Mike, kind of gestures around at the warehouse that him and Kerrigan are in. So all this is to set up an interview opportunity? And then, laughing again, because Minx is trying to disarm Mike, says there will be time for interviews later. There are more pressing matters at the moment. You know the refugee situation in the hinterlands? And Mike, nods his head. He said, I've visited a few of them. They've emptied the cities, and the people are now waiting in the wilderness for the Confederacy dropships to come for them. And then Minx replies, and what would you say if I told you there would be no such ships coming? Mike kind of takes a moment and blinks, and then, suddenly feels Kerrigan's stare on him. I'd have a hard time believing that. They may be delayed, but they wouldn't just abandon the populace here, would they? And then Minx lets out a big sigh and continues, well, it's true, I'm afraid. None are en route. Indeed, Colonel Duke has been very busy the past few days uprooting the Confederate military structure here, preparing to retreat at the first appearance of the Protoss, or at the overwhelming success of the Zerg. And then these names immediately, perk up Mike's interest. He's like, what do you know about the Protoss and the Zerg? Because, remember, he's only been privy to the Zerg for about a day and a half now, and to the Protoss for, less than a week. And Minx continues, more than I want to admit. Suffice it to say that they are ancient races, and that they hate each other. And they have little or no use for the human race, either. In that way, they are very much like the Confederacy. And then Mike cuts in, he said, I've seen both the Zerg and the Protoss at work. I have a hard time believing that they are anything like human. And then Minx continues, even though the Confederacy plans to abandon the population of Marsara, to let the Zerg overrun them from below, or the Protoss vaporize them from above, this system is nothing more than a giant petri dish to the bureaucrats on Tarsonis, where they can watch these alien races duel and plan on how to save their own hides. Can you, as a man, stand aside and watch this happen? And Mike, thinks back to how he saw Chowsara and how it looked like oily water or like glass was covering the surface, and then in a few spots the Protoss had punched through the core and magma was just spilling out everywhere. You have a solution then, Minx? And this solution somehow involves me? And Minx replies, I am a man with great but not unlimited resources. I have my own ships en route to ferry as many people as I can out of the system. Kerrigan has located the bulk of the camps and spread sufficient anti-Confederate ideals that we may be welcomed as heroes. I have also been in contact with the fragments of this planet's government, but I need a friendly face to reassure them that we do indeed come in peace. So this is right after Backwater Station, where you have to defend for 30 minutes until the Sons of Korhal ships arrive. That's essentially what's happening right here. And that's where I come in, said Mike. Yes, that's where you come in. Your reputation precedes you as well. And then Mike thinks about both the Protoss and the Zerg and how they are inevitably coming, but then also thinks back to who Minsk is and says, I won't fashion propaganda for you. And then Minsk, expecting Mike to have somewhat of a stance like this, says, I'm not asking you to do so. You can report what you see, which is more than the Confederacy allows you now, under their military strictures. I would expect no less from a reporter of your caliber. And then, Minx lets Mike absorb that a little bit and then continues on. If there's anything I can do to help you further. And then Mike immediately has an idea and thinks of Rayner imprisoned with the magistrate's Marines. He says, I have some associates in Confederate custody. And then Minx, looks over at Kerrigan and she says, local militia and law enforcement officers, sir. They were captured and secured in a prison ship. I can find the location. And then, Minx just kind of ponders a little bit and says, ask no small favors, eh, Michael? All right, but you have to help with it. But first, and then Mike is, I know, I have to write my bloody press release. Exactly. If we are agreed, then I'll let Lieutenant Kerrigan take care of the details. And then, at that moment, Minx's holodeck just disappears. Transmission ended. So now that the transmission is over, Mike is thinking about the report he needs to write, but also Minsk in general. And he looks over at Kerrigan and kind of lets out a deep breath. Are you still reading my mind? And Kerrigan says, it's hard not to. Then I don't trust him. I don't trust Minsk. I know. But you trust that he'll live up to his side of the bargain. Come on. Let's get started. So then there's a break. Mike does his press release explaining that the Sons of Korhal are coming to save the people of Marsara. And then we jump to the prison ship Merrimack, which is in orbit over Marsara, and how Merrimack is a Leviathan-class battlecruiser that's been stripped of everything useful except for life support. And even then, it's still quirky and unreliable, and essentially it's just a holding pin for prisoners or terrorists or just people in general. But it also stipulates that it's not just bad guys that are held there. There's homegrown militia, marshals, and a few outspoken local leaders. So pretty much anybody who voiced against the evacuation of Marsara or wanted to be more privy as to what was going on, locked up, right to jail. And with the prisoners all being kept behind bulkheads, just thick metal doors that they couldn't open, none of them really knew that the ship was just being manned by a skeleton crew. So there's literally just a few guys who are maintaining the ship. And it mentions that over the last couple days, Marsara's orbit has been completely abandoned except for the Merrimack and then the NORAD 2 as it just monitors the situation. And while we're here on the Merrimack, it talks about Captain Elias Tudbury, the remaining ranking officer on board the Merrimack, as they've slowly been evacuated over time. The more important figures get evacuated first. And now the very last shuttle scheduled for evacuation is about an hour late. And Captain Elias is very, antsy. He really wants to get off the ship. He doesn't necessarily know what's going on the planet, but since they've been taking all the officials one by one, he's just, he wants out. He wants to get out of there, and he doesn't care that they're abandoning the prisoners to whatever forces come. And while he's sitting there waiting for the shuttle, you can hear a crackle over the speakers, but it is broken. It says, prison ship, port 54, Rick, steam clear for docking, passphrase, and then it cuts out a little bit. And then the communications officer, repeat transmission, 5467. I say again, repeat transmission. And then it comes back, still broken. Isn't shuttle 67 requesting clearance. King pass. More static. And then, continues on. Interfere. We would pull off and again later. And since he doesn't want to wait because he wants to get the hell off the ship, Tudbury switches on the mic. He pushes the comm officer out of the way. So shuttle 5467, y'all are cleared for docking. Get your ass in here and get us off this tub now. And as the hydraulics of the ship, or as the hydraulics of the shuttle link up to the battle cruiser, Tudbury rushes into the hangar bay, pushing through his guys. He says, "This is a non-standard situation, son. grab your gear and spread the word. We're getting out of this here wreck now. And so he's just trying to get the skeleton crew. And as he runs up to the door, like not even waiting for it to open because he just wants to get out, the airlock slides open, and then it says Captain Tedbury was looking down the barrel of a large bore slug thrower. And at the operating end of the slug thrower was a lean man with a ponytail who looked like someone Tedbury had seen on the UNN. And it's Michael Liberty. He just says, "Boo." And then it says it took about 10 minutes for Mike Liberty and the men who are on the Sons of Korhal. It took about 10 minutes for their little group to overpower the skeleton crew on the Merrimack, and they are able to successfully shuttle everyone that's not Confederate off of the ship, including Rayner, who is incredibly grateful. He says, "I'll admit that when I told you to do something, I did not expect this." And then Mike Young's like, "Stop," because he has a crush on Rayner. "Let's just say I made a deal with the devil, and it worked out to our benefit." And then, almost as if on cue, Minsk's face pops up on the shuttle's view screen, like he immediately hails the shuttle. And, "Congratulations, Michael. We must report success as well with our endeavor. We have been welcomed with open arms by the people of Marsara, and even now our ships are evacuating the refugees. I have come to understand that even Colonel Duke is unwilling to fire on ships filled with innocents, and the turn of events has vexed him dearly." And then Rayner leans forward and looks on the screen. He's like, "Minsk, this is Jim Rayner. I just wanted to thank you for your help in getting us off that hulk." And then without missing a beat, Minsk replies, "Ah, Marshal Rayner. Michael apparently thinks very highly of you and your men. I was wondering if you would be willing to help me in a small favor." And it says that Minsk's smile fills the screen because you know that this is something that he wanted. He has only heard tales of Rayner and his bravery and his willing to do what is right, and Minsk knows that he can just exploit that to no end. And Mike cuts in, says, "Now wait a minute, Minsk. We made a deal here and we did our part. And that bargain is done, Michael. But now I want to offer a similar arrangement to the former marshal and his men. Something I hope will be beneficial to all our peoples." And that is the end of chapter 7. So chapter 8 is called Zerg and the Protoss, and which is a little misleading because this chapter covers the Jacob's installation mission, which, if you guys don't remember, is the first sort of infiltration mission you do in Starcraft, where Rayner is in command of a few guys and you have to get out a data disk from a installation that is operated by the Alpha Squadron or Colonel Duke's men. Anyway, here's the Liberty Manifesto for Chapter 8. It would be easy to declare that Arcturus Minsk was a master manipulator, which he was, or that he regularly deceived others, which was true as well. But it would be a mistake to deny all personal responsibility in falling into his web. It seems now the height of folly ever to have dealt with the man. But think of the situation when the Sara system died. You had the mindless beasts of the Zerg on one side, and the unholy fury of the Protoss on the other. And in the middle, you had the criminal bureaucracy of the old Confederacy of Man, which was willing to write off the population of 2 planets in order to learn more about its enemies. With such a surplus of devils in this universe, what did it matter if there was one more? So when we last left off on the shuttle, Minsk was propositioning Rayner about the Jacobs installation. We don't know what he was talking about, but we know right here, it immediately starts out saying the Jacobs installation was built into the side of a mountain on the far side of Marsara, away from all the major cities. And we know now that everybody is en route. Like, they only have a few minutes before the Protoss are wiping the planet because everybody has been evacuated at this point. And they need to just get in and out while the security is thin. And while they're getting their ragtag team led by Rayner and more of the militiamen and a few of the Sons of Korhal Marines, as they're getting over to the Jacobs installation, Mike begins to wonder, what else does Minks know? He knew about the Protoss, he knew about the Zerg, he knows about the Jacobs installation. He seems to be a man that is incredibly well connected. And then as he's thinking about all of the potentials of what Minsk could know or operate on, Liberty suddenly felt as though he were at the epicenter of a bomb site. and the countdown had already begun. And he's referring to just working with Minsk in general. Like, he's willing to help the guy, because obviously Minsk will give him something that he wants, but he knows that just nothing good is going to come of this situation. And then he goes back to talk about how the planet was already unraveling. You could see destruction on like random view screens, like as they would like flip through channels. You could just see parts of the planet just being decimated by tons of Zerg. Like, creep was already taking over the planet. And it even mentions that the creep, while it had not reached the Jacobs installation yet, they could see strange Zerg towers, which are probably creep colonies, on the horizon. And that, you know, they could see skittering movements in the backgrounds as well. So, you know, Zerg forces are on the move, and eventually it will be at the Jacobs installation. And as they get close to said installation, they are immediately fired on by the security detail that's been left there. It's just a couple Marines and then a few like sentry turrets. As they get close to the ground, Mike reminds himself, I'm not doing this for Minsk, I'm doing it for Raynor. Because, you know, Raynor is a buddy of his. He saved Mike's life. He witnessed Raynor doing things for the greater good. The greater good. You know, like burning Anthem Base and setting fire to Backwater and standing up to Colonel Duke when nobody else would. It mentions that as the Sons of Korhal dropship gets close to the entrance of the installation, all the guards that were there were more interested in fleeing. So as they... You know, they did fire on the dropship, but when the dropship showed no signs of retreat, everybody just kind of scattered because they just wanted to live at that point. You know, they've already seen a lot of shit go down. But the moment they get inside, the resistance immediately stiffens up. Like, there's defensive guns mounted everywhere, which, since it's unmanned, you know, there's no emotion. It just turns on and fires on enemy units. And these things are everywhere. You know, they're erupting up around every corner, and it says that Raynor almost immediately loses 2 men, which causes the entire group to grow immensely more cautious. Mike mentions that there's probably a computer. He says, we need to find some control computer in order to shut down the turrets, and Raynor agrees, betting that they're on the far side of the guns that they're currently fighting. And as they're trying to make it through the hallway, it describes Raynor ducking through hallways, spraying spikes in a wide arc, just aiming for as many turrets as he can. Mike's following as close behind him as possible. Remember that Mike does have a power suit now. He has a CMC 200, which, while it will protect him from small arms fire, something like an automated Confederate turret probably has the means to punch through the armor and hurt him. But Mike still is far better off with this armor and a Gauss rifle than he was just by his lonesome. After clearing those turrets, they make it about 100 feet farther into the hallway, where they come into another intersection. And at this point, several more turrets pop up like mechanical gophers and just begin spraying down the hallway that they come from. Mike and Raynor are able to dodge into a doorway, while 3 other Marines jump into another, and unfortunately one is not fast enough and just gets absolutely shredded by turret fire. It says that his fall forward is slowed by the continual impacts of spikes against his helmet and shattered chest plate. So, you know, this guy gets blah 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 lit up, and as he's like falling forward dead, his body's just getting held up. So very slow motion death fall. And while Raynor's freaking out, you know, talking about how they need to find a way to take out all the turrets, Mike looks around at the room that they're in, because they did just dive through a doorway, and he says he found something, and it looked something that was akin to a typical comm center, with zooming screens on either side and altogether too many buttons. But the screens showed what looked like a diagram on the installation itself. So Mike immediately recognizes that this is like some sort of crude map of the installation, and all these dots that are popping up are potential turrets. And while he's looking at the map, he sees that a bunch of the dots on the map are red, and these are the turrets that they have already passed by and destroyed. So Mike, not being very computer savvy, just kind of panics for a second. He's like, Raynor, do you know anything about computers? And Raynor's response is, well, I had to replace the memory board on my Vulture once. Oh, that's just dandy. And so he's just kind of like pushing as many buttons as he can, just looking for anything that'll help. And as he's hitting something, it says he hits a toggle, and one of the green lights went out, and then he hit another, and then another one vanished. And so he just starts flipping all these different toggles, and eventually all of the turrets in the area are shut down, which Raynor is very pleased to see. And then Mike immediately starts pushing more buttons, because he's like, oh, well, if that worked, let's see what these other buttons do. And he pushes a button, and it says, somewhere deep in the complex, a klaxon sounded. and then there was a vibration under their feet. And Raynor's very scared. He's like, what in the Sam Hill was that? And Mike just kind of chuckles and looks scared. He says, that was the sound of me pushing my luck too far. And they don't know what they opened, but my guess is that they've opened up the cages that contained the Zerglings. So, Raynor's like, why did you do that? Why are you pushing buttons? And Mike, still panicking slightly, says, it seemed like the right thing to do at the time. I'm sorry. And then Raynor, just kind of slightly frustrated now, sighs a little bit and says, can you at least get the data we're looking for off this terminal? And Mike, shakes his head no. But as he's like tracing his finger, he finds something. He says, this one's separate from the mainframe. It's not linked up. This has to be it. The best way to protect information from hackers is to completely separate the machine that it's on. Basic computer security 101. And then Raynor's like, all right, that settles it. Well, let's go whack some varmints. And they immediately step out. At the moment they step out of the doorway, spikes just like pepper them, and they fall back. And Raynor, all surprised, says, Liberty, I thought you got all the gun emplacements. And Mike is like, those are not gun emplacements. Those are live targets. And indeed, there was a pair of white armored Marines now at the crossroads. And we know that the white armor is indicative of the Alpha Squadron. So these are some of Colonel Duke's men. And as they're shooting at, Mike, Raynor, and the other guys, Mike brings up his own weapon and leans forward for a shot, but he couldn't shoot. Like he's killed Zerglings at this point. He's blown up, pop-up turrets, but when it comes to a living human, he just can't take the life of another human. And so he just kind of, he's hesitating. He can't pull the trigger. And a Marine sees Mike and just starts firing at him, and he ducks behind the doorway. And Raynor's, all, very surprised, says, what happened? Are they in cover? And then Mike is just, and he's stammering a bunch. He says, I can't shoot them. And Raynor is like, what do you mean? You took out a Zerg with a shotgun. I saw you. And he's like, yeah, but this is different. These are human. And Raynor just kind of Raynor's killed people before, so he doesn't care. But he's like, that's okay. Lots of folks have a problem with shooting other people. The good news is they don't know you don't want to shoot them. Fire a little over their heads. That'll spook them. Promise. And so Mike is like, and then he pushes Mike back out of the doorway to shoot at these Marines. And they immediately, the Marines start to, they see Mike and they start to trace their guns over to him. And Mike rolls, after he gets pushed, he does a dodge roll. And Mike brings his gun up about a foot over the head of one of the Marines and just starts spraying. And the Marine, thinking that he's going to die, there's two Marines there, and they immediately, duck for cover to try and, not get shot. And then seeing them duck for cover, even though Mike wasn't trying to shoot them, Mike just kind of chuckles to himself and is, smirking. But then he's immediately, caught off guard, because as those two Marines duck down for cover, it says that he sees the chest of one of the soldiers blossoms into a fountain of blood. And then his companion, who goes to look at his buddy dying, his head is just, it is turned into red mist. And then Mike is surprised when he looks around and he sees Raynor posted right up above him. And he just kind of looks down with confidence and says, I understand if you have a problem shooting people. Fortunately, I don't. Now let's go. So they continue on into the installation. All the pop-up turrets have been deactivated by Mike on the computer, and they're not really running into any other Marines at this point. So they're pretty much just sprinting through these halls, and Mike is in front since he saw the map. Mike seems to let his guard down a little bit, because as he's rounding a corner, he realizes that it wasn't smart to just sprint into a unchecked hallway. And as he sprints around a corner, he trips over a Zergling that was just kind of sitting there, just, being mindless. And as he trips over it, the Zergling immediately, gets startled and leaps at him. And as it leaps at him, Mike puts the Gauss rifle under the stomach because, he tripped over it. So he's on the ground now. And Mike puts the gun under the Zergling and just starts unloading as the Zergling jumps at him. And after he absolutely blows apart this Zergling, he stands up all covered in goo and ichor. And Raynor is dumbfounded. He says, what are the Zerg doing here? So Raynor, kind of dumbfounded by the situation, says, what are the Zerg doing here? And Mike just suggests, well, maybe they're after what we're after. And Raynor, much more hurriedly now, says, we got to get that information now and get out of here. And then Mike, just kind of like muttering to himself because he's covered in animal or Zergling blood, says, "Let's find a shower," and because he's just covered in goo. So it says that the complex had a few more surprises left in store for our boys. All the turrets have been shut down, as we spoke about, but they come into a passage where there's a much wider room, and there's a few more Zerglings waiting within. They kill them all, and as they kill them, they kind of pause for a moment, and it looks like there's a row of cages along the wall that, and they stink. Like, it says they have the fetid smell of Zerg. And so Raynor's like, they were keeping them here. Pets, maybe? For studies, maybe? I don't know. And then Mike says, yeah, but for how long? Christ, look at this. And he sees a computer next to the cages. And Raynor's like, is this the information we're looking for? And Mike says, well, that and more. Look at this. These are readings on the Zerg going back months. Well, that's impossible, said Raynor, unless the Confederates knew about the Zerg all this time. They knew they were here. Hell, they may have even brought them here. And then Raynor, Samuel J. Houston on a bicycle. Oh, let's get the disc and let's move out. And then Mike, just still trying to crunch numbers, says, I'm working on it. All right. And then beep, the disc pops out and we, get the data disc. Got it. Let's go. And as they pluck the disc from the system, a very Hollywood-esque tropes voice sounds above them. Self-destruct sequence initiated. So, like, oh shit, it's been booby-trapped. We have to get out of here. And then Raynor's like, we got to move now, and we can't afford to make any wrong turns. And it says Mike and his lighter armor led, now unafraid of running into any other surprises. They encountered nothing but dead on their way out. And the soft tones above them warning, 10 seconds to detonation. 5 seconds to detonation. Right when it says about 5 seconds, they get just outside of the installation, and Mike is still just sprinting. But as he's sprinting, Raynor catches up with him and just tackles him. And at first, Mike is like, it says he curses at the marshal, so maybe he drops an F-bomb. But as he's like cursing out Jim Raynor, the explosion goes off, and it just completely decimates like the space directly above Mike and Raynor's. Whoom! And Mike realizes that if Raynor hadn't tackled him into the ground, he would have been swept off of his feet and blown to pieces by this massive explosion. So Mike thanks him as he gets up, and then Raynor says, seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Come on, let's get back before the Zerg find us here. Because remember, they can see creep colonies on the horizon. So Zerg are coming. So they got a boogie. So we make a little bit of a jump, not too far, but now we're heading back to the Hyperion where Minsk is waiting for the troops. Mike does comment that compared to the bridge of the NORAD 2, the Hyperion is much smaller and cozier. It seems more like an elaborate den or library than the nerve center of a rebel fleet, but it still has its fair share of technicians like walking around speaking softly into comm units. Mike does notice that Lieutenant Kerrigan does not appear to be on the flagship. She seems to be gone. And as Raynor hands the disc to Minsk, he says, there were Zerg there. The Confederates have been studying these damn aliens for months. And then Minsk, being unsurprised because he knows everything, says, years, actually. I saw Zerg in Confederate holding pens myself, and that was over a year ago. It's clear the Confederates have known of these creatures for some time. For all we know, they could be breeding them. And Mike just says nothing. He's completely unsurprised at this point, learning that the Confederacy has some weird, dark secrets. It says that the bottom had dropped out of the Confederate secrets market. There was nothing that they could do that would surprise him anymore. But Raynor, still fresh to this idea, is absolutely livid. His jaw drops and he says, you mean they've been using my planet as some sort of laboratory for these things? Your planet and your sister world. And gods know how many more fringe worlds. They've sowed the wind, my friend, and now they are reaping the whirlwind. And Mike is watching Raynor and says that for his first time in knowing Raynor, Raynor just stops in his tracks. Almost like the true comprehension of what's been going on is too much for his local law enforcement brain. Like, he could not comprehend that the Confederacy would use actual planets as testing grounds for alien warfare. Either how to fight against them, how to use them as weapons, anything. And Raynor is just absolutely appalled. Who would you arrest for the crimes of genocide? Like, how do you punish for this thing if you're a local marshal? You can't do anything. You're absolutely helpless. And then Mike kind of speaks up. He says, I have to write up a report that's going to summarize everything we found so far. And then Minx sets him up. He says, oh yeah, there's a comm station over there, but you'll know that they will never run this story. And Mike knows they'll never run the story. He admits that he still has to take the chance anyway. But if they were paranoid enough to send Mike on a military detail over a little construction scandal, how willing would they be to admit, that they were dealing with planet-devouring aliens? And as Mike is starting to walk over to the comm station, there's a chime that comes out of one of the computers, and one of the technicians speaks up. We're getting warp signals at Mark 4.5.7. And then Minx replies, pull back to a safe distance. Scan on maximum. Gentlemen, you may remain if you want to see the last act of this particularly tawdry passion play. So it says that neither Mike nor Raynor moved, and then Minx turned back to the screen. The orange ball of Marsara loomed over them. A few white clouds scattered across its northern hemisphere, yet most of that orange surface was now mottled and spoiled, overrun by creep and the things that lived in it. So the Zerg have pretty much taken over almost all of Marsara now. And then off in the distance, still in orbit, there's a flash. The flash of blue-white electricity. And then they were there. A fleet. Looks like golden carriers with their moth attendants and metallic bat-winged creations that wove among the larger ships. They were breathtaking and deadly. Forces of war raised to the level of an art form. So as they're watching the Protoss come in, Mike sees out of the corner of his eye that Minx kind of says something into like a caller microphone, and he can feel the engines prime on the Hyperion. They're not leaving yet, but Mike knows that Minx is just getting ready, because the moment the Protoss sort of send any sort of hostility towards Minsk, they want to just jump out of there as quickly as possible. But they do want to see exactly what they're up against, so they want to watch the Protoss in action. Mike does comment internally that Minsk didn't need to worry. The Protoss obviously are more intent on the planet overrun by the Zerg than they are with this one paltry ship floating in orbit. Kind of like how they paid no attention to the NORAD 2, they just nuked Chowsara and then got out of there. They noticed that the planets sort of position themselves, and then they lance themselves downwards towards the planet's surface, and then immediately energy starts to glow, and then beams shoot out down into the planet. And then it says when the energy beam struck, they burned. The sky itself curdled as the beams pierced through the atmospheric envelope. Air itself was torn away from the planet by the force of the blows. And then Mike, as he's watching these beams hit the planet, notes that as the beam struck the surface, they erupted, boiling the ground where they struck, uprooting both the creep-infested lands and those that had not yet been affected. Deadly rainbow radiation, more brilliant than Mike had ever seen, spiraled out from the impact points, churning earth and water mercilessly, distorting the matter of the planet itself. And then, after the big ships start to do this, he notices that smaller ships sort of line up and start doing this as well. And as they're looking at the surface, Mike notices that all of the heavily infested areas, the cities that used to be on Marsara, are the places that are getting targeted, including an area that they had just been at, the Jacobs installation. So this place gets nuked as well. And keep in mind, we don't know how long of a gap it was for them to get up to the Hyperion from the Jacobs installation, but I can't guess that it's more than maybe like an hour or two from when they were picked up to when the Protoss arrived, just, knowing how fast things move in StarCraft. So Mike is kind of like shitting bricks all of a sudden, realizing that they had cut their timing very close. They could have been, getting hit by that pulsing energy beam from the sky. And as he's thinking about this close call, he just looks out at the surface of Marsara and sees that magma is now pushing up to the surface in all areas of the planet. Especially where these energy beams are hitting, but everything is just burning. It's as if most of the world's atmosphere was burning now, torn away from the orb in a veil that trailed it in orbit, and what was left spiraled in hurricanes and tornadoes until destroyed by more beams. And as they see all these red volcanoes pop up everywhere, Mike just kind of mutters to himself, they're exterminators. They're cosmic exterminators. And then, not expecting Minx to hear, but he replies anyway, says, indeed. And they can't or won't tell the difference between us and the Zerg. Maybe to them there is no difference. We should prepare for departure. They may notice us at any time. And then Mike, looks over at Raynor, who has never seen the Protoss before. He's only heard about it from Confederate Marines, and he is just stone-faced and grim and clutching the railing. He's white-knuckled right now on this railing. He's just so scared and distraught, and the only thing alive on him were his eyes, and they were filled with an infinite sadness. Raynor? Jim? Are you all right? No. I mean, can any of us be all right after this? And then says that Mike had no reply. They just sat there together and watched as the planet died. And then after a few more moments, Arcturus Minsk's voice softly came over the PA system and says, "We are ready for departure." And then Raynor, just kind of accepting it, says, "All right." And as he says this, he never looks away from the devastation. And that's the end of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 is called Marshall and Ghost, and I'll go ahead and read you the Liberty Manifesto. James Raynor was the most decent man I ever encountered during the fall of the Confederacy. Everyone else, I can safely say, was either a villain, a victim, or quite often both. At first wash, Raynor seems like a backwoods cowboy, one of those good old boys that you see in the bars swapping lies about the days gone by. There's a cocksureness and overconfidence about him that just makes you bridle initially. Yet over time, you come to see him as a valuable ally, and dare I say it, a friend. It all comes from belief. Jim Raynor believed in himself, and he believed in those around him. And from that belief came the strength that allowed him and those who followed him to survive anything else the universe threw at him. Jim Raynor was a most decent and honorable man. I suppose that's why his is the greatest tragedy of this godforsaken war. So Chapter 9 starts out. We're still on board the Hyperion. We've left the orbit of Marsara, and Liberty is kind of thinking about Minsk as he is as a person, and because Minsk is still a mystery to Mike Liberty, and he's trying to decipher him to see how well he can be trusted. Because even though Mike has only known Minsk for a short time, he still knows of him and his deeds through the propaganda put out by the Confederacy, although he doesn't know what's real and what isn't. But he says that for all the ghosts that haunt Minsk, his motivations don't seem very ambitious. He seems like the lowest ward healer on Tarsonis. He was still just trying to gather his power, unwilling to pass on any potential ally. And it was because of this fact that he knew that Minsk would do everything to keep his word to at least people like Mike and Raynor. And to that note, Minsk promoted Raynor as captain, as Raynor is kind of sticking around with the Sons of Korhal for now, and because of his deeds at the Jacobs installation, and, destroying the infested command center, even though he wasn't with the Sons of Korhal yet, Minsk has saw fit to give him a promotion. So along with this promotion for Raynor, Mike finally gets to have an actual sit-down interview with Minsk, which is something that no other journalist has really had the opportunity of doing. Partially because Minsk hasn't wanted to do an interview with anybody but Mike Liberty, because he knows that Mike is a honest-to-goodness journalist. So as Mike is interviewing Minsk, he's finding that he finds himself agreeing more and more with Minsk and his opinions on the Confederacy. That through it all, it was more of a criminal bureaucracy, filled to the brim with career politicos and grafters whose battle cry was, "Where's mine?" And it's very fitting. Everybody just kind of is looking out for number one. They don't really care about the greater good. And then Minsk also mentions that the UNN, which is the Universe News Network that Mike works for, they never ran anything on Mike's report on the destruction of Marsara or the Confederate culpability in the attack. And it's almost like everything is just kind of being brushed under the rug, a big hush-hush, just like what happened with Chowsara. However, aside from avoiding conversation about what happened on Marsara, the Confederacy has finally opened up and confessed that there are, in fact, not one, but two dangerous alien species out there, the Zerg and the Protoss, and that they are responsible for all of the destruction that's been happening. And the only solution is to group together, huddled under the Confederate flag. That's the only way that humanity will survive, apparently. Such is the nature of tyrants, said Minsk. Minsk and Liberty are sitting on the Hyperion's observation deck during this interview. They both have a snifter of brandy. Minsk hasn't touched his, but Mike talks about how he long drained his and was wishing that it had more in it. And while they were also drinking and doing this interview, they were also playing chess as sort of a battle of wits. And while they played back and forth amicably, Mike commented that he almost always loses in chess against Minsk, which is, no surprise. Minsk is a bit of a strategic kind of guy. He's very much a mastermind. He's incredibly intelligent. There is a funny note that Liberty talks about how Minsk has an ashtray sitting on the table for Mike, and then Mike is lamenting, saying it's funny that he put this here because I've given up smoking again. Even though we know he's just going to start smoking the first chance he gets. But in the midst of the chess game during this interview, Minsk continues and says, "Tyrants can only survive by presenting a greater tyrant as a threat. The Confederacy does not realize the danger of the other tyrants that is now called down upon all of us." And then Mike interjects and says, "Before the Zerg and Protoss, their favorite threat was you." And Minsk chuckles and says, "I must admit that I feel that the best form of government is benevolent despotism. I don't think the oligarchs in charge agree with that." And then Mike interjects, "And are you pointing at greater tyrants to cover your own abuses?" And then Minsk agrees, saying, "Of course I am. But it does help that our foes are greater tyrants than we are, or ever intend to be." So it's during this interview that Mike notes that he has seen nothing of Kerrigan the last few days. And he does bring it up to Minsk, whose only reply is, "My trusted lieutenant works best in the field." So Mike just takes that as Kerrigan is sowing the seeds of rebellion, hoping to get more people to the Sons of Korhal's banner. And he was right, as 2 days later, Minsk called both Liberty and Raynor to his observation deck, and the moment both of them are on the deck, he immediately cuts to the chase. Antigua Prime, border colony of the Confederacy of Man. Its people are very, very tired of the Confederate military, which has gotten a bit heavy-handed since the Protoss and Zerg first appeared. I want Captain Raynor to help the Antigans get their revolt off the ground. That means dealing with a unit of Alpha Squadron they've got babysitting the major road on the ground. Raynor, ready for action, just says, "My pleasure, sir." And Mike notes that Raynor, since the destruction of Marsara, now seems a lot calmer, he's more controlled. And while he's happily accepted the new role as captain in Sons of Korhal, he's also begun incorporating his own men, the militiamen and his own boys, into the Sons of Korhal. And it's all kind of helped everybody see through the loss of their own planet and sort of band together in this time of war. And then Minsk, hearing Raynor's affirmation of duty, looks at Mike and says, "And Mr. Liberty, if you would like to accompany this unit." And then Mike cuts him off and says, "You may have overlooked this fact, Arcturus, but I'm still not working for you." And then Minsk just kind of coldly replies, "Well, you're not working for anyone in this moment, it seems. The UNN has been noticeably devoid of your illustrious presence. I only thought that you would be professionally interested, and," says Mike, "and your glib tongue and clever notepad might be enough to encourage the Antigans to cast off their shackles." And then he just kind of smiles because he knows that Mike is a sucker for praise. So everybody's going planetside, and Mike is reflecting on the studies that he did on Antigua Prime. He talks about how it used to be a water world, but long before the Terrans got to the Caprulu sector, a lot of the oceans had dried up, and now all that remained were hard mudflats and low flat mesas covered with a native shrub that had some purple blossoms. It was just kind of like an ugly planet. It's not very beautiful. But there were a lot of bones everywhere, like creatures that had died and settled into the ground have been uncovered over the last a few thousand years of erosion. But overall, this sort of dried out planet was very pretty in an arid, lifeless sort of way. So the dropship drops Mike, Raynor, and some of their boys off on this low plateau, and they set up a defensive perimeter around the ship just to make sure that they can establish a comlink and make everything as smooth as possible. They've been told that the scout is in the area and they're supposed to rendezvous with them, so they're not sure exactly who it is. And the moment the comlink is set up, Kerrigan appears out of nowhere. Remember, being a ghost, she has active camouflage programmed into her combat suit. So she just kind of pops up right next to Mike and Raynor and snaps off a quick salute, saying, "Captain Raynor, I've finished scouting out the area, and you pig!" And then, because this is all from like straight out of mission number 5 in the Terran campaign. And Mike immediately turns and looks over at Raynor because, you know, they're talking over comm units, and I guess when Kerrigan says, "You pig!" it like peaked the microphone a little bit. And Raynor also is just kind of like, oh, like he gets struck back because it surprises him. And he's just kind of dumbfounded because he doesn't know Kerrigan's a telepath. And says, "What? I haven't even said anything to you yet." And then Kerrigan's wide lips turn into a very nasty sneer and says, "Yeah, but you were thinking it." And then Raynor says, "Oh, yeah, you're a telepath." And then the moment he realizes that, it says he shoots Mike a look and gives him a sneer that says, "And you didn't want to warn me about any of this?" And then he continues on with Kerrigan and says, "Look, let's just get on with this, okay?" To which Kerrigan kind of laughs because, you know, it's Kerrigan. She says, "Right. Well, hey, the command center is a couple clicks due west, up on one of those mesas. Alpha Squadron is there, but no Duke. Sorry, boys. We take them out, and the indigenous forces will be willing to rise up in rebellion. There are some towers that need to come down if I'm going to get in." And that's in reference to the missile turrets that you see along the way, because they are detectors and can detect stealth units. So, you know, it's important to take them down so that Kerrigan can sneak in undetected. So Raynor, still frowning after, you know, getting outed for being a pervert, he says, "Right. Well, I guess I don't need to tell you to move out, Lieutenant." And she replies with, "No, you don't. But there is one other thing." And, you know, Raynor, still salty, says, "Go ahead, Lieutenant. I don't read minds. Please tell me." And she says, "There have been increasing reports of xenomorphs in the area." And she kind of like smiles a little bit, but this makes Raynor frown like incredibly deeply. Like, he does not like to hear the sound of that. And so Mike cuts in, he says, "Xenomorphs? Like Zerg, they're here?" And she says, "Cattle mutations, mysterious disappearances, bug-eyed monsters, the usual suspects. Not a lot, but enough." And so then Raynor kind of thinks to himself, he says, "Crap. Confederates and Zerg? They seem to go hand in hand. Okay, now let's roll out." So now they leave their little defensive perimeter around the dropship to make a move on the Alpha Squadron units. And they note that the dried mudflats on Antigua Prime are just absolutely lousy for cover, but they're good for speed. So what they end up doing is they see a couple Marine scout parties walking around, and Raynor ends up distracting them because he has his Vulture hoverbike. So while he scoots around and blasts them apart with grenades, Mike, Kerrigan, and the rest of the Marines sneak on by. They don't want them to actually know that there's a military force making their way towards the base. And as they get near to the Alpha Squadron base, the group becomes under fire, and Mike immediately calls out for help and assistance. Because Kerrigan says that they've got sensors out the butt cheeks, and she can't sneak in while they have all their towers set up. And so Mike calls out to Raynor on their comm system, says, "Raynor, it's Liberty. We're pinned down. We need your firepower. Muy pronto." I don't know why he says 2 Spanish words right here. I don't know why at all. But he asks for help from Raynor and doesn't hear anything, and he's worried that the comm lines have been jammed or damaged from the enemy control towers. But just moments after he says they need help, he hears like the whine of the Vulture. And it says that Raynor jumps off of a ledge nearby, like lands on the ground, skids to a stop just outside of range, or just outside of view of the enemy's like control tower, because it has guns on it in the book. And before the tower can turn and train its guns on Raynor, he starts firing grenades into it from the Vulture and absolutely decimates it. And blossoms of flame erupted at the base of the tower. And so now that the tower's down, Kerrigan and all of the troops that were pinned down, they roll out and they just start firing the remaining survivors and shredding them apart with spike fire, it says, because remember the Gauss rifles just shoot spikes. After they take out this little encampment, they're moving on towards the rest of the Alpha Squadron troops, and Raynor takes off and privately hails Mike and says, "Next time, make sure it's something important, buddy." And then, drives off on his Vulture to look for more scouts. And Kerrigan, despite being a telepath, I guess didn't hear it or, whatever, but she says, "What did he say?" "Never mind. He's a pig. But at least he's a pretty competent one." And then Mike, wanting to compliment his best friend in the whole wide world, says, "Captain Raynor is one of the most upright, moral men I've met since leaving Tarsonis." To which Kerrigan replies, "Yeah, he's that way on the surface. Everything's under real tight control. It's underneath that he's a pig. Like most people. Trust me on this." And Mike, not knowing what to say because he's talking to a telepath, just says, "Well, he has been under a lot of stress lately." In which Kerrigan laughs and says, "Yeah, well, who hasn't?" And as they're having this conversation, they get within sight of the Alpha Squadron command center. And Mike compares it to the last command center he saw, which was infested by Zerg, and how thankful he is that this structure does not appear to look like a shrunken apple, and that it's actually like up and running and just manned by Terran. So as they're making their way towards the command center, Raynor hits up Mike and asks for all of the reinforcements and Kerrigan to join him. And Kerrigan agrees. She's like, "Yeah, send them over to Raynor. I've got to get inside, and I can do that either with or without the support troops. They're just extra targets. Send them off. I'll catch up with you guys and follow when I can." So Mike orders the rest of the Marines to go meet up with Raynor, and Kerrigan, puts on her hood and gets ready, and then Mike is about to ask her something, and he sees her just touch her belt, and then boop, it says that she vanishes. No, not quite a vanish. There was a ripple around her. One that you could follow if you knew what to look for, and looked very hard. The guards at the front of the command center did not know what to look for, and were not looking hard enough. There was a burst of unseen canister fire, and the guards blew apart into a couple pieces each. Then an explosion at the main gates, which suddenly yawned wide. There was a silhouette among the smoke for a moment, a female figure with a large gun, and then she was gone, into the depths of the enemy command center. After Mike watches Kerrigan completely decimate these guys and, infiltrate the enemy base, he starts sneaking forward to catch up to Raynor and the rest of the men, and he just gets really jealous because he doesn't have any cloaking technology. And as he gets towards the entrance of the command center, he looks down at the dead Marines that Kerrigan just blew apart, and he's thinking about how they're wearing Alpha Squadron uniforms, and he kind of laments for a moment. And even though they're there to do a job, he tells himself internally that whatever happens, he doesn't want to see any of these Marines without their helmets off. Because remember, he traveled with the Alpha Squadron for 3 months. And these could be people that he knew, could be people he had fun with, that he particularly enjoyed. We know that Swallow's dead, and we know that he doesn't like Colonel Duke. But he met hundreds of people, at least hundreds of people, on board the NORAD too. And so he's just kind of really lamenting the fact that people he could have been friends with are now dying at the hands of his new friends. So he sneaks past the bodies and goes into the devastation of the command center, and he comments on how easy it is to know where Kerrigan had gone. He just followed the path of broken and bleeding corpses. Men and women in full combat rig had been tossed around like ragdolls, and now lay crumpled in pools of their own blood. And then this brings his memory also to Lieutenant Swallow, and that he was so sickened by the sight of Swallow after she had been ripped apart by the Zerg inside that claims office. And now, after just a short amount of time with the Sons of Korhal, he is very much getting used to the sight of dead bodies. And maybe now, for better or for worse, he has begun growing the necessary emotional armor to survive in a universe at war. He continues forward, so Mike continues on, and he finds a toppled Goliath walker that has Kerrigan's canister rifle jammed through the windshield. And the moment he gets into the next room, it says he was rewarded with the privilege of watching Sarah Kerrigan fight. It was blood poetry, war ballet. She had reached the center of the command center now, armed with a knife and a slug thrower. She would wink into existence, slit a throat, then wink out again. Marines would rush to that location, and she would appear a few feet away, firing a burst point blank into the helmet of her target, and then gone, and then back again, this time with a spinning kick that broke the neck of a bellowing officer. Mike brought up his weapon, but found that he could not fire. It was more than just a reluctance to take human life. He could not tell where she was at any one time, and through it all she moved with a cat-like grace and determination that shredded every opponent she encountered. And then he comments, she was very good with knives. More importantly, she was like the Protoss, glorious and deadly. So yeah, Mike is just standing in the doorway to the central room of the command center. He's just watching Kerrigan massacre all these guys. But only once everybody is dead does Kerrigan blink back in and stay visible, and she just collapses to her knees, absolutely exhausted. And so as she's like sitting there exhausted, Mike reaches for her to try and like comfort her, and he says that his hand never reached her, and the moment he gets close, without hesitation, Kerrigan spins around, grabs his wrist, twists it very violently, and brings a knife up to his throat. And only when the tip of the knife was inches from Mike's face did she realize that it was Mike Liberty, and her face was a mask of rage. Fear flooded into Mike's mind, and in an instant, he knew that she was aware of that fear. And then, she stumbles back a little bit and just says, "Don't do that! You're afraid of me!" And then she, drops the knife, and you can tell that that really stresses her out, because you can only imagine how much fear she feels from the people that she murders. Because she's very good. She's like one of the deadliest people in the Terran sector. And I mean, I can't even imagine the sort of terror that floods her mind from her victims. So having it happen with Mike, who she's, starting to develop a bit of a friendship with, is very hard on her. And then, but Mike, taking it in stride, because she just panicked and said, "You're afraid of me." He hesitates and then just says, "Yeah, you betcha." And she apologizes, says, "I'm sorry you had to see all this." And then he takes a deep breath and just says, "I just never visited you at work before. Don't worry, you rest for a moment. I've got to kick off a revolution." So Mike runs over to the comms desk, shoves a corpse onto the floor, because of course there's just like a dead person just bleeding out on the buttons and controls. And as he takes like a pre-recorded disc and enters it into a slot, he grabs the mic and broadcasts a general message across all channels. He says, "This is Michael Liberty, broadcasting from Antigua Prime, with a report that the Master Command Center for this world has been disabled by rebel forces. Repeat, the Master Command Center has been disabled. The power of the Confederacy has been interrupted, and there is a strong possibility that it can be shattered entirely if the people of Antigua rise up to take control of their own destiny. The Confederate Marines in charge of the command center are either dead or in full retreat. While rebel losses have been," and then he looks over at Kerrigan, who's just weeping because she just killed a bunch of people. "While rebel losses have been minimal, we have a message here from Arcturus Minsk, leader of the Sons of Korhal. Please stand by." And then he hits play on the disc and lets Minsk's message play out to everybody. And then after that, he walks away from the desk as the message begins broadcasting Minsk's sultry voice. He walks over to Kerrigan, who's now stopped crying, but she's still just shuddering. And he says, "It's okay. You got them all." And she says, I know I got them all. And as I killed each and every one of them, I knew what they were thinking. Fear, panic, hatred, hopelessness, breakfast. Breakfast? One of the techs had skipped breakfast, and he was really regretting not having had waffles. And then this makes her chuckle a little bit. He was about to have his throat slit, and he was worrying about waffles. Ugh, it sucks being a telepath. And then she kind of starts running her hand through her hair. And all Mike can say in response is, "Yeah, I'll bet." And he is very aware that he is still afraid of Kerrigan, and that she could slit him tip to toe in an instant before he could react. And of course, Kerrigan picks up on this. She says, "I know that you're afraid, and you can admit it. That makes you smarter than most. God, what I went through to become this. What the Confederates did to me. Do you know? I know that the Confederacy has a lot of deep holes to hide their secrets in. Deeper and blacker than I ever imagined. Ghost training was for an elite group of carefully controlled telepaths. And then Kerrigan nodded as he continues. Controlled through drugs and threats and brutality until they owned you, body and soul. They are no better than these Zerg creatures, creating warriors for a larger empire. We have no lives but the ones the Confederacy allows us, until we are no longer useful. And then we are discarded, lest we create future problems. Unless you escape. Or someone helps you escape. And then as he says it out loud, he realizes that, oh, maybe that's why Kerrigan is working for Minsk. She owed him her life. And then all he has to do is think it, and Kerrigan knows it. So she nods her head and says, yeah, there's more to it, but yes. And then as they're having a wonderful, tender moment, there's some heavy thudding footprints in the entrance of the command center's center area, and it's Raynor. He's like, are you children okay? And then Mike just says, we're done here. Center captured. Message delivered. And then Raynor replies, good, because we've got a chunk of Alpha Squadron coming up from the south, and we're going to need all the help we can get handling them. Is she okay? And then Kerrigan gets up. I'm fine. You can talk to me directly, you know. And then Raynor, still being a sassy bitch, says, maybe I'll just think it at you. And then Mike, you know, knows how much pressure Kerrigan is under, says, Jim, come on, man, that's enough. And then Raynor just, what? Like, he's just trying to have fun. And then Mike reiterates, that's enough. And then, taken aback, you know, because Mike is very serious right now, Raynor just nods and says, yeah, I suppose it is. And then he looks at Kerrigan and very honestly says, I'm sorry to offend, ma'am. To which she replies, I'm used to it, Captain. You said we had more Confederates to kill. Let's get a move on. And then she shoves her way past both Mike and Raynor. And then Raynor, being a man, shakes his head and just says, women. Oh, I'm Raynor. Women. But then Mike, you know, softens his tone a bit and says she's been under a lot of stress lately. And then with that, Raynor, Kerrigan, and Mike all leave the command center. And it says, above them in the darkening sky, there were other flashes of another battle. They danced across the sky like new stars, and ended only when a brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, splitting the screaming atmosphere in its wake. And that is the end of Chapter 9. So Chapter 10 is called The Wreck of the NORAD 2. And the NORAD 2 is one of my favorite missions in the Terran campaign. It was a very big turning point for me when I was a kid playing the game. All of a sudden having to rescue Colonel Duke, or General Duke at this point, but spoilers. Anyway, here's the Liberty Manifesto. There's an old Earth word. It's called schadenfreude. The feeling of elation that comes from learning of the suffering of others. Like when you hear that a rival newsman suddenly was caught cursing in front of a live mic. Or that a particularly corrupt alderman just stepped in front of a garbage truck. An elation accompanied by that twinge of guilt for feeling so good. And the quiet, fervent prayer that something that bad never happens to you. With the Protoss and the Zerg biting deep into Confederate territory, we had schadenfreude in buckets. So, at the start of Chapter 10, we have resolved the conflict on Antigua Prime. They've mopped up the Alpha Squadron units, and it says that while other men and women went to war, Mike returned to Minsk's base and monitored the flow of communications. And he starts describing how he just hears all of these different communications. Most of them were anomalous reports. There's several calls from civilians just asking for help from anyone on any side just to be rescued. Lots of reports of monsters suddenly appearing in the countryside, as well as rebels taking advantage of all the chaos. And constantly, more and more reports come in, more numerous by the hour. And this just further added to their beliefs that the Zerg were on Antigua. And once they're certain of it, Mike immediately feels dread in his heart. He says that a Zerg presence was as good as a cancer diagnosis, only much more fatal. And until they figured out how to defeat them, the Zerg would eat the planet alive. Or the Protoss would show up and through fatal chemotherapy would sterilize the planet to keep the Zerg from spreading. And then Mike thinks out loud and says, "But it doesn't work that way, does it? A few cells always seem to escape, and the cancer just keeps growing." And as he's sitting there with this fire and fury in his belly, there's a message that replaces that anger with amazement. And it absolutely just shatters Mike's current train of thought. "This is General Duke, calling from the Alpha Squadron flagship, NORAD 2. We've crash landed and are being hit hard by the Zerg. Request immediate backup from anyone receiving this signal. Repeat, this is a Priority 1 distress call. This is General Duke," and it's just a distress call that's on a loop. And then Mike mentions that he can hear other channels immediately pick up and ask for confirmation if it is in fact Duke. And Mike hears reports of Protoss in the area as well. A couple of their golden ships, but there's even reports of Protoss ground forces appearing. And there's a lot of noise, jumping around between the channels, but nothing that resembles an honest, solid offer to help General Duke. And Mike thinks to himself, he's finally cooked. Old Duke's goose is finally cooked. And then Raynor just immediately storms in and says, "Mike, come on, you're with me. Suit up, 10 minutes. And then Mike says, "What's going on?" And then Raynor's like, "You didn't hear the news in here?" And then Mike's like, "Well, yeah, the normal panic and despair, and oh, yeah, I heard Duke finally got promoted to general. Should we send him a fruit basket?" And, Raynor brushes it off, says, "That's funny, Newshound. Minx wants us to go in and rescue him. He thinks Duke would make a good ally." And then Mike just kind of sits there in bewilderment and says, "I'm hearing things, right?" And then Raynor hands him his helmet and says, "Come on, it's what I said." And then Mike is still just putting on the helmet. He's like, "And Minx wants me to go? It's news I can cover from here." And then Raynor says, "No, it's me. I want you to come along. That bastard locked me and my boys up. I'm going to want someone there who he's willing to talk to." Which Mike interjects with, "Did I mention the last time I talked to him, he had me forcibly ejected from his bridge?" Which is true, because he was yelling at Duke about how he needed to publish the right story because Duke was obviously hiding things about the Protoss and the Zerg. To which Raynor replies with a laugh, "It's come up, but at least I'm sure you're not going to shoot him right away," which Raynor might. And then Mike looks down. He still hasn't put his helmet on. And he starts following Raynor, and he just says, "Oh, man. Oh, I really want a cigarette." And then Raynor hears him and says, well, maybe you can bum one off old Duke." And then Mike, ignoring it, just says, "Oh, does Kerrigan know about this?" Yeah, she does. "And she thinks it's a good idea?" "Actually, she's the one who called Minx crazy. So you two finally agreed on something. I'm amazed." And then Raynor's like, yeah, I guess we did." So as they get to where the rest of the troops are, Mike comments that Minx has been rallying his troops under a banner, and they're now ready to barrel across the flats, along with, and they're now ready to barrel across the flats of Antigua Prime. Their forces have been boosted considerably, because they have the Sons of Korhal, all of the Antiguan rebels, and there's even been some Confederate stragglers who abandoned their ties to the Confederacy, but were able to keep their weapons and pledge their loyalty to Minsk. It says that Raynor rode at the left side of the flank with a flight of Vulture hovercycles, so he's got a little biker gang going with him, and overhead there's a bunch of A-17 Wraiths that are just, flying through the sky, getting ready to take down some aerial units, and Goliaths are marching as well. They mobilized quite a force to go save the NORAD too. And it says almost immediately they were met with resistance from Zerglings and Hydralisks, spattered on all sides, like bugs on a windshield. And the air was filled with both the organic cannons, now known as Mutalisks, and creatures that looked like jellyfish brains with lobster claws. So those are the overlords. So yeah, they're trying to make their way to the NORAD 2. Obviously this is mission number 6, I believe, in the campaign. And yeah, you just have to punch through the bases, the 2 Zerg bases, to get to the NORAD 2. It says that through the constant fighting, they plowed through the Zerg forces, routing some, eliminating others, and a group of Zerglings erupted from the ground and took out a full unit of Marines before the Vultures arrived and laid down a blanket of withering fire. The Zerg would fall back, and then return in greater numbers, and then fall back again. Mike relates it to, it's as if they're fighting against the sea. The waves beating back, but it was all just an illusion, because the tide would come in, and it would return with greater force. Mike just knows in his heart that Antigua Prime is doomed now, and that it's going to suffer the same fate as Chowsara and Marsara, and be absolutely decimated by the Protoss. And as they repeatedly push the Zerg line back, Mike comments that at one moment it stiffened for one last second and then broke again, and the humans were through, heading for the uplands where the NORAD 2 went down. So at one glance, Mike can tell that the NORAD 2 will never fly again. The engines are just absolutely destroyed and mangled. The landing struts have been ripped off and are mired in the mud. The ship's forward bridge just kind of is hanging off like it's broken. And there's just nothing but devastation all around the structure. So Mike and Raynor both are driving Vultures. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. But they drive around the starship until Mike is like, there, right there, we can get in that way. And the moment they get on board, since Mike is incredibly familiar with the starship, he begins leading Raynor towards the bridge. And it says that it was as if Duke had never left the bridge. The silver-backed gorilla was still hunched over his station in his armored hide. The only change was the number of screens around him that showed nothing but static, and a cascade of fiber optic cables draped along one bulkhead. He turned to the newcomers and scowled. "You're about the last folks I expected to show up." "Yeah, we love you too, General," said Mike. And then he pushes his way up and punches in a communication code from Minx's base. "What's this all about?" And then Minx says, "It's a word from our sponsor. It feels like years since I last said that. Does anybody in here have a cigarette?" As he's saying to Duke and the rest of the people on the bridge. Then it says on the main screen there's a static, scarred form of Arcturus Minx that begins to come into focus. And then he didn't think it was possible, but Duke's already nasty scowl gets even deeper, because he immediately knows who Minsk is. They have a bit of a history. So he says, "What's your angle here, Minsk?" And then Raynor immediately just like put off. It's like, "Our angle? I'll give you an angle, you slimy Confederate piece of..." And then Mike, "Easy, Jim." Which is not how it goes in the game. It's Minsk that cuts off Raynor, but here it's Mike. And then Minsk cuts in after Mike calms down Raynor. It says, "In case you haven't noticed, the Confederacy is falling apart, Duke. Its colonies are in open revolt. The Zerg are rampaging unchecked. What would have happened here today if we hadn't showed up?" "Your point?" "I'm giving you a choice. You can go back to the Confederacy and lose, or you can join us, and you can help save our entire race from being overrun by the Zerg." "You expect me to answer that? I don't think it's a difficult question. I'm a general, for God's sakes." And then Mike, interjects. He's like, "Oh yeah? Congratulations on the promotion. Shall we put it on your tombstone?" And then Minsk cuts him off on screen. "Michael, please. Duke, you're a general without an army. I'm offering you a position on my staff, in my cabinet, not just some backwater post where they shelved you before the war." "I don't know." Mike says that he's wavering a little bit, but Mike already knows that this means that Minsk has his hook in Duke, and he just doesn't know it yet. "Don't test my patience, Edmund." And then there's like explosions in the background because they're still battling the Zerg outside. And then Duke, takes a deep breath for a moment, and then finally, "All right, Minsk, you've got a deal. You've made the right choice, General Duke." "Captain Raynor." And then Raynor, "Yes, sir." Because he hates Duke. So he's, "Yes, sir. Escort the General's supporters and equipment to a safe location." And as Minsk is giving this order, Duke begins programming the NORAD 2's self-destruct sequence. And in about 20 minutes, the whole ship is just going to go nuclear. So they got to get a good distance away. And then it immediately cuts to the aftermath. They're back at Minsk's communications center. It says that with the explosion of the NORAD 2, there had been a lull in the fighting now. The Confederate troops, including the nearly resocialized ones, had switched sides easily with official permission. And now the only enemies to deal with were the Zerg and the Protoss. But the only downside is that there was no shortage of these enemies. They were only showing up in more and more numbers. So Mike wraps up his report on the NORAD 2 and shoots it into into the internet, whatever the internet looks like in the Caprilu sector. Mike just sends it out there and then hopes that it gets published. And then he reflects. It says he leans back and he runs his hand through his hair. And unfortunately, his hair felt thinner than it did before. So maybe all this stress is finally getting to Mike. And while he's sitting there, a pack of cigarettes, slightly crushed, drops onto the console in front of him, followed by a foil container of matches. And it's Raynor. And he says, one of the crew of the NORAD says, you're even now. And then Mike, without dropping a beat, says, yes, excellent, and then just lights a smoke immediately. And then Raynor just says, oh, are you sending another report to nowhere? Because, you know, Mike's stuff isn't getting published. And Mike replies, oh, I thought Kerrigan was the mind reader. But yeah, old habits die hard. Though I have the fantasy that someone finds these reports years later and appreciates all the sacrifices of the men and women against these things, and all the stupidity as well. So Raynor sits down next to Mike as he lights his cigarette, and he says, unlikely. Like Minx says, the victors write the histories. Losing memoirs are deleted, like yesterday's data. And then Mike takes a big old drag of the cigarette and ugh! Like he coughs and makes a nasty face. Says, oh god, what did they marinate this cigarette in? Cat urine? And then Raynor's like, sorry man, it's the best I could find given our circumstances. It's the story of our lives. And Mike, yeah, you betcha. Speaking of the Uber Minsk, how did you talk with Arcturus go? Oh, I told him that Duke was a snake. And then Raynor sighs. And he replied that he was our snake, right? And then Raynor shook his head, agreeing with Mike, but also, you know, all of this. And then he goes on, he says, I believe in Minsk's cause, though the Confederacy has to go. And he did get me out of the stir, but, man, some of the deals he's making, some of the things he's asking us to do. And then Mike, you know, cuts him off. He says, don't go following causes. They'll just break your heart. When idealism meets reality, it's rarely reality that backs down. I've seen more good government types turn into political hacks than I've seen Zerglings. And I've seen a lot of Zerglings. So it says that there's a silence between the two men. And in the background, you know, you still hear comm units going off about Mutalisks and Wraiths and Goliaths and Hydralisks and all the battle with the Zerg that's going on. And it's just always about death. They're always speaking incessantly about death. And then Raynor chimes in, did I tell you I was married once? And then it says, the chasm of personal interaction yawned wide and deep at Mike's feet. And he just kind of is like, oh. It hasn't come up yet. And as he says this, he hopes that Raynor just doesn't ask him to talk about his own personal life, because Mike is not ready to share. But he says, I was married. I had a kid. He was gifted, they said. And then Mike says, oh, I heard the quotation marks around that. Gifted like in ghost material? Psionic powers? Telepathic? Uh-huh. Sent him off to a special school. Government scholarship. A few months later, we got a letter. There had been an incident at the school. And then Mike talks about how he has heard of these letters and these incidents before. They're unfortunately as common as grass when dealing with telepaths. Another of the Confederacy's dirty little secrets, rarely broadcast. And so Mike just says, I'm sorry, man. Because at that point, that's all you could really say. Then Raynor continues on. Yeah, Liddy never recovered. She just sort of wasted away. And that winter, she went down with the flu. And afterwards, I threw myself into work. Found out I liked working alone. It's an easy trap to fall into, hiding in your work. And then as Mike says this, he looks over at the transmission button that he pressed to send his news report into space that no one's going to publish. Anyway, Raynor said, I wanted you to know. You may have thought that I was being hard on Kerrigan for being a telepath. And maybe I was. But I have my reasons. And then Mike replies, she's got her own problems, you know, like everyone else. And like no one you've ever met. You might want to cut her a little slack. Yeah, but it's kind of hard when she knows what you're really thinking. And then Mike continues. Yeah, but Kerrigan seems like a good soldier. She may be wound a little tight, that's all. And then Raynor. I think she's dangerous. Dangerous to the troops around her, dangerous to Minsk, and dangerous to herself. Unsure how to continue after that, Mike shrugs and once again reiterates, yeah, well, she's had a tough life. And then Raynor, comparatively, and we've had it easy so far, Then Mike continues, all the more reason to keep an eye on her. Watch her back. Whether she knows it or not, though she probably will. We all need guardian angels. So then they kind of, there's a pause for a moment between the two of them, and they shift their conversation to questions of what worlds were in rebellion and what effect Duke's defection is going to have on the Confederacy and if it might rally more people to their cause. And then finally Raynor gets up and takes his leave and abandons Mike to the soft urgency of the communications room. And Mike looks at his half-empty pack of cigarettes, the taste of the first one, that strong cat urine flavor still pungent in his mouth, and says, hell, I guess around here you can learn to tolerate just about anything, as he goes to light up another cat pee cigarette. And that's the end of chapter 10. So chapter 11 is called Chess, and I will go ahead and read you the Liberty Manifesto. I played chess with Arcturus Minsk. I lost regularly, by the way. Someday I'll probably be dragged before some high justice and told that this was a crime against the state, but I will have no defense, other than losing more times than I won. More often than not, Minsk would dangle some bait in front of me in a game, and I would snap at it, only to discover too late that I'd been distracted from the trap he was setting. The entire human campaign against the Zerg was similar, consisting of a series of defeats, each one more galling than the last because each time we ignored what was really going on. Our first warning that the Zerg were planetside came usually too late, when the creep arrived at our doorsteps or the Protoss warped in with the Thunder God ships. We thought we could escape it. Some of us, including Minsk himself, thought we could control it, but we were all pawns in a greater game. No, not pawns. Dominoes. Dominoes. Each falling in turn, planet after planet, person after person, until we reached the biggest domino of them all, the one called Tarsonis. So at the start of this chapter, as we'll get to it in a sec, we find Mike and Minsk. They are hanging out, being chums, just shooting the shit, and they are playing chess, just as the name of the chapter implies. Our first words in the chapter are by Minsk talking to Mike, and he says, "The comparison has been made between war and chess." And as he's doing this, he, moves some pieces to threaten Mike, and Mike replies, "Well, you're very good at both." Something in this chapter that I noticed is at this point, Mike has had the veil pulled off of him as to the kind of monster that Minsk is going to end up becoming. And he begins to refer to Minsk in the text between the words, so like not to his face but in his mind. He begins to refer to Minsk as the terrorist. So he says, "You're very good at both," and then it says, "Actually, I find the comparison to be false," said the terrorist. And then he moves a piece. Checkmate, by the way. And then, Mike just kind of looks at the board and then realizes he fell for another one of Minsk's tricks. And they're listening to some old classic tunes, and then they talk about where they're located. They're on the Hyperion, and they're in some small hidden hangar on Antigua Prime, because remember, we had the revolution of Antigua Prime revolting against the Confederacy, and then shortly after, the NORAD 2 was shot down by Zerg, and then Duke was rescued on Antigua Prime, so they're still there. They're just waiting. And then Mike is talking about how Duke was off reorganizing some rebel troops into something more Confederate in nature, like he's trying to get them more organized and trained and ready up. And Raynor was trying to keep Duke in control to make sure that nothing bad happened, because you can't really trust Duke. And then he's like, and I have no idea where Kerrigan is, but that's normal for Kerrigan. And then Mike breaks his train of thought and says, "Chess is not like war? Once, perhaps, it was. On old Earth, back in the mists of time. Two equal opponents with equal forces on a level playing field. And that's not the case anymore?" "Hardly," said the terrorist. And then, warming to his own discussion, because, he loves to just talk. First, the opponents are hardly ever truly even. The Confederacy of Man had Apocalypse-class missiles, and my homeworld did not. The Confederacy played that card until Core Hall 4 was a blackened glass sphere hanging in space. Hardly even. Similarly, our little rebellion seemed at first to be undermanned and underfunded, but with each new revolt, the Confederacy loses more of its will to fight. It is ancient and rotten, and all it needs is a good push to cave it in. You don't see that in chess. Second, is the idea of equal forces. I mentioned the missiles. So effective in my father's time, yet mere pinpricks in the light of the forces being wielded today. Forces continue to evolve. Nukes, telepaths, now Zerg being raised by the Confederacy. And then Mike interrupts. War is supposed to increase development. Yes, but most people use the guns and armor analogy. One side gets a better gun, the other side gets better armor, which inspires a still better gun, and so on and so forth. The truth is that a better gun inspires a chemical counterweapon, which then inspires a telepathic strike, which then brings about an artificial intelligence guiding the weapon. The pressure of war does bring about growth, but it is never the neat, linear growth that you learn about in the classroom, or read about in the papers, and then that little jest makes Minsk smile. That's hard to say. Third is the idea of a level playing field. The chessboard is limited to an 8x8 grid. There is nothing beyond this little universe. No ninth rank. No green pieces that suddenly sweep onto the board to attack both black and white. No pawns that suddenly become bishops. And then Mike again interjects, a pawn can become a queen, but only by advancing through all the spaces of its row, under fire the entire time. It doesn't suddenly blossom into a queen by its own volition. No, chess is nothing like war, which is one of the reasons I play it. It's so much simpler than real life. And then, after he's done with this, Mike is just awestruck by Minsk's ability to warp reality around himself. It's always about the horrors of Core Hall and everything that Minsk can do to save humanity. And as he's thinking this, he brings up a statement. You think that the Confederacy is going to be able to come up with a weapon against these latest attacks? Against the Protoss and the Zerg? And which Minsk replies, unlikely, though they are pulling out all the stops, doing what they do best right now. Propaganda and silencing those who speak out. Those are their best weapons, and they have never hesitated to use them before. But they're just throwing spitwads at a bull elephant that's bearing down on them. Hang on, I've got something here I wanted to show you. And then Minsk starts, pushing a bunch of buttons on a panel. And while he's doing this, Mike just kind of, ruminates for a second. It's like, I thought you once said that the Confederacy was breeding the Zerg. Doesn't that make the Zerg their weapons? And as Minsk is still, he's not looking at Mike, but as he's still pushing buttons, he's like, originally I thought so as well. And though I may be incorrect in the assumption, as far as our propaganda is concerned, that's our story, and we're sticking to it. Nothing undermines faith in the government more than realizing that they've been developing deadly alien menaces in their spare time. But the truth really is, says Mike, because he wants to know more, the truth is as malleable as ever. Yes, the Confederacy has been studying the Zerg for years, and the ones in the Sara system were deliberately brought there by Confederate agents. Yes, they were a big weapons test, but no, they didn't create the Zerg. No, they had a much worse plan in mind. It was on those discs that you and Raynor brought back from the Jacobs installation. Here we go. You'll appreciate this. So, before I continue, I am working on the Zerg prologue, which will come out hopefully in a week, half a week or so. And this is the first big contradiction that I've seen to prologue material. He says that Confederate agents brought the Zerg to the Sara system, and as you guys will find out if you watch the Zerg prologue, is the Zerg came to Terran space completely on their own. They were lured there because they felt the emanations of the Protoss, who they were hunting for a long time. And then as they started to get close to Protoss space, they discovered the Terrans. And there's another bit in here that I'll talk about when I get to it. But the Zerg wanted to test the Terran's ability to defend itself because it knew that the Terrans were a young species as opposed to the Zerg and the Protoss, and it could sense like a latent psionic potential in humanity. So it tested the waters. Like it only sent like its light forces out. It didn't send its full legions of the swarm. So that is false. This is false. The Zerg definitely came to the Sara system on their own. They sent in spores and began seeding the planets with, you know, drones, larvae, Zerglings, Hydralisks. They did that all on their own. But the Confederacy were studying them profusely the moment they could, because they did pick up on the Zerg strain the moment it like entered Terran space. And so while they didn't bring the Zerg to the Sara system, they did recognize they were on the planets and began studying them immediately. So anyway, Minsk says, here we go, you'll appreciate this. And he's hitting more buttons, and then a spring, like a screen springs up, and it's a video monitor. And on the monitor, there's the familiar UNN logo, the Universe News Network that Mike works for. And it's obvious they're on Antigua Prime. And then there's like a person that kind of looks familiar, and all of a sudden he starts talking, and the person on the blurry video says, "This is Michael Liberty, reporting from Antigua Prime." And then this takes Mike back because that was his voice, and, you know, part of his transmission, but this was footage that he never recorded or saw. And so as the camera continues to pan, Mike is looking at it, and it does look like him, only it's like slightly off. You know, maybe something happened, or maybe it's a problem with the video. And while Mike is, you know, taking it all in, this version of himself starts talking and says, "This reporter has just escaped captivity at the hands of the infamous terrorist Arcturus Minsk. I was captured on Marsara by the rebels shortly before the reptilian Protoss destroyed the planet, and have only made it to safety now." And then Mike is like, "That's not me." And Minsk says, "I know. And the Protoss aren't reptiles, as far as we know, but keep watching." And then the video goes on. "During my captivity, I learned that Minsk and the Sons of Korhal are in control of powerful mind control drugs, which they have been using freely on the populace. Hundreds have died as a result of indiscriminate spraying, which can only be described as chemical attacks against innocent civilians. Others have been warped into strange mutagenic shapes as a result of side effects of these drugs." And this makes Minsk just kind of, like, he chortles a little bit. And then it continues. "Minsk sent a saboteur aboard the NORAD-2 and exposed the crew to a virulent toxin. The result was the recent crash of that ship. Agents of the Sons of Korhal captured those affected by the mind control drugs and left the rest to die at the hands of their Zerg allies." And then Mike is, you know, he's on the edge of his seat. "Zerg allies? Who's writing this crap?" And then Minsk, you know, also enjoying it. "It is much of muchness, laying it on a bit thick and all." And the video goes on. "I believe that General Edmund Duke, scion of the Duke family of Tarsonis, has fallen prey to these mind control devices, and now has been reduced to a mentally reprogrammed zombie in the service of the terrorists. In this way, Minsk and his inhuman allies hope to confuse the brave warriors of the Confederacy and cause them to lose faith in their leaders." And Mike, recognizing that line, he said, "Brave warriors of the..." What? I used that line in a filler piece I did on the NORAD too. And the bit about virulent toxins, that rings another bell. Which Minsk brings up, "Yes, groundwater pollutions outside of a middle school. It was one of your better early pieces, if I remember right." And then the video goes on. "Only by eternal vigilance can we root out such terrorists," says Minsk and his mind-controlled minions. "As I speak, a massive Confederate blockade is surrounding Antigua Prime, and the terrorists should be destroyed within a few days. This is Michael Daniel Liberty for UNN." And then they cut the transmission. And then Mike just like jumps up. He's like, "Can you believe that? That wasn't me." And then Mink says, well, I hope not. You seem like such a rational and truthful reporter most of the time. And Mike is still confused. He's like, what did they do? You've never been edited before? Well, of course. I mean, for time, or if the facts couldn't be confirmed, or the legal department had a problem, or a sponsor raised a stink. I mean, I've had things cut before, and sometimes they've slid in images that took the tone of the story in a different route. But this is, it's a lie? It's a fabrication. Indeed. Clipped together from bits of previous reporting, using another actor as a stand-in, a shuffling of pixels. Mind you, it's easy enough on a flat screen. Damned impossible with a true hologram. That's why I prefer the latter, you know. This is just enough to fool someone just catching the news, to remind them that you're alive and well, and fighting the good fight for UNN and the Confederacy. But my reports, grist that they took apart and reassembled as they saw fit. And then Mike kind of just like falls back and thinks, oh, I'm gonna kill Handy Anderson, the sex move. Your Anderson may already be dead, I'm afraid, if he's as devoted a reporter as you. And then Mike just kind of like, he snorts. Or he may be acquiescing to the current power structure, though he knows it's a horrible idea. Maybe that's why the toxic poisons line is in there. A bit of internal sabotage. A desperate cry for help. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of sense. Why would mind control drugs be poisons? Of course, it did let them lift an entire sentence verbatim. Yeah, and that's a shortcut Handy Anderson, the sex move, would take. I just wanted you to know that your own network has turned its back on you. I didn't want you to find out at a bad time, like on the battlefield, for example. And then as he says this, he refills Mike's brandy glass, because, you know, they have those glasses that they drink out of while they play chess and talk and ruminate. But why this, says Mike. And then this is one of my favorite lines in the whole book. Propaganda is a weapon that the Confederacy wields best, and wields heaviest. It is their hammer. And when all you have is a hammer, everything else looks like a nail. You'd think they'd have a better weapon than a reporter to throw at you. What happened to all their Zerg research? The material that we got out of that installation? Ah, well, yes. And then Manx goes back to his board and starts hitting more buttons. The Jacob's Disc. I'm glad you remembered that. It shows that my mind control drugs have not had a complete effect on you. Don't look at it that way. It was meant as a joke. And then Mike, unhumored. I'm a little sensitive about that right now. It'll pass. I expected weapons data, something to keep them ahead of the technological curve. Instead, I found something much more interesting. Here we go. You know about ghosts, of course. And then Mike thinks about Kerrigan and all the killing she's had to do and the merciless training that she's been put under through the Confederacy, and he thinks about Raynor's kid a little bit. And then he goes on. Telepathic warriors, a specialty of the Confederates, and an example of your technological curve. An interesting example, if I may digress. The original inhabitants of the colony ships were Earth people, but the long voyage apparently put a twist in their genetic code, enough to bring out more psionic abilities than were common in the original Terran populace. An interesting happenstance. Okay, so this is that other thing I was talking about in the prologue. That is also not true. The humans that were sent from Earth by Doran Ruth to, I can't remember the name of the other planet that they were originally going to, but they put people who were starting to show signs of genetic mutation, like psionic abilities. They put them on the ship to get them out of there, because at this point, because for a while there was like augmentations done, like genetic or cybernetic augmentations done to certain people that like elected for it. Then after that period of time, humanity sort of like came together and they were like, no, this isn't right, and they like got all these people out. And so it's not that humanity was altered when they were sent to the Caprulu sector, but it's that they were sent there because they were showing signs of being altered. Because, I mean, in Brood War, when the UED shows up, they have their own ghosts. Like, they have psionic warriors. So, anyway, Yeah, that's false. I think we've both gotten to the point where we don't believe in happenstance, as Mike, downs some of his brandy. And then Manx gives a good-natured shrug and goes, by design or accident, the humans of what would become the Confederacy tended towards psychic abilities. Again, through design or accident, we found this out and created the ghosts. Superior assassins with mind-reading powers. It's a horrible process. Only a few children make it out of the process in any usable state. And, until recently, the Confederates' control over them seemed unbreakable. What about Lieutenant Sarah Kerrigan? How did you break their control over her? Oh, that's a case where one side gets better armor and the other side gets a better gun. And suffice it to say that the control over her was broken. And broken in such a way that she was left amazingly intact and generally useful. And grateful, Mike says. And grateful. And she has appeared often enough that the Confederates are in a tizzy about it. Because Kerrigan was like one of their premier ghosts, and then all of a sudden she defected. Which suits you just fine, said Mike. But you were busy digressing. Yes, now we get to the Jacob's disc. It turns out that our pestilent friends, the Zerg, are attuned to psychic emanations. Apparently the wavelengths that the ghosts function on are similar to those that the higher-level Zerg use to control the lesser ones, so they can zero in on them at close range. How close? Well, for a normal telepath, very, very close. Tens of yards at best. By that time, a hydralisk can smell them anyway. But that's part of the technology the Confederates have used in their tower defenses and other anti-ghost detectors. Guns and armor. Can the ghosts read Zerg minds like they do humans? It's much more painful. And yes, the Confederates tried. They came away with the idea that the Zerg are an ultimate evolutionary success story. Everything is either genetic material for their creations, or meat to be fed to their children. They operate off a hierarchy of hive minds, each greater than the ones below it, growing up to a near planetary consciousness. Sounds appealing. And hearing all this, Mike just starts drinking even more brandy. It's nasty. And the Protoss are as bad. Mind you, this is all from the Zerg viewpoint that's recorded on the discs, but the Protoss are the ultimate genetic purists. They see themselves as the judges of the universe, eradicating any life that gets out of hand and does not meet their standard of perfection. Great, so we have genetic survivors versus genetic xenophobes. A match made in hell. Very much so. So the Confederates discover the Zerg and discover the telepathic attraction. They want more Zerg available. More? Why in the name of God would they want more? The non-linear nature of war, son. They were looking for a weapon with all the advantages of nukes and none of the downside, like radiation or bad press. The Zerg were perfect. They were ugly, buggy aliens that the Confederates could unleash on anyone, and then come in afterwards and eliminate. A pocket plague of monsters. Yeah, and you said you thought that they were breeding them. And I was wrong about that. Breeding them is much more complex than just capturing a bunch of Zerglings and putting them in the same cage. So they needed to lure more into their traps. And that's where the telepaths came in. But the telepaths only have very limited range. Yes, and so they worked on improving that range. What you pulled out of the Jacobs installation was the plans for a transplanar psionic waveform emitter. Nice name. And fairly self-descriptive. With it, they could boost the power of a telepath and make it an interplanetary beacon for the Zerg, drawing them in like moths to a lantern. And then Mike's just kind of quiet for a moment as he realizes the Sara system. Exactly. That's what I mean when I say they were using those planets as a testing ground for their weapons. They brought the Zerg to Sara, and the Protoss came after them. But they brought more than just a couple Zerglings. They brought the whole Zerg ecosystem and power structures into play, which they didn't expect. And now the Zerg are moving from system to system at will, directing their own intelligence, intent on either transforming humanity or consuming it. So you know how to defeat them? Other than blasting each and every one of them into bits and burning their nests? No. But I do know how to send them in the direction I want them to go. And then Mike is probably a little... he says, how does that help? And then wondering if the brandy has just made him stupid, because he can't think. And then Minx goes on. There was one piece of truth in that news report your doppelganger delivered. There is a serious blockade forming around Antigua Prime. The Confederates are hoping to keep us penned up until either the Zerg or the Protoss destroy us. And we're just sitting here? No, I'm already doing something. We built an emitter, based on the plans that you liberated. We're going to take it into the heart of Confederate territory and set it off. Every Zerg from as far as 10 light years is going to come here. They're going to fall among the blockaders like falcons on doves. The crash of the NORAD 2 will be a simple fender bender in comparison. But the emitter will only amplify. You need a telepath to... Oh god, Kerrigan. You're going to use Kerrigan to bring in the Zerg. Very good. You can't do that. You want her to break into a Confederate camp? They'll have detectors. She'll never make it. I have a high degree of confidence in the lieutenant. You can't do that, Mike goes on. You have your tense wrong. I gave the orders for the operation before we sat down for our first game. The good lieutenant should be picking up the emitter in the shops below right about now. If you hurry, you can catch up with her. And then Mike just kind of curses under his breath and then jumps and gets out of there. And then as he's getting out the door, Minx shouts behind him, and wish her luck from me. And then he finally picks up his sniffer, because he never drinks brandy around Mike for some reason. It never says that he drinks, but now that Mike's left the room and Minx feels victorious in that little verbal battle, he looks at the fake Mike on the screen and then gives him a toast and then drinks. So chapter 12 is called Belly of the Beast. And I will go ahead and read the Liberty Manifesto. Aliens were pressing in on human space, and the humans reacted by turning on one another. I can only imagine what the Zerg and the Protoss thought as they landed on planets that consisted of nothing but rebels and Confederates wailing the tar out of each other. They probably thought it was the normal behavior pattern for our race, and I suppose they would be right. Minsk's successes, spread in part by bootleg copies of my own reports, sparked dozens of brushfire wars. Every crank with a gripe took up arms against the ancient Confederate regime. The Confederacy in turn reacted as it always had to armed dissent, with harsher and harsher oppression that in turn spawned other revolts. And through it all, the Zerg were infiltrating more planets, and the Protoss were turning them to dead lumps. The humans didn't have so many worlds that they could afford to lose them at this clip. If the two sides had been thinking, they would have joined forces to fight the true menace. I think everybody was so busy planning and fighting that no one really had time to think. So this picks up like almost immediately after the end of chapter 11. Mike is in the landing bay and shouts immediately to Kerrigan, Kerrigan! And then she like looks up and, Liberty? I'm just heading out. And then Mike is like, oh, ride shotgun? Because he wants to go with her. Look, normally I'd... And then she kind of looks at Mike, immediately reads his mind and knows that he's going to come with. And then just like shrugs. It's your funeral. I'll need someone to lug the gear anyway. Come on. And they hop on a vulture bike and get out of there. So as they're leaving the bay, Mike is talking about the landscape of Antigua Prime and how it's suffered under relentless assault. The sky is darker now from the smoke of continuous pyres, and the great bloated figure of the world's gas giant just kind of hung above in the sky like a sorrowful god. And then in the distance they can hear siege tank artillery fire, or arclight fire. And they didn't know if it was the Sons of Korhal or if the Confederacy. They just knew that there was battles everywhere. They passed by bunkers that were cracked open like eggshells. There's broken weapons and shattered men. And as they're going, the thunder grew louder and louder. And then Liberty realizes that they are heading right into the heart of the storm. And then Kerrigan breaks the silence. We've got siege tanks and Goliaths. They're trying to punch a hole in their lines. We slipped through and into Confederate territory. Regret coming now? Maybe a little. Mike knew that, no matter what he says, Kerrigan will read his mind before he says it. So Minsk gave you the whole song and dance, and then as Mike frowned, then she continues, and got you to come along? Check my mental replay again, Lieutenant. Minsk never asked me to go. He doesn't have to. He knows the buttons to press on people. Probably he felt that if he ordered you to come help, you'd probably just dump him then and there. Well, he's probably right. He usually is. That's why it's probably a good idea you're along. And then as they're driving, because, they're just making small talk, the boulders in front of them just explode. And Kerrigan, being surprised, says, that shouldn't happen. Our siege tanks know we're coming this way. Did Duke screw up his artillery spotting on purpose, or... And then as she's, talking out loud, Mike hears, the whistling of more incoming fire and just starts shouting, it's them! It's their tanks! They've broken through our lines! And then... immediately as he's saying this, Kerrigan veers the vulture to the side to take him out of the way because they can see Confederate forces coming. It's bumpy and jostling him around. Mike's trying to say, it's a bit, and then she says, sorry for the rough ride, just hang on. And then Mike thinks, to himself, next time just let me finish my damn sentence. And then as he's thinking this, Kerrigan just kind of shrugs, because he's hanging out behind her. As they keep going, Mike comments how they must have a spotter, because all the enemy fire is tracking them mercilessly. And as they go into a canyon, Kerrigan tries to lose them, but there's a couple of wraiths that come in overhead and start firing their burst lasers, and they're herding them down this canyon. And Kerrigan even says, they're herding us, but to where? And as they continue on, Mike notices that the ground starts changing, and then he gets terrified. It's creep! They're herding us into Zerg territory! And then the moment this happens, Kerrigan tries to brake on the vulture, but the transducer coils aren't able to get traction on the Zerg creep, so they just kind of fishtail and then crash. And then as they crash, the ground opens up beneath them and they tumble into darkness. And then, sometime later, Mike, wakes up a little bit and hears Kerrigan's voice, and she calls out, Liberty! And then he just says, Erg, was the best Mike could reply. And he knew that she could read his mind, so just make a sound. She'll know he's okay. Is the psi emitter all right? Oh yeah, I cushioned its fall with my body. And as he gets up, he notices that all around they're surrounded by creep. And there's a jagged hole in the ceiling from where they fell through. But as he's looking up, he can see the creep restitching itself closed, because it's healing. It's a thick web. Mike spits out blood, but then he's like, oh, I just bit the inside of my cheek. I'm not actually injured or anything. That's good. They get their stuff that was salvageable, and as they're heading out, Mike is like, I feel okay. I just know that I'll have bruises tomorrow. And then he thinks, if I'm lucky. And then Kerrigan interjects, you mean if we're both lucky? And she was already heading out of the chamber. She had her canister rifle ready. And then since Mike can't read her mind, he asks her, he said, are you all right? And she says, not bad. I landed on my pride, which is, I'm afraid, a lost cause. Had to shoot it, put it out of its misery. We're patsies. Fools, mooks, rubes. And then Mike interjects, no one expected the Confederates to use the terrain and situation to their advantage? Exactly, which is why we're patsies. They came out to meet our attack and then flushed us into the one place we don't want to be. This would be easier if you let me finish your sentences? Sorry, nervous habit right now. You're practically broadcasting your fear, and that's irritating me. And then Mike thinks to himself, yeah, anybody wouldn't be afraid in this situation. And as they walk past the remains of the vulture, Kerrigan just says, the bike is shot. And Mike sees that it's twisted and contorted in multiple places on the frame. So he knows that they have to get out on foot. And then Kerrigan, there's a split in the hallways, and Kerrigan points down one way and says, this way. Any clue why? No, but something large and foul thinking is in the other direction. You get to carry the emitter. And so Mike, rehoisters the emitter and follows after her. And then after a few minutes, Kerrigan just says out loud, it's a feedback loop. Stop doing that. But it is. Your fear is sent to me, and I'm in turn taking it out on you, which increases your anger. And then she pauses for a moment, ruminating over the situation they're in. Something's real strange here, and wrong. I can handle this kind of thing normally, most of the time. And then Mike thinks about how the Zergs are connected to telepaths, and then immediately knows that Kerrigan read his thoughts. Yeah, I know. Raynor already gave me a brief about it at the briefing with Arcturus. Thank you very much. It does explain the Confederacy's interest in telepaths, and also there have been a lot of MIAs among the Confederate telepaths. Even outside the ghost units, I hear things. You think the Zerg are collecting their own telepath subjects? And for the first time in a while, Kerrigan actually let him finish his sentence. Uh-huh. Oh, hang on. Something's up ahead. They come into a chamber, and there is something hanging across the passageway like a great spider. Kerrigan shines her light on it, and it says that there is a great eye, human in appearance, and its pupil contracting under the harshness of the wrist light. And what I think this is, because this isn't like an actual Zerg unit, in the Zerg campaign, at least in Starcraft 1 and Brood War, whenever the Overmind is talking, he takes on the appearance of a large eye. And we know that that is not what the Overmind looks like. We know it's a giant monolithic beast with like big like flesh spires and stuff that come off of it. But also in the same vein as like when the Terran campaign is going on and you see the adjutant, like the mechanical like AI figure that controls your structures and whatnot. I think this is more of a representation of that. Like this giant eye isn't the Overmind, but it's more of the just like they call it a detector or like an observer, sorry, a sentry. And I think that's exactly what it is. Like it's just kind of like just watching, you know, and then if it sees anything it would relay the information. Anyway, they see the great eye, and Kerrigan blows it up. She shoots it, it screeches, and it shatters like glass, and it blew apart, and muscular strands of its web peeled back toward the wall like broken rubber bands. Mike starts to panic a little bit, and Kerrigan says that it was just a sentry thing, and as Mike is feeling fear rise up, he remembers what Kerrigan said about that feedback loop, and he calms himself down. He centers himself. As they continue down the hallway, he asks, "What does it feel like?" "What?" "You said it felt strange down here." "Strange?" And then Kerrigan's quiet for a moment. Mike can tell that she's trying to like find the right words to describe it to him. "It's tough to describe to a hardshell. Sorry, a non-telepath. It's like you're in a hotel hallway, and there's a party in one of the rooms. As you pass it, you hear that there's a party, but it's not yours. You don't make out anything distinct, but there's a babble of voices. That's what it feels like." "Maybe like a psionic power on a different channel?" "Maybe, but it's larger. Like standing on a street outside a theater when there's a concert. You hear something organized, but all you make out is blather. It's maddening." "Oh my god, Mike, come here!" And then they get to another big chamber, only this one is large, and it is completely 100% covered in creep. And as they're looking around, they see a lot of centipede-like creatures moving along what looks to be a field of toadstools, as Mike describes it. And then Mike realizes that they're the larvae. He calls them maggots here, but he says, "Maggots? Is this like a garbage dump for Zerg? What are they eating?" And then Kerrigan says, "They're not eating. They're nursemaids. They're tending the eggs." And then Mike realizes that they weren't toadstools. In fact, it's a giant pod of Zerg eggs. And then as they're looking at it, he sees that some of the larvae are building like a mound. And then one of the larvae goes on top, curls into a ball, and then turns into an egg. Like it cocoons immediately. And then Mike realizes all of a sudden, like it all hits him like a big wave. He says, "Oh, larvae! They're the basic building units of the Zerg. Larvae to eggs to monsters. That's why the Confederates never got anywhere breeding the suckers, despite what Mink said. The Zerglings and Hydralisks can't breed. They all come from the same genetic stock, served up to order from some higher power." And then as he's like, yes, I am a detective now." As he's saying this, the egg closest to them has a Hydralisk face, and it like sees Mike and starts like inside the egg. And so he kind of is like, like he starts to panic. And then Kerrigan like motions him, says, "Head towards the fresh air. I'll be along in a moment." And as Mike makes for the entrance, he comments that his legs just feel so heavy with fear and terror. And he has the psi emitter. And as he's walking, he hears the hammering chatter of the rifle's sharp-tipped bullets strafing the egg chamber. So Kerrigan is just putting all the eggs down immediately, like she's killing all the Zerg in this room. Otherwise, they're going to be swarmed. As Mike is continuing towards the exit, he's like 10 yards, 5 yards, 2. Oh, I want to get out of here. And as he gets to the surface, he comes face to face with his own reflection in the mirrored surface of a Confederate Marine's combat visor. Because remember, their helmets do the retracting thing. And as he's like looking at this Marine, the Marine's visor actually opens up, and it's revealed to be like, it's a half-rotten face, and there's like blood and pus, and it's not human anymore. And then Mike realizes that this is in fact a infested Marine, and the Marine like lumbers towards Mike a little bit and brings up his Gauss rifle, because he does still have his firearm. And he goes to shoot at Mike, and right as he's about to shoot at Mike, Mike hears the cocking of the canister rifle from Kerrigan, and he hits the deck as the Marine starts to shoot wildly, and then Kerrigan puts him down. Just do. A lot of bullets into him. Right before he falls to the ground, he does a bit of a description of the infested Marine. He says that half of its skull had been eaten away to a yellow-stained appearance, and there was a thick grayish ooze coming from one of the useless empty eyes. The other half of the head was like a greenish shade of rot, and it was studded with rock-like extrusions that broke the skin like short daggers. And the only good eye on the creature was weeping blood. And while the creature may not have been human, it definitely reacted to the bullets like one. And then Kerrigan runs up to him and says, "Are you okay?" Mike is just completely dazed. He had never seen an infested Terran before. And she, "What was that?" Kerrigan goes on, "The Zerg are master biologists. That's probably what they want to do with humanity. Turn it into another experiment. Another servant race." And then Mike kind of tries to collect himself, remembering the feedback loop. "It doesn't look like a successful experiment." And then Kerrigan, obviously being exhausted, but still trying to make light of the situation. "Maybe if they had better material to work with. Are you volunteering? I'm sure they could use a good reporter." And then Mike, is like kind of weirded out by her aloofness. He says, "Break the feedback loop. Break it. Foxhole jokes, gallows humor in the face of the obscenity of war." And then Kerrigan, who is either ignoring Mike or not showing that she's reading his mind, just says, "Hey, do you feel like running for a while?" "How far?" "As far as we can." "You start and I'll follow." And then he grabs the emitter again and they just take off. They run for a while. It doesn't say exactly how far. And as they're moving, they see like Zerg units everywhere, because they're still in Zerg territory, which will eventually end because they're trying to get to a Confederate base that the Sons of Korhal are fighting. But as Mike's looking around at all the aerial Zerg, he says, "They're winning. The Zerg, they're getting more powerful every damn planet they take over." And then Kerrigan said, "Try not to think about it. I just sent out a short pulse message. If Arcturus is listening, at least he'll know we're alive." And then right after this, actually, they sort of get out of the Zerg area, and traveling was much easier. They could still see flashes on the horizon of, artillery fire and explosions. And then Mike brings back a topic from earlier. "You say you heard about other ghosts going MIA? You hear from them?" And then Kerrigan gets like a look of unease on her face and then shook her head. "Most telepaths avoid one another. I don't even talk to the ones in Duke's command. It's bad enough being around the continual chatter of normal people. Being with another telepath is 100 times worse. People can't control their thoughts, at least not very well. And ghosts read other ghosts very well, and form their own feedback loops. Most need psionic dampeners to even keep them sane. That's like the neural resocialization, but much, much worse." "But you don't have any psionic dampers." "I still have some, but most of them are gone. Arcturus," and then bringing up his name, Mike has like a thought, and then she like pauses and, "Yeah, you don't like him, "I never would have guessed, but hey, you think the world of him." He broke me out. I guess that's the best way to put it. He rescued me, freed me, broke me of the dampers and the guards and the horror. I owe him my life, and more importantly, I owe him my soul." And then, almost a coincidence, talking about this, Kerrigan's wrist communicator like bloop, 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 and then Manx's face pops up. It's good to know you're alive. Your position puts you a click southwest of where you need to be. No bogeys between you and the Confederate camp. We're drawing off their reserves. We were delayed. The Zerg, there are a lot of them already here. And there will be more when you set off our little surprise. They'll keep our Confederate friends busy while we escape. Kerrigan's actually getting frustrated now. They'll be wiped out, Arcturus. Arcturus, do you read? The Zerg don't take prisoners. Kerrigan, we didn't invent the emitters, but if we don't use them, we will all die, blockaded by the Confederates. And if we die, all hope of humanity dies with us. Yes, sir. Remember how much I trust you. And say hello to Mr. Liberty for me, eh? And then, boop, he just cuts the transmission. And then Mike, going back to their previous conversation. I think they're afraid. Who, the people in charge of the ghosts? Yeah, they don't want you to be able to communicate your experiences to other telepaths. Conspire against them. That's why the psionic damper's in the training. And then Kerrigan shrugged. Yeah, that's likely. I think it's also to keep their investments in one piece. The casualty rate is incredibly high among ghosts. I thought you'd be all lionized after all that investment, like Wraith pilots or destroyer captains. And then Kerrigan just like, it says she lets out a horrible laugh, so I can only imagine what that sounds like. Lionized? God, even the child molesters they put in the Marines get better treatment than we do. The criminals in the Marines are just medicated and indoctrinated to follow their leaders. We are given the living nightmare of pushing against our restraints constantly, knowing that if we break them, we'll spin out into insanity, because we can't keep others' minds out of our own. Easy, Lieutenant. I didn't mean... Of course you didn't mean anything. That's what drives us crazy. Your words mean one thing, but your mind's broadcasting something completely different. Raynor's all gung-ho, but I can feel his unease, his disgust, and I know he's watching, even when my back's turned. It's knowing what's on the tip of everyone's mind without being able to respond. I'm sorry, Kerrigan. I know. And that's one thing I do like about you, Mike. You're all surface. Don't take that the wrong way. You think of something and you say it. Your only defense is when you're asking questions, playing the hard-nosed reporter. It makes you easier to tolerate than most humans. And then they continue walking for a bit, and then just to get closer to the Confederate camp. And as they get towards the outer perimeter of the Confederate base, Kerrigan, which they notice is deserted, like Manx did draw all the troops away. And then Kerrigan starts talking again. You know what the final exam is to get into ghost training? They have a guard with a gun. The guard takes the gun, and he presses it against your forehead, or the forehead of someone you care about. You have to kill the guard before he pulls the trigger. I was 12 at that time. And then Mike is like, whoa, like he's taken back, and despite all this, he thinks of Raynor's son, the gifted child who had experienced an incident. And the moment he thinks this, Kerrigan like reels back in shock, and it says that it looks like Mike slapped her across the face. And then she immediately sank to her knees and like grabbed her face and started crying. And she's like, Christ. And Mike, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you, it just slipped out. I should have guessed, I just didn't know. And then Mike's confused. You're a telepath, how could you not know? And then she looked up and, she was still crying. Telepaths don't dig into your thoughts, at least if they want to stay sane. We hear all of the surface chatter, all the stuff that's on the top, what you're thinking about. Errant thoughts, whether that woman has a nice set of legs, all the stupid crap. Not the stuff that they keep buried, not the important crap. Did he say when it happened? And then Mike just shook his head no and turned away. And then after a moment, Kerrigan collects herself and, wipes the tears from her eyes. Let's plant this thing. Base of one of those towers should do it. And as they're making this way through the base, they get to the bottom of one of these gun emplacement towers because nobody's there. So they just walk in like they own it. And Kerrigan, as if she's done this a million times, even though this is the first time they've ever seen a psi emitter, begins setting up the whole thing, leads everywhere and getting it all up and running, and then she puts on a crown of delicate copper. And then to let Mike know what's going on, she starts explaining. The transplanar psionic waveform emitter is like the sound box of a violin. It will capture, amplify, and then propagate the psychic beacon that is fed into it. That's why we're here. It needs a ghost to activate it. And then she doot 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 flips a few switches and presses a toggle, concentrates for a few seconds like she's really trying to poop. And then she takes off the crown. Okay, let's go. That's it? What, you wanted an air horn and a bright light? A chime from above? Or a big clock with a countdown? Sorry. But as she's saying this, Mike notices that her face is like incredibly pale. She's looking deathly, like she's under intense pain. And Mike realizes, oh yeah, there's a psychic beacon going off right here, and there's a powerful psychic right next to it. Of course she's uncomfortable. And as they make it out of the base, and once they get a good distance away, Kerrigan's back to normal. She's able to tune out the sound of the emitter. And she calls Minsk and says, Psi emitter in place, sir. And then Mike can't see it, but he can hear it. Excellent, Sarah. I knew you could do it, but we've got to get you out before every Zerg on Antigua Prime gets there. A dropship is en route. And then Kerrigan, still exhausted from all the pain, says, I know, just promise me we'll never do anything like this again. And then Minsk, doing the usual Minsk, Sarah, we will do whatever it takes to save humanity. Our responsibility is too great to do any less. So this is like the end of mission 7, I think is the mission, where I think it's called the Trump card. That's the one where you have to infiltrate the base and plant the psi emitter with Kerrigan. And then once he says this line, he cuts the transmission, and then Mike just imagines, you know, he's the great wise leader on the far side of the electric channel, directing the war from the safety of his brandy and chess games. Why do you trust him? Why do you follow Minsk? And then she just kind of like does like an exhausted, weary smile. He saved my soul. And you've been killing for him ever since. Don't the scales ever balance? Aren't you due your own freedom? It's complex. Minsk is a lot like you. Okay, I'm sorry. He's actually the complete opposite. You're all surface, like a sheet of newsprint, and he's all depth. He tells you what he thinks, and he's so convinced of it, down to the core of his being, that the effect is very much the same. He inspires me to believe. He's a politician. If you look deep enough, you'll find that out. There's a bottom to that swamp of his soul. And will that change anything? Do I want to look? Sometimes looking isn't a bad thing. If you looked a little harder, then maybe Raynor wouldn't seem like such a jackass. And then Kerrigan goes to speak and then doesn't after a moment. Yeah, you're probably right. At least with Raynor. I guess I owe that much to the jackass. Our responsibility is too great to do any less, Mike says, mocking Minsk. And then this actually makes Kerrigan laugh, but it's like a short giggle, and makes her seem very human. And then, as they're sitting there waiting for their evac, Mike lets out a long breath and wondered which would arrive first. The Zerg from the nearby colony, or Minsk's promised dropship. And that's the end of Chapter 12. So Chapter 13 is called Soul Searching. And I will go ahead and read you the Liberty Manifesto. Through the lens of history, war seems to function with a frightening punctuality, like a murderous music box. Battles are no more than clockwork mechanisms of death, a drama of destruction, with each act flowing naturally into the next, until one side or the other is vanquished. In retrospect, the fall of the Confederacy seems like a logical slide that, once begun, leaves no question as to its conclusion. For those of us trapped in the middle of the war, there was nothing but raw panic, broken by periods of total exhaustion. No one, not even those who supposedly did the planning, had any clear idea of the forces we were dealing with, until it was too late to change. Clockwork? Perhaps. But I prefer to think of it as a timer on a bomb we were feverishly disarming, hoping we could finish before the damned thing exploded in our collective faces. So, at this point, the dropship has picked up Kerrigan and Mike, and the Hyperion, because before it was in a like a secret base. It was at a hangar at a secret base on Antigua Prime, and now it is in low orbit. Minsk is preparing to leave Antigua Prime as quickly as possible, and Mike points out that he's probably just in low orbit to get as many stragglers as he can, because, you know, there are Sons of Korhal stationed around the planet, as well as Antiguan rebels who joined the Sons of Korhal. So he's sitting in low orbit trying to get as many people back to the ship as possible before they leave. And as the dropship is rising from the surface, Mike comments that the ship's cameras are just directed all over the place. And on the many screens, he notices that there are just Zerg everywhere. They're boiling out of the ground. Zerglings, Hydralisks, even Ultralisks, everybody is just becoming overrun by Zerg. And as he looks at the tower where they placed the psi emitter, he says there is a hurricane of living creatures circling a beacon, like moths around a flame. And as they rise higher and higher into low orbit, he notices that, you know, Kerrigan still has a look of pain on her face. And there are explosions happening everywhere. Whereas, like, Antiguan rebels, they got a heads up about the psi emitter, but the Confederate bases did not. So everybody is just being completely overrun right now on the surface. That's not even considering what's happening in the atmosphere. And as they are getting higher into the atmosphere, they can see some of the ships in the blockade, or on the planet. And there is a great Behemoth-class battlecruiser, a sister of the NORAD 2, which went down a few chapters ago. And this one is now also on flames, plummeting to the surface of the planet. And as he sees this ship falling, he looks up and he sees that so many parts of the blockade are just disintegrating right now, because so many things are coming out of the warp. There's a lot of lobster brain jellyfish, which is the overlords, queens, mutalisks, and the strange flying crabs, which are guardians. And as they just erupt from space, they're all just coming down everywhere. And if there's anybody in their path, they will destroy them on their way to this beacon, this psi emitter that is calling to them. So the dock ship gets on the Hyperion, and the entire crew evacuated immediately. And the moment everybody is off of the dropship, they push the dropship out. They are trying to save as much weight as possible, because they are going to have a lot of refugees that they have to save, and anything that they can leave behind, they most definitely will. Plus, Minsk is resourceful. You know, he could always get another dropship, no problem. And now that they're ready to leave, as they pull away from the planet, Mike comments that the Hyperion rises like a bubble among the panicked Confederates and the descending Zerg. The Zerg only fought things that were in their path, and thankfully the Confederacy brought their best ships to stop the Sons of Korhal. So they have their best guns to try and fight off the Zerg, but there's no way that they could have anticipated millions immediately descending on the planet. And Mike notices that blip by blip, you know, large battle cruisers are just being destroyed, and each one represents the death of at least 500 Confederate humans in a nuclear fireball. Even though they are pulling away from the planet, Kerrigan still is white-faced, and she looks exhausted. And Mike is certain that she can still hear the call. She is a very powerful telepath. And as he's helping her, like, carry some stuff, Raynor comes over looking all, like, victorious. He's very happy. So, oh, congratulations, you two. You really lit a fire under the Zerg's backsides. I don't know what you said, Lieutenant, but it sure brought them running. And then Kerrigan couldn't say anything, and it said that her head came up and her eyes were blazing with fury, and even Raynor could see the rage and the frustration behind them. And then she just kind of, that fury just dissipated, and she was, again, just exhausted and tired and worn. And then in a moment of sincerity, Raynor reaches up and touches Kerrigan's shoulder. His voice softened, and his forehead creased in concern. You know, you get a little wrinkle going on. He says, "Lieutenant, are you all right?" And then Kerrigan, she looks up into his eyes, and this time there was no anger. And Mike is thinking of the feedback loop. And, you know, he's trying to not mess it up, because Kerrigan's worse for wear right now. She's messed up. But thinking of the feedback loop, he just sits there. And then she says, I'm fine. It's just been very tiring. And then Mike interjects, he's Minsk, like he's looking for him. And then Raynor says, oh, he's up in his observation dome. I think he wants to watch the battle. I left him to it. It's nothing I really want to see. And then Mike looks at Kerrigan and says, I can report to him if you want to rest. And then she waits for a second, considers it, and says, if you would, Michael. And then Raynor, still concerned for Kerrigan, says, you look really beat. You want to grab a cup of joe in the galley? Maybe we can talk. And Kerrigan actually takes him up. She says, coffee would be nice. Talk, too. Yes, talking would be good. And there's a slight smile that tugs in the corners of her mouth. And I guess this is the beginning of the romance that spawns between Raynor and Kerrigan. And as he hears them make their little coffee date, Mike just raises his hand and bids them adieu because he has to go talk to Minsk. But as he's leaving, he puts a thought at the top of his mind, just hoping that Kerrigan can read it. And he just says, remember to let him finish his damn sentences. And then he was gone. So he meets with Minsk, who is alone on the observation deck. His hands are behind his back. He's looking at the main screen, very stoic, feeling very victorious. He anticipated Mike's arrival, so the chess set has already been set up for a new game. There's a fresh pack of cigarettes sitting next to the ashtray for Mike. There's 2 brandy sniffers and a still corked bottle of cognac, and it's just waiting. And as Mike gets into the observation dome, he sees a bunch of screens next to Minsk, and he sees what is obviously the planet of Antigua Prime, and on it there are several red triangles, which are indicative of the Zerg. There are a few blue-white pips, and Mike's not sure exactly what those were on the screen. And there was also a few circles that ended up being planetside, and those were rebel forces that unfortunately couldn't make it to the Hyperion in time. And the moment he sees them on the screen, he just sees red triangles just overwhelm them and they disappear. Then there were screens depicting the orbit of Antigua Prime. Red triangles everywhere. Tens or hundreds of Zerg flyers for each red triangle, and there are hundreds of red triangles, and they're all converging on the planet. And Mike thinks about the image of the NORAD 2 being brought down and says this is easily at least 100 times worse. And then Minsk breaks the silence. We are pulling away at top speed. I have the ship's computer compensating to keep the scale the same. And as he says this, Mike reaches over, opens up the bottle of cognac, and pours a drink for him. But it specifically says he did not pour any for Minsk. Because remember, they're not friends. Mike does not like Minsk. And Minsk tolerates Mike. He knows that he needs Mike. And he just wants to keep him on his side. But now that Minsk is proving how unhinged he can be in his quest for sacrifice for the greater good, Mike is becoming disillusioned and no longer wants to be a part of it. And then Minsk continues. We calculate that, based on the strength of the emissions, we are calling every possible Zerg from 25 light years out to us. Maybe more. Lieutenant Kerrigan is quite the siren, luring these sailors to their doom. And then Mike says, it took a lot out of her. And then he just downs the entire sniffer of cognac. But no more than she could handle. I am glad you were there for her. Otherwise, she might not have made it. And then Mike feels himself blush a little bit. He's not sure if he's flush in the face from the brandy that he just downed, or if it was just like a bit of flattery that he wasn't expecting. But then he, replies, you didn't really leave me much of a choice, did you? Not really. But still, I'm glad you were there for her. And then Mike kind of laughs and then takes another drink. And then Minsk poured himself one, finally. And then some blue-white triangles appear now on the edge of the screen. And these are the Protoss. And they have arrived in force. And then Minsk, looking at the screen now that the Protoss are here, goes on. Interesting report while you were gone. Protoss ground forces pitched in to engage the Zerg we encountered. Their leader's name is Tassadar. He calls himself the High Templar and Executor of the Protoss fleet. His flagship's name is the Gantrathor. Maybe they were impressed with your work and decided to lend a hand. You must have a good press agent. So it turns out those blue-white pips that Mike did not recognize on the screen, those were the Protoss. And it looks like a few of them were planet-side trying to deal with the Zerg before things got out of hand, but I don't think the Protoss knew about the psi emitter. And then Minsk gives Mike a withering look, because he can tell that Mike's fed up with his bullshit, and says, "Come now, Michael. I expect better from you. Work out what I just said." And then Mike was silent for a moment, and he says, "Ground forces?" Which I just explained. And then Minsk, brightens up in the face. "Exactly. Individual warriors in very ductile power suits. Strange bug-like vehicles. Spellcasters that I can only assume are psionics of some type. Tougher than the Zerg, man for man. Though the Zerg have it all over them in raw numbers. Very intriguing. Watching them battle, you might want to review the tapes later." And then, hang on, Mike interrupts. And then Minsk, smiling even more now, he says, "I'll wait. You'll get it. I believe in you. If the Zerg have ground forces, quite good ones, I think I just said, then that means they fought the Zerg on the ground before. And more important, they've won those battles. Or why maintain a ground force in the first place? Yes, take it to the last step." And then Mike, has a realization, which means the Zerg can be destroyed without blowing up the planet they're on. Full marks. And then he takes a drink from the snifter. "It may be a difficult task, and I think that the Protoss are overmatched in this case. But yes, the Zerg can be beaten on the ground. I had to explain it to Raynor 3 times, you know." And then Mike interjects, But then all we've done is just set up the Protoss to blow up Antigua Prime. And a large piece of the Zerg forces with it. It should rock them back on their heels for a while. Long enough for us to get the upper hand against the Confederacy. They'll blow up Antigua Prime, and with it any surviving humans. No humans would survive that many Zerg. We will do whatever it takes to save the greater humanity. Even if it means we have to kill all the humans in order to do it?" And then, as Mike says this, Minx just sits in silence. And Mike just let the silence expand to fill the dome. On the main screen, Antigua was nearly covered with red triangles, and a perimeter of blue triangles were in orbit around it. There were no yellow triangles left. And then, finally cutting the silence, Minx says, "I know what you're thinking." And then Mike, because he just had a drink, puts his glass down. "Oh, you're a telepath now? I'm a politician, as you're wont to tell me, and that means that I'm sensitive to other people. Their needs, their desires, their motivations. Oh, yeah? So what am I thinking? You're asking yourself if I would sacrifice you for the good of all humanity. The answer is yes, in a heartbeat, and without remorse. But I really don't want to. Good help is, as they say, hard to find, and you're very good at more than just being a reporter." How do you do it? Do it? Find everybody's button and press it. You play people like they were pianos. Kerrigan would leap into a hydralisk's mouth for you. Raynor would jump through hoops for you. Hell, you've even gotten that old pin-headed gorilla Duke eating out of your hand. Doesn't that bother you? No. It's a gift. I find that others tend to be scattered in their thinking. I try to provide a strong center for them. Raynor is in many ways consumed by anger for the Confederates. I am but a means by which he can vent that anger. Duke looks for nothing more than political cover to let him settle old scores and create new atrocities. I provide that. Sarah? Well, Lieutenant Kerrigan has always sought approval, despite her own gifts. I provide that as well. And then Mike's thinking of Kerrigan down in the galley, having a little coffee date with Raynor, and then brings himself back to the moment. And what about me? And then Minx gives a great smile and shook his head. You want to save souls, dear boy. You want to make a difference, whether you're covering some traffic tie-up or rooting out some alderman's corruption. You're trying to make things better. It's practically in your genetic code, and you believe in it. That makes you very valuable. It makes you an incredible resource. You keep Raynor from being too impulsive, Kerrigan from being too inhuman. They both respect you, you know. You wrote off General Duke as hopeless, I think, soon after you met him, but I do believe you still hold out hope for me. That's why you've hung around, in hopes that I will find my own redemption. Yeah, and what keeps me from leaving now, knowing that this hope for your salvation is probably misplaced? And then, like, he looks away from Mike and looks back at the screens as the Protoss encircling of the planet is almost complete. Part of it is your concern for others, but I can be honest with you now, because the Confederacy, through its puppet, the UNN, has betrayed you. It has used your face and words against you. Now you've got your own personal reason to fight them, your own reason to commit. They've made it personal. You can go on your own. And then Minx just kind of lets his voice trail off. He doesn't finish the sentence. But where would I go? And Mike said in a flat tone, it's a statement, not a question. He's not asking Mike, he's just stating. I mean, he's not asking Minx, he's just stating, where would I go? Exactly. You're in for the long haul, until victory or defeat. Ah, it begins. Will you watch with me? And then Mike looks at the screen, and the encircling of the planet is completed. The Protoss are now all around the doomed world. And then, as they look through the window, you can see spearheads of red rising from the surface. And on the screen, as they're laying waste, he sees red triangles jumping from the planet's surface to try and get to the Protoss ships, and the Protoss just blast them back to the planet's surface. I'll pass, said Mike, his mouth like ashes. And he turned and walked toward the lift, not turning back to watch. Minsk did not seem to notice Mike's departure. He stood, snifter in hand, and watched as the Protoss rained poisonous flame onto Antigua Prime. And that was Chapter 13. Chapter 14 is Ground Zero. We'll go ahead and read the Liberties Manifesto. The use of the psi emitter on Antigua Prime was a watershed event, a Rubicon, a point of no return. It was like the first appearance of ghosts in the Confederacy ranks, or the indiscriminate use of the apocalypse bombs that leveled Core Hall 4. It changed everything. It also changed nothing for the average citizen caught between the rebels and the Confederates caught between the Zerg and the Protoss. The war was still as deadly as ever. More planets would vaporize under the Protoss's weapons, and more humans would be swallowed by the Zerg hives. Yet after the swarming of Antigua Prime, there was a renewed hope among the rebels. Now at least we had a weapon. And like the damn fool humans we were, we could not resist using it. So for the first time in a while, we have a bit of a time jump. Because they were leaving Antigua Prime in Chapter 13, and now we jump 10 days later, and they are on Tarsonis. They are on the Terran capital planet in the Caprulu sector. This is the biggest, most populated world, most developed world. This is the capital of Terran space, and they are in it. It says they were blockbusting through the densest of the downtown districts, so battle is going on. For the first couple pages, we don't really get any dialogue. It's just painting a picture of the battlefield, like Western precincts still inflamed, caused by a battle cruiser that had crashed to the surface, and a fountain of hot dust laden with phosphoric heavy metals plumed southward in the strong wind. So many buildings are just either shattered or absolutely obliterated. Everything is crumbling. There's hills of broken glass at the base of all these towers because their windows have just been blown out from explosions. The elegant spires of Tarsonis were nothing more than jagged, twisted remains, their fractured edges scratching the bleeding sky. The atmosphere itself was torn by the shrieks and booms of battling craft and streaked with the smoke of downed fighters. So Mike is running with Raynor and his boys right now. They're trying to get through some streets because they have an objective they're working towards, and they pass dozens, if not hundreds, of burned out cars. Just everything is, gridlock traffic from all the combat that was happening over the last 10 days. And Mike says that initially he would look into the cars to see if he might recognize anybody, because remember, he is from Tarsonis. But now, it said that it only took about an hour before he started ignoring the blackened corpses with their burned stick limbs and withered, screaming faces. The only things left alive on the streets were the warriors, striving oh so hard to kill each other. So all of the side streets are just absolutely packed with wreckage, and this is preventing Raynor and his boys from seeking any actual cover. So they're left to the main boulevard. Like any big street is their only mean of travel. And it says that Raynor's unit was pinned down near one of the tri-level fountains along a central plaza. So, it's like a tiered structure. And in this central plaza, there is a statue, a memorial, put there by the Daughters of the Guild War veterans. And there's like a cannon on it and everything, but now it's just destroyed. And Mike feels himself wishing that the cannon on it were real because they could actually use it. But across the plaza, right behind a very hastily made barricade, there is an arc light siege tank. And it has like a few squads of Confederate Marines all giving support to it. So it's posted up, just raining fire at Raynor and the boys, while the Confederate Marines are just gunning in their direction, trying to just lay down some suppressing fire. And this has completely cut off Raynor and his boys from being able to escape. They are pinned the F down. They cannot move. And Mike, as he's sitting there, like rubble, just like hitting his helmet, and he's just hiding, says, "Oh, I have got to think about a major career change." And as he's like trying to phone, he's trying to like call out to people for reinforcements or a way to break that blockade so they can move on. And then Raynor slides down a debris pile to check on Mike, and he says, "Have you got any luck?" And then Mike shakes his head. "It's probably a general jammer unit they have in operation. As opposed to an EMP pulse that would knock out the unit, that means the radio's still working. I just can't punch through the interference. Something with more power could." And then Raynor, "Oh, just freaking great. We're chewed up as it is. We can't go back, and we can't get past the tank. We need to call for an evac, but it's not going to happen if we can't even get in touch with the Hyperion." And as they're both freaking out, there's a soft voice that cuts through the ear. "You boys need a hand?" And then Kerrigan just whoop, because she was invisible. She warps into reality. She has her environmental suit on. And Mike notices that there are dark red stains on her pants and on her sleeves and stuff. It's as if she's been wading through blood. She has been killing people. But her eyes were incredibly bright and very, very alert. And Raynor, "It's good to see you, Lieutenant. We were just bemoaning our fate." "I was in the neighborhood and heard gunfire. What's the sitch?" "Arclight. Hole down, between the buildings, supported by a full squad of Marines." "Is that all? I thought you guys were having trouble." "Anything you can do to help would be appreciated, ma'am." And he's grinning because that now that Kerrigan's there, they pretty much win. And she smiles back and says, "Piece of cake." She reaches over her shoulder and she pulls her canister rifle out like it's a sword and says, "Lay down some suppression for me while I sneak up on him, will you?" "Left or right flank?" "Left, I think." And then she smiles again. "That's your left, Jimmy." "You got it, Sarah." So now they're on first name basis. How cute. Our main characters are falling in love. So Kerrigan touches the device at her belt. She turns back invisible and fades out of view. As she does this, Raynor is like getting all the boys together, and Mike's right there next to him. And Mike says, "So you think she can do it, Jimmy?" And then Raynor flushes and then shrugged. Like, you can barely tell because he has his power armor on. But he says, "Probably. But it won't mean a damn unless we can flag a lift out of this dump." And as Mike's looking out at like the dead man's land that's been created, he's just wondering, like, man, it would just take one stray spike to hit Sarah, and then she would be down. I don't know how she does it. And as Mike is looking, Raynor gives the command, and they all start firing at the squad of Marines, who also start firing at them. And while they're shooting at each other, Mike notices, he says, the far length of the Confederate flank started to collapse, accompanied by the high-pitched whine of the canister rifle. One after another, the Confederate Marines twitched and fell under an unseen sniper. The flank was vulnerable, as Marines started firing randomly at their suspected assailant. So, they're just like, just pointing and shooting because, you know, you're all shooting in a direction, and your buddy right next to you just, bleh, like his head explodes, and you're like, what the heck? But it's like, it came from over there. And so everybody's panicking. And Mike says there was a flicker, and Sarah Kerrigan appeared briefly atop the barricade of some wrecked cars. She flickered out again, and in the air around her, it was filled with spikes. So she's just barely getting out of there. And now that she has weakened the left side of the squad, Rayner gives the command. He tells them to go over, and they all jump from cover, and they just charge. They just charge the tank and the Marines. And it says the siege tank's protective screen of Confederate Marines was thrown into disarray. Through the arc light they were protecting, though the arc light they were protecting continued to hammer the rebels' position, the 80mm cannons quickly found the range of the charging rebels, while the main shot cannon brought itself around smartly, firing 120mm shells as it did. But right as it positions itself to fire at Rayner and his boys charging, Kerrigan appeared again, this time on the main deck of the siege tank, right beneath the cannon. She shoved the barrel of her canister rifle into the turret ring, then somersaulted away as the Confederate rifle fire closed in on her. So she, like, put her gun in there, shot at the guys, dipped out. And as she dips out, there's a red flare that blossomed at the base of the tank's turret, and the blast scattered the remaining Confederates. The lesser guns were silenced, but the large shot cannon continued its traverse firing round after round as it swung around. Its programming jammed. So she disabled the tank, and now it's just kind of, bang, bang, bang. Like, it's unusable now, and all the Confederates have scattered because of this disruption that happened, and so they're pretty much done for. The shot cannon took a bite out of the corner of one of the two flanking buildings, and the ground rumbled beneath them. The cannon kept going, its barrel now glowing a dull red as it tried to swivel around, but was trapped by the structure. And it continued to fire, and the great structure shook from the continued assault. The top of the tank popped open, and the crew within tried to scramble out, like clowns spilling from an overstuffed car in a circus act. But they never made it. There was a tremor that ripped through the entire plaza, and the pummeled building collapsed on the tank at its feet. Tons of steel and masonry falling in on itself, raising a hot cloud of dust. Only in the quake of the building's collapse did the arc light finally stop firing. So now, because obviously, like, Rayner and his boys weren't crushed by the building, but with it collapsing and the ground splitting open, they're all, like, thrown to the ground, and there's dust everywhere. And then Rayner picks himself up off the shattered pavement and kind of dusts himself off a little bit and calls out, "Kerrigan? Lieutenant?" But his voice sounded small and was lost in the wake of the explosions. Then Kerrigan just kind of saunters up. It says that she was gray, and Mike realized that it was dust adhering to the cloaking field itself. So she's not even visible right now, but because of all that dust and all the particles and stuff from that explosion, it's just kind of lightly covering her cloaking field, so she's just standing there like a literal ghost on the battlefield. And then she, boop, hits a button, becomes tangible, and confirms, "Target neutralized, Captain. But I'm afraid we can't go that way now." And then Rayner replies, "It doesn't matter. The Confederates have to be regrouping by now. They should be mounting a counteroffensive soon enough. We just can't hold this area. What we need is a way to punch through the jammer." And then Mike, because he knows the planet very well, says, "Jim, 3 blocks west of here is the UNN broadcast building. Its circuits have been shielded, and it has generators in the basement. They may still have enough juice to overcome the interference." Then Rayner's like, yeah. It might just be wreckage now, but it's worth a shot. Let's go. And so he motions for everybody to patrol over to the UNN building, and then Kerrigan just kind of falls in line next to Mike. And now that Kerrigan's right next to him, Mike says, "So you were just in the neighborhood? You just happened to be around? I go where Arcturus thinks I'm needed most." And then she, like, Mike's looking at her, and he can tell that she's, like, really enjoying this moment. And so she's, like, smiling, and he's just, he's thinking stuff at her. "And what's our fabled leader up to this time?" "Jim's right. I'm getting fragmentary reports of reinforcements rolling in from the suburbs. Walkers, tanks, bikes. It's going to get real hot here real soon. Has he got a plan for this?" "He told me he has." And as they only had a couple blocks to go, so now they're coming up on the UNN building. And it's actually fairly intact. The windows Only the windows on the east side of the building are completely blown out. Everything else is pretty good. One of the giant letters, UNN, had fallen hundreds of feet and just impaled itself in the sidewalk. And as they walk up to it, Raynor looks over at Mike and says, "I hope that equipment you're thinking of isn't in the penthouse." And then Mike adds, "Upper levels are for management. The worker bees toil on the 4th floor, and the broadcast booth and generators are in the basement." And as he's saying this, it says that his tone was glib and his heart sank. This had been his base of operations for years, his home away from home. He had grabbed a dog and a soda where the huge N now rested, arguing planetary politics and local ordinances with the copywriters and stringers. There had been a pretzel stand next to the honor boxes. Now there was just twisted reinforcement bars jutting out of the concrete, and no sign of survivors. So the patrol moved inside, and Mike didn't expect to see anybody. There's a ghostly stillness that covers the lobby like a shroud. And as they're like walking into the building to get to the stairs, Mike looks upstairs, up to a mezzanine and some arcade levers, and he thought about going to find his old desk and wondering if any of his stuff was still there. And Raynor catches him looking upstairs, and he's like, "I thought you said the equipment was downstairs." "Yeah, I'm just dealing with my own ghosts." And then he leads them under into the basement. And as they get down there, they find some old gasoline generators for power, and the link to the tower, like the broadcasting tower, was still solid despite all the fighting. And the UNN kept some underground lines that went to various outposts through the globe-girdling metropolis. But many of these had been cut. But still, the tower is live. Even surprisingly, the air conditioning was working, and their visors were frosted from the sudden temperature change. And this, how easy this is, makes Raynor very uncomfortable. And as he's looking around, it's just, he's uneasy. And he asks Mike, "Is this going to take long?" And then Mike's, as he's like running around and hooking stuff up, he's like, no. We just need to boost the signal. It's a piece of cake. Here we go. And then he flips a toggle, and then the message, and then he broadcasts his message. "Raynor's Rangers to Mothership. Do you read? Rangers to Mothership. Hyperion. You there?" And as the speaker like crackles to life and spits out an audio, it says there's a balding female face that appears on the mini screen. "Mothership. Crap, Liberty. You almost blew out my eardrums. What are you broadcasting on?" And it says the voice was vaguely familiar. And Mike replies, "It's old UNN surplus. The power of the press, baby. We're at the network offices. Units pretty shot up and the uglies are regrouping. We need an evac." "Working," said the voice on the other end, and then Mike realizes it. It's the tech from the bridge of the NORAD 2. It's one of Duke's people. We identified her in like one of the first chapters. And then she replies, "There's a park 4 blocks south of you. Can you pull back that far?" And then Mike looks over at Raynor and Kerrigan, and they're, yeah. "Affirmative. See you there. 30 minutes ETA." "Roger that," said the tech. "Hold on. Patching you through to headquarters." All of a sudden, Minsk's face comes on screen, and Mike's brow furrows, and then he cuts in, "Michael," in his grim voice, and then, "Are Kerrigan and Raynor there?" "Still with you. The lieutenant's here as well." "Excellent. Report when you get back." And then something beeped to Minsk's right, or the terrorists' right, as Mike has it written down, and he reached over and he hits a button. So this is to Minsk, but because he has a line of communication open to Mike, Mike can hear it too. "This is Duke. The emitters are secured and online. Returning to the command ship." And then Mike, surprised, "Emitters? Like psi emitters?" And then Kerrigan runs over to the comm. "Who authorized the use of psi emitters?" And then Minsk turns back to them, and it says his face grew stony. "I did, Lieutenant." "You're going to bring the Zerg here? Sicking them on the Confederates on Antigua was bad enough, but this is insane." And then Raynor cuts in as well. "She's right, man. Think this through." And then Minsk is now angry. It says he lets out an angry exhalation. "I have thought it through. Believe me. You all have your orders. Carry them out." And then he cuts off the feed. And then Raynor just dumbfounded. He's lost it. He's gone over the edge. And then Kerrigan, still hoping, says, "No, he has to have a plan." And then Raynor, "Yeah, he has a plan. He plans to let the Protoss and the Zerg burn up the Confederacy one planet at a time and take over what's left." And then Kerrigan doesn't want to believe it. He's always had a way to take care of things. He's not afraid to sacrifice, but he's no fool. He's not afraid to sacrifice? Rayner said grimly. Confederates, Zerg, Protoss, when is it going to be our turn? I'll talk to him when we get back. And then Mike sits there staring at the dead screen. He's also just in shock. Then he says, he's a politician. He weighs every decision on how far it advances him on his personal path to power. Never forget that. And then Rayner, it says he opens his mouth to say something, but there was the sound of rifle fire, and then he just kind of shuts up, and then Kerrigan says, visitors. And then Rayner opens his mouth again. We've been rumbled. Probably they caught some of the signal we pushed out. Let's go. And then Mike says, oh, right, one more thing. And then he goes deeper into the basement. Liberty? What the hell? And then Kerrigan says, he's after something else. I'll go after him. You take care of the visitors. I read out a handful of Marines. You can handle it, I'm sure. Watch out. One's a firebat. And then she chases after Mike. She follows Mike to another staircase, and this one goes even farther into the darkness below. As she gets to Mike, he's sitting there bashing on a steel door. She says, come on, we should go. In a moment. This is Handy Anderson, the sex moves, secret stash. His secrets. I hadn't thought about it until just now. No one was usually allowed down here. It's supposed to be the records backup, the records morgue, but it's also where Anderson kept his dirt on everybody in the city. It's data you can use. You can look through it and see if there were any warnings, anything that was kept hidden about the Zerg and the Protoss, stuff that might have made a difference. If only people had known about it. Yeah, hindsight is 20/20. Stand aside, and then Kerrigan pushes him to the side, brings out a rifle, and just do shoots into the door. Fragments of metal fly in all directions, and the door is now open. And then as they get inside, they just see it's like shelves of boxes. Boxes everywhere. So much stuff. We can't take it all. And then Mike, take as much as you can. If Mengsk is really going to kill this planet, I want some of our reports to survive. And maybe we can figure out what really happened here. And as he opens up his bag, he dumps out like food, ammo, anything, like batteries, whatever. Anything that he has in his bag, it's dumped out, and he's just throwing discs in there. And Kerrigan actually starts doing the same. I'm sure she hangs on to a couple things, but she opens up her pack and just starts shoveling discs in there. And then Mike, as she's grabbing stuff, don't sweat the earlier stuff. Don't worry about it. And then Kerrigan brings up Mengsk. You think Mengsk is really serious about the psi emitters? And then, she reads Mike immediately, but he answers anyway. Like I said, he's a politician. If he can force the Confederates to back down with a threat of the emitters, he'll do it. If he doesn't, well, Tarsonis is one more casualty in his war. He can justify it. Someone on Tarsonis gave the order to kill his homeworld. But this is the heart of the human worlds. The biggest and the brightest. The center of humanity. And this is Mengsk. With the psi emitters, he's bigger than worlds. I can't believe he'd do this. I've read his thoughts, like yours and Jim's. He wouldn't do this. You said yourself that when you're with him, he believes in every word he says, deep in his heart. Yeah? The next time you're with him, look deeper. There. That's as much as we can take. What's the story topside? And then Kerrigan said nothing, because she's probing up above. They're fine. More Confederates are on the way, though. Let's go. And then Mike grabs his bag, and they all start running out of the room, and he stops her for a second and says, think about what I said, okay? And then, with a grim smile, Kerrigan replies, thinking. It's the one thing a telepath can't avoid. And that's the end of Chapter 14. So Chapter 15 is called Things Fall Apart, and then in parentheses, it's scientific. I'll go ahead and read the Liberty Manifesto. Everyone hates surprises. In the final days of Tarsonis, surprises were the nature of the campaign. Units appeared where none had been reported. Secret transmissions threaded between allies. Battle plans were activated that we had no idea were in place. We found out how many moves out those plans had been laid. In a word, we had been foxed. But even those in charge got their own surprises. As any operation gets larger and larger, more pieces slip between the fingers. More pieces are ignored, until things start happening that you have no idea were about to occur. And that's what happened to Minsk at the end, when suddenly some of his loyal soldiers had second thoughts, and the chess pieces weren't moving around on the board the way he wanted them to. And that's probably why he kicked the board over. Heck of an endgame strategy, but it works. Supposedly, if you're in control of everything, you hate surprises. But I'll tell you, when you are not in control, you hate them even more. So we pick up right where the last chapter ended. They're still on Tarsonis. They're in the Atkins Square, which was about a 30-minute trek from the UNN Square. And as Raynor's team is getting on board with him, his boys, Kerrigan, and Mike makes note that there's another group of techs in lightweight armor that are hopping off the ship, and there's a ghost with them as well. And as they're getting off, Raynor looks kind of confused and says to one of them as they pass by, "This ain't no place for soft targets. You boys don't even have decent armor." And then the captain in charge of the unit says, "Yeah, but we got orders." And he pushes through, and Raynor's like, "Okay, all right, never mind, forget I said anything." And at first Mike is thinking, oh, well, Minsk found out about the UNN building, so he's probably sending these guys to the UNN building to get even more juicy gossip so that he can have those as secrets, because knowledge is power. And if Minsk is going to take over, now that the Confederacy is seemingly going to be destroyed by the Zerg, then what better use to have all the dirt on the old enemy than their own press company, the UNN. And as Mike is thinking this, he looks over at Kerrigan, and Kerrigan is like deadlocked on the ghost that was from Duke, because he was wearing Alpha Squadron gear, and she just looks incredibly like shook or like sad or sullen. And Mike just it says the blood was drained from her face. Mike looks puzzled. He says, "What's wrong?" And she doesn't even answer. She just looks up at him and says, "We'd better get back to the command ship." And then as soon as and then we immediately jump. So they've boarded the dropship. Now they're on the Hyperion. And as they get to the Hyperion, General Duke sends a request to Raynor and says, "Hey, come to my quarters, please. Minsk wanted me to tell you something at his soonest convenience." And Raynor doesn't even bother taking his suit off. It says that he mutters a string of obscenities, and then the former marshal just lumbers forward and just is like, "Oh, screw this. All right, I'll talk to Duke." And then Mike pops his own visor and seals and climbs out of his suit. He says Kerrigan strips her lighter armor with practiced ease, was already headed for the exit. And then as she's leaving, Mike calls after. He says, "Hang on, the Ubermansk the Ubermansk wanted both of us to report in when we got back. I'll go with you." And then Kerrigan like shuts him down. She's like, "No, let me talk to Arcturus on my own. He'll be more forthcoming with me." And then she just leaves. Like, she goes down the hall very quickly, and Mike is, thinking, well, she's right. He thinks about going after her, but knowing the history between Minsk and Kerrigan could probably get some more information out of him. Plus, if she wants to, she can also peer into his mind. So now that it's just Mike by himself, he finishes taking off the rest of his gear, and he's walking around. And as he's walking around the Hyperion, he's noticing that so much has changed in a short amount of time. Whereas when he would walk the Hyperion before, and he'd gotten to know some of the rebels that were with Minsk and the Sons of Korhal, now almost every station on the Hyperion is manned by Alpha Squadron troops. And there's almost no soldiers from the Sons of Korhal who are remaining on the Hyperion. And Mike brings his attention back to when he recognized the voice of the tech in the last chapter, because the tech, when he reaches out to the Hyperion from the UNN building, he's like, "Who is that?" And he realizes, oh, it's the tech from the NORAD 2. Well, now he's thinking about that even more and realizes that Minsk has replaced all of his close personal soldiers on the Hyperion with actual trained soldiers, and he's probably sent like the Sons of Korhal off to other areas where they'll just, be stations or whatever, where they're still loyal to him, but he's sort of spread out all of his original people. And as Mike is thinking this, he walks down the hallway. He's heading to the wardroom, and then as he's getting close, it says that the door exploded and 2 men in combat armor tumbled out. And I'm just going to go ahead and read this section, because if I just describe it to you, it probably won't do it enough justice. And me reading it, it actually does it pretty good. And it's only like a single page of combat, so. It was Raynor and Duke, locked in each other's arms. The former lawman had already ripped off the shoulder plate of the general's suit and spiderwebbed the man's visor with a steel-shod fist. Duke was no slouch, however, and there were several new dents in Raynor's already rumpled chest plate. "Jim!" shouted Mike. Despite himself, Raynor turned toward the reporter. Duke did not miss the opportunity, slamming both fists into the side of Raynor's helmet. The former marshal staggered back a step, but did not fall. Now free of his opponent's neo-steel embrace, Duke went for his sidearm, a nasty needle gun that could penetrate bulkheads. Raynor recovered as the general brought the weapon up and grabbed the older man by the wrist. Then, the servos in both sets of armor squealing, Raynor slammed Duke's arm against the bulkhead. Once, twice, on the third time something cracked in Duke's gauntlet, and the general screamed. He dropped the gun and sank to the deck. The needler went skittering across the floor. Mike knelt down, grabbed it, and rose, clamping it to his own belt for safekeeping. Only then did Mike become aware that they were not alone in the hallway. Ahead and behind them were armed Marines, their weapons leveled on Raynor and himself. And then I'll just continue on like normal. "Y'all just signed your death warrant, boy," Duke snarled. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he cradled his pistol hand. More than metal had been shattered by Raynor's blows. "You just signed the death warrant of your home planet, General." And then, after he says this to Duke, he looks at all the Marines around him. "He just set off the emitters. He called the Zerg here, damn it. He and Minx didn't even give the Confederates a chance to surrender. The Zerg are coming here, and this bastard is the one who rolled out the welcome mat." And then, at this realization, a lot of them... Not a lot. I'd say like half of the Marines start to lower their weapons. And Mike realizes that these guys must not be completely nearly resocialized, because the other ones didn't flinch. They still just have their guns trained on Raynor, waiting for the order to kill. And as some of the Marines are lowering their weapons, Duke snarls back at Mike, "I'll have you court-martialed." And then Raynor, not giving a damn what Duke says, replies, "You want my rank? You can have it. And I'm not in your chain of command. I answer to Minsk, same as you. You can't do squat without Minsk's say-so." "And whose orders do you think I was following when I activated the emitters, boy?" And Duke is like cradling his hand. He's like retreated behind his Marines, and he's just, full of anger and rage. And then Raynor replies, "You set off a dozen emitters on Tarsonis. The populace will be swarmed." And then Duke, almost like trying to justify it, "We set them off in strong Confederate locations and evacuated most of our regular troops. Hell, boy, didn't you realize that we were planning one more when we picked you up?" And then this brings Mike immediately to when they were at the Atkins Square, and he saw the troops jump off the ship with the ghosts, and that's why Kerrigan was so upset, is because she read the ghost's mind that they were setting off another emitter. And then Raynor like spits at him, "You son of a..." And then he takes a couple steps forward like he's going to keep fighting him. And then General Duke, and because he only has one good arm, he just does one of these. And he's like, he winces because he knows he's in defeat. It says that the general was afraid, an old man coiling in a neo-steel shell. And then Raynor paused for a moment and then spat again. He wheeled and then headed for the lift of the observation dome. And none of the Marines stop him because the ones that didn't lower their weapons, the ones that still had their guns trained on Raynor, they've been through enough training and neural resocializing to only react to orders. So the fact that Duke didn't say, "Kill that guy," they didn't shoot. They just watch him walk out the room. And so then they attend to Duke. And as they're leaving, Mike, follows right behind Raynor because they're buds. And Mike puts a hand on Raynor's shoulder to try and like give him some comfort because, he just watched him and Duke slug it out. And as he touches Raynor's shoulder, Raynor goes to turn to him, and Mike's afraid that he's going to either be hit in the face or be met with the same look of just malice that he had towards Duke. And instead of the fire inside that he was expecting, The man's eyes were replaced with deep, bitter sadness. And then Raynor starts to talk about the people on Tarsonis. They didn't even give him a chance. They could have used it as a threat, but they just set him off. No warning. Nothing. While we were en route back to the ship, they set them off. And then Mike, just curious at this point. So what are you going to do? I'm going to have it out with Minsk himself. He's got to be made to see reason. Oh, you're not going up there. Right now, Duke is probably on the blower with him, calling for your hide. You've got about 10 minutes before he convinces some of his followers to arrest you, with or without Minsk's permission. Yeah. And the way I feel right now, I'd probably take a shot at Minsk as well. Well, there's that. And Minsk will definitely have you killed for that. So your prescription is Dr. Liberty? And then he looks at Mike with like a acquisitive nature, because he actually cares about what Mike thinks, because Mike is a smart guy. He's definitely proven himself on the battlefield, and he definitely has shown that he cares way more about the fellow man than pretty much anybody else in the Sons of Korhal or the Confederacy. Like, Mike just wants people to survive. He doesn't want people to die. And then Mike gives him his 2 cents. He says, go find some allies. The rest of your unit from Planetside. Any of the old colonial militia from the Sara system. If any of them are left on board, go there. And stay there until I call for you. And here. And then he hands Raynor the bag that he had from Tarsonis. Hold on to these. There's juicy gossip on those discs. What are you gonna do? I'm going up to the observation deck. I need to talk to the great man himself, and I'll try not to hit him. And then Raynor takes the bag from Mike, knowing that this bag is actually incredibly valuable because it has a lot of juicy gossip. And then Raynor turns and stomps off, and he's going to go wherever, because he has to go and get allies. And then as Mike turns and heads up to the lift, he just takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and repeats a mantra to himself. He just keeps saying, I'm not going to hit him. I'm not going to hit him. I'm not going to hit him. And then as he gets to the lift, the door opens and Kerrigan actually storms out, and her face was a roiling storm cloud of anger and doubt. And then this catches Mike by surprise, because he thought Kerrigan was going to still be up there. But just seeing this look of emotion on her face, it says that he reels back as if Duke had just swung a huge fist at him. He says, Lieutenant, Sarah, what's wrong? And then she stops and answers him. I spoke with Arcturus. He explained himself, and his explanation was full of examples and buzzwords and quotes and omelets and breaking eggs and freedom and duty and everything else. And he had me believing, Mike. I really wanted to believe that he had information we didn't. Like there were Zerg queens in the heart of Tarsonis itself, calling the shots through puppet rulers, sacrificing the populace, and eating babies in the streets. And then she takes a moment and breathes. But as I listened, I watched the map of Tarsonis on the planet behind me. And then Mike interrupts. He's like, yeah, I know that screen. It's his favorite toy. And then she kind of chuckles. As I watched, that screen turned red. All of it. Red from the Zerg arriving. There were no Zerg on Tarsonis until he set off the Psi emitters. None at all. It wasn't like the Sara planets, or even Antigua Prime, where there were already some there, and we had already lost the world. There was nothing there to threaten us but other humans. And now the Zerg are coming from everywhere. They are on the planet. Arcturus didn't even recall any of the units currently in combat. He didn't even bother to get the teams that placed the Psi emitters off planet. He left them there. Sacrifices to be made, he said. And he said that in a calm, pleased voice, as if he were ordering coffee. And then she stops for a minute, and then Mike, in the silence, he just continues on. All right, he told you this, and then what happened? And then word came up from the bridge about a fight between Jim and Duke, and he dismissed me. Just told me I had to go, just like that, and I lost my temper with him. There's been a lot of that going around, and for good reason. Mike, there was no rationale for him to do this. I thought it was a bluff, or that Tarsonis was already infected, or that there was a master plan. It was just that Arcturus has a hammer, and when you have a hammer, every problem seems to be a nail. And then this immediately brings Mike back to when he was talking to Minsk about the Confederacy, and how they talk about that's how they use propaganda, that they wield it like a mighty hammer, and when all you have is a hammer, everything else begins to look like a nail. And then Mike's, it's okay. And then he reaches up to like hold her by the shoulders, and she doesn't move. And then she continues on. It says that her voice is but a whisper. And Mike, and I got mad at him. I really looked into him. And then Mike waits for it to go on, and there's just like a silence, and then it says when she spoke again, it was a low hiss. That bastard. Look, I sent Jim down to his quarters and told him to keep his friends around him. And I think you qualify. And then Kerrigan looks up at Mike, and for a moment she looks unsure, but then she has like a wry smile. And she says, no, I don't think so. I'm so upset right now. Jim would just make me feel... And then she, instead of finishing the sentence, she shakes her head. I just need to be alone for a little while. I need to know that I can rely on myself. To make sure that I know that I can do what needs to be done. Despite this, I'm still a good soldier, and I have a job to finish. Maybe some goodwill will come of this, okay? And then Mike disagreed, but he says, yeah, it's okay. Then Kerrigan smiles. Even if I weren't a telepath, I'd know you were lying. Minsk is right about that. You want to save everyone from themselves. I want you to know that it's appreciated. And then Mike, just says, you watch out. I can take care of myself. I'm no one's martyr. Hell, some days I'm no one's martyr. Hell, some days Hell, some days I even believe that. Just tell Jim. And then she like pauses and then shakes her head again. Tell him what? Nothing. Just tell him to watch out, okay? For me. And then she leaves. She's heading down to the dropship bays. And then Mike watches her leave, shedding unease and unsureness like a butterfly leaving its chrysalis. So he's comfortable now with Kerrigan. But now that he's done talking to Kerrigan, now he's heading up the lift to talk to Minsk. And as the doors open into the observation dome, he sees that Minsk was there, behind the observation deck, his hands behind his back like normal, just sitting there very astute, watching his screen. And the Tarsonis screen was just filled up with a bunch of red triangles, and they were nearly a blur on the screen, broken by hot yellow marks of Confederate troops. And Mike noticed that the chessboard had been thrown across the room, and that the pieces were scattered about. Kerrigan had definitely lost her temper. And then as Mike enters the room, Minsk turns to greet him, and he says with a bit of confidence, "Ah, the third of my brilliant rebels. I was wondering when you were going to turn up. Actually, I expected you to be the first one to march in here, with demands and insults. Not the good lieutenant. You must have really gotten to her. I didn't do anything, but stand by her while you consigned another planet to its death. One death is a tragedy, 1,000,000 deaths is a statistic." And then Mike is fully fed up with Minsk's BS at this point. Do you keep a database of quotes to justify your excesses? And now it says that Minsk smiles grimly, so he's definitely like, he's losing the facade around Mike. I take it that means that you've finally given up. Trying to save my soul. I hope not, because after we succeed, I'll need men like you more than ever, to help form the new universal order, to help form the needed order to repel the alien menace. And then Mike just like chokes on his spit a little bit. Alien menace? That would be the menace that you yourself brought down on this world? Is that the alien menace you mean? And then Minx like tilts his head and gives Mike a very disappointed look. And as he's like doing this, because he can't see the screen, but Mike sees behind him that now the blue-white blips, the Protoss, are showing up on the screen. But Minx says, I didn't expect Sarah coming up here, and I didn't expect Raynor to pick a fight with a general. That was foolish and inconvenient, and I'm going to have to smooth over some harsh feelings here. Harsh feelings? They nearly killed each other just now. And then Minx just shakes his head, and Mike realizes that Minx is now like minimizing all of his problems because he's trying to stay focused on the big picture, which means that everything else is just getting smaller and more insignificant. And then this brings Mike back to how it was brought up before that Minx has his own reality warping field. And Mike is like, yeah, that makes sense. And then it says that the rebel leader continues. General Duke is, at heart, a coward. I provide him with the spine he needs to go forward. James, on the other hand, is all courage and honor, looking for a place to explode. A loaded gun looking for targets. I've given him direction. I've given him targets. Both men are very useful at what they do, and once we've taken Tarsonis, all of this will wash out. Neither man can really survive without me, and to stay viable, they'll realize they will have to follow my directives. And then Mike, interjecting, are they just chess pieces to you? To which Minx continues, not chess pieces, tools. Talented, useful tools. And yes, Raynor, Duke, the Zerg, the Protoss, yes, even you and dear Lieutenant Kerrigan are all tools to achieve a greater good. A better future. Yes, things look dark right now, and I'll admit my culpability. But think of this. If things are terrible now, think how good we'll look when we take over, eh? And then Mike, not even, paying attention. Don't look now, but I think some more of your tools are attacking your other tools, as he's pointing at the screen. And then Minx, turns around and has a bit of panic on his face, because he's seeing that the Protoss are making planetfall. Instead of just circling the planet, they're actually going to the surface to try and kill the Zerg. And then Minx just says softly, this is bad. Very bad. I did not expect them to arrive so quickly. This is very bad indeed. And then Mike, who's actually a bit surprised and has a bit of brevity in his voice now, says, oh my god, you really didn't expect this? And then as he's feeling this, as he's relishing this bit of excitement, then it sinks and says, why doesn't this make me feel any better? And that is the end of chapter 15. So chapter 16 is called Fog of War. And I will go ahead and read the Liberty Manifesto. Let's not kid ourselves. We got our heads handed to us by the Zerg and the Protoss. Yes, they were like nothing we had ever seen before. Yes, their biology was different. Yes, their technology, or what we would call their technology, was more advanced than ours in dozens of areas. And of course, they were belligerent and aggressive in the extreme. They knew where we were, and they had the advantage of surprise. But, and this is a rather large but, we humans are about the most ornery cusses in the galaxy. We had been fighting amongst ourselves for as long as we've been in the sector, and we had honed our own battle technologies to the point where we were their equal in many ways. We had the advantages of interior lines of supply, that's military for surrounded, and native terrain, that's military for we're fighting them in our living rooms. We could have taken them if we had gotten our act together. So what happened? The very thing that made us good warriors, the fact that we had fought amongst ourselves, also made us horrible at banding together in our hour of crisis. We could not unite under one banner, or even form a coalition. In fact, every time there was a chance for that, one faction or another did something to enhance the advancement of their own political agenda over the other factions, often at the expense of the rest of humanity. I can't imagine the hive-minded Zerg, or the glowing Protoss, falling prey to such basic human drives as greed and power and raw pig-headedness. Of course, those are all basic human drives, and that's why non-humans are cleaning our clocks. So we pick up immediately where the last chapter left off. Minsk and Mike are still in the observation room, and Minsk is giving a very troubled look to the screen as now the Protoss are going down planet side on Tarsonis to fight the Zerg. And then Mike is still yelling at Minsk, as he's confused too. You really didn't know, did you? You didn't know the Protoss would get here. How could you not know? And then Minsk is like halfway ignoring Mike, says, Impudent pup. Of course I knew that the Protoss would get here. They follow the Zerg around like housewives, chasing flies with a rolled up newspaper, looking for them to alight so they could swat them. I just didn't expect them to get here so soon. And throughout all of Arcturus' frustrations, it says that Mike just smiles. Anything that disturbed the great Arcturus Minx was enough to make him happy. And then if the Protoss had also been in contact with Minx, because, you know, he got that communication from Tassadar a couple chapters ago, and it says that they probably saw him for the two-faced Politico that he was, and they're just hanging out in warp space waiting for him to do something like this. Like call the Zerg to a planet that had no Zerg. And then as Minsk is like fumbling between a dozen different screams, he brings up a comm channel, and it's Duke's face. It says, Duke! And then Duke, who still is all messed up in the face, like he's all bloody and stuff still from his fight with Raynor. Sir, have you considered my request regarding Captain Raynor? Spare me your petty bickering. Give me the local commanders online. The Protoss are here. Yes, sir, we know, but they're avoiding our forces, concentrating primarily on the Zerg hives. And then it says that he paused and blinked, completely unaware that this might have been a bad thing. And then Minsk, you know, it says that he takes his time enunciating each word. If the Protoss forces engage the Zerg, then the Zerg are fighting them instead of the Confederates. If the Protoss engage the Zerg, the Confederates may escape. The old families may get away, and with them, the heart of Confederate power. And then Duke is just kind of, and then, oh, we need to stop the Protoss then. I can send them a transmission telling those glowing buzzards to back off. And then Manx just ignores him completely and says again, send Lieutenant Kerrigan with a strike force to engage the Protoss advance party. Captain Raynor and General Duke stay behind with the command ship. And then immediately another communication panel pops up and it's Raynor. And now his face is red as the surface of Tarsonis, as of all the Zerg. And he's just, first you sell out every person on this planet to the Zerg, and now you're asking us to go up against the Protoss. You are losing it. And you're going to send Kerrigan down there with no backup? Minsk, because he was surprised when he saw the Protoss, and now he's gone back to the calm reassurance phase. And then Mike thinks about how the reality bubble was merely disrupted. It was not broken. And as he's thinking about this reality warping bubble, he begins to wonder to himself that if he did stay and continued poking and arguing and trying to get an angry response out of Minsk every single time he did something, would it work? Was there any hope in saving this man? It says that Minsk was starting to look as though he might be at the end of his tether, but he was right about one thing. Michael Liberty had given up on trying to save Arcturus Minsk's soul. And so then at that point, because we know that Mike just wants to save as many people as possible, and then it says at this point there were other, more deserving recipients of Mike's aid. But as Mike turns and goes for the lift, because, you know, he's in Minsk's observation deck, and now that he's checked out on trying to save Minsk, he's like, all right, I got to do whatever I can to save Kerrigan and Raynor and my friends. He hears Minsk say, I have absolute confidence in Kerrigan's abilities to hold off the Protoss. And then as the lift doors are shutting, he just hears Raynor say, this is bullsh. And then the door shuts. And then when we get back with Mike, because there's a break in the story, it says that he is in Raynor's barracks where he has accumulated about 24 men, and they were already suiting up for another battle. So even though they had gotten back from Tarsonis, taken off their combat suits, except for Raynor, now they were back suited up, restocking their supplies, and they were getting ready to head out again. And as Mike gets close to them, he hears Kerrigan's voice, but notices that she's not there at all. And instead, she's talking to Rayner on his wrist-mounted receiver. And then Rayner's yelling at her, "But you don't owe him this. Hell, I've saved your butt plenty of times." And then Kerrigan cuts him off. "Jimmy, drop the knight in shining armor routine. It suits you times. Just not now. I don't need to be rescued. I know what I'm doing. Once we've dealt with the Protoss, we can do something about the Zerg." And then it says she takes a deep breath. "Arcturus will come around. I know he will." And then it also says that as she's saying this, she does sound a bit defeated and sad and almost empty in her words. And it says that when she was talking about Minx, she sounded to Mike as though she didn't hold out a lot of hope. So even though she's saying this to Rayner, Mike, who's also had a lot of experience with Kerrigan, is like, yeah, she's blowing smoke up Rayner's butt. She doesn't think Minx can be saved. But then Rayner, like, accepts that, you know, Kerrigan's doing this and says, "I hope you're right, darling. Good hunting." And then as he shuts off the receiver, Mike just like, Rayner looks up at Mike, and then Mike is ready. He's like, "We're going after her." And then Rayner, without missing a beat, says, "You bet your ass we are. Suit up. Bring her gear. We may not be welcome back here afterwards." So Mike grabs an empty combat suit and says, "Minx screwed up in one other place. Once Kerrigan engages the Protoss, they're going to treat us as hostiles. All of us. And there's a lot of Protoss hardware floating around in the system right now, orbiting Tarsonis." And then Rayner's like, yeah, he agrees. And then he's like, "Oh, so we're going to have to dodge Protoss birds as well as Zerg. It's never easy around here." And then Mike, you know, feeling a bit cocky now in light of this new air of liberty, says, "That's why we love the challenge." And then he finishes getting a suit on, which he's now a bit accustomed to wearing. It says that he grabs his knapsack of stolen data and then shoved his old coat, the gift from the newsroom, on top. So his old coat has been singed by laser fire and spattered with blood and less recognizable fluids and baked under foreign suns. And now it was tattered and ragged and bleached. And then as Mike's looking at his jacket, he says, "It's a lot like myself." Then he just like shoves it down into the backpack, making everything fit. But now that Mike and everybody else is packed, they're moving down the hallways. They're going quick to the bay for where the dropships are. And he says, "You think we can get off the ship?" And then Rayner says, "Yeah, the dropship pilots are good old boys. They aren't afraid of Duke's wrath or anything else for that matter. They can always say I threatened them into bringing us down." And then as he's saying this, another voice echoes behind him and says, "They may not be afraid of my wrath, but you should be." And it's General Duke. And as he's speaking from the shadows, the lights flash from red to yellow, and then Duke's standing there amongst the dropships with 2 squads of Marines, and all their guns are trained on Rayner and his men. And then it says that his left hand is cradling a weapon, and his right hand is just hanging uselessly, because Rayner broke several things in his wrist and forearm. And then Duke just arrogantly says, "Going somewhere, boy?" And he has a big hearty smile, and he still has dried blood on his face from when him and Rayner fought in the last chapter. And then Rayner answers back, says, "We're going after Kerrigan. She needs backup, regardless of what Minx says. That girl needs what Minx says she needs, but it's nice of you to go to the effort. Now I have solid proof of mutiny, and I can provide the traitors to go with it." And then, as he's saying this, Mike is looking around at the Marines, because remember, half the Marines in the last altercation lowered their weapons when he brought up how they had sicked the Zerg on Tarsonis. But now every single Marine there were all nearly resocialized, and worse yet, they already were pumped to the gills with stim. Mike says that you can't even see their pupils. They're tweaking, and their guns are trained, and they just want someone to say open fire, and they're gonna shoot. They are crazy right now. And then Mike, trying to defuse the situation, says, "Minx would be very disappointed if you killed us." And then Duke just laughs. "I'll just throw one of his old quotes back at him. It's easier to seek forgiveness than to gain permission. Now you boys with Rayner, you drop the weapons now and surrender. I might even let you live if you do." And then Rayner didn't move. He does not give any Fs. And behind him, Mike can hear that some of the Rangers are putting their guns very slowly on the floor. And then as they're putting it on the ground, the Hyperion like pitches to one side because they're in combat. And then everybody just kind of like, whoa! And as they do that, Rayner just like brings up his gun super quick and trains it right on Duke. And then Duke just enjoys this immensely because more fighting. So this just keeps getting better and better. Because, you know, Rayner will kill Duke, but then Duke's men will kill Rayner and all of his boys. And so Rayner just says, I don't think you have the guts. And then Duke, you so much as blink, boy, and my men will fill you with so much metal, you can run a scrap drive. Now drop your weapons by 3. 1, 2, and then as he's about to say 3, it says there was a high-pitched whine, and Duke's left shoulder exploded in a shower of molten metal. Duke's Marines all jumped and brought their weapons around, but did not fire. They had been ordered to wait for the command. The general slowly dropped to his knees, his own weapon clattering to the ground. His armor hissed as locking rings isolated the wounded shoulder, and medpacks pumped narcotics into the general's bloodstream. Smoke curled from the barrel of the needle gun, and Mike thumbed the hammer of the weapon back, and a round clicked into and another round clicked into place. I think it's time you just shut up, Mike said to the general. So remember the last chapter when Duke and Rayner were fighting, and Duke went for his needler, how Rayner grabbed his wrist and broke it, and he like dropped his gun and it skittered across the floor. This is the gun that Mike picked up and put on his own hip, which it's a very effective gun. Like, it pierces armor super good. So what ended up happening is as Duke was counting to 3, Mike brought it up super quick and shot Duke right in the shoulder, which absolutely crippled him because now he can't shoot with either of his arms, and now he's getting pumped full of pain meds. But as he's able to talk, he says, I can have you burned where you stand. But as he's saying this, it says that the meds were already taking over and his voice was starting to slur. And then Mike takes 2 steps forward and looks Duke right in the eyes and says, go ahead. You'll go first. Give the order, General. And then Duke's sitting there like hesitating as he's slowly getting more and more messed up by the medication. And he just kind of, you don't have the guts, as he's struggling to make words. And the mic says, try me. I finally learned how to shoot a human target. And then as there's silence, Rayner just kind of looks at his men. He's like, men, grab your shit. Like, let's get out of here. And then he like pauses and looks at Mike, and then Mike just says, go ahead, I'll catch up. And Duke's face now was ashen, and his eyes were milky and pupilless. No rational thought was left, only hatred and cowardice warring in his mind, and he hissed at Mike, if I ever see you again, I'll kill you. And then Mike, who suddenly is talking like a badass, who says, then get a good look at my back, because that's the only way you'll get a shot off in time. And then as he says this, it says the drugs take over, and Duke just pitches backwards unconscious. And then Mike looks at the Marines, because they were not given the order to fire, so they're all just standing there, waiting to kill something. And Mike just tells them, get this man to the sick bay pronto, and clear the bay for liftoff. And then the Marines are just like, oh, okay. And then they shuffle off. And so since this was happening in the dropship bay, Mike just runs over to the ship that Rayner and his boys went up to. And Rayner had been right about the dropship pilots. They already had the coordinates in there, and they were going to go down to the planet's surface. The dropship just pitched out of the Hyperion and into the chaos below. And as they're flying around in the upper atmosphere, Mike comments on all the chaos. Like, there's debris fields everywhere. There's just multiple shattered, like, human ships. The Hyperion is on fire in multiple places. Energy beams are slicing through the vacuum and blistering the retinas of observers if you look at them. And as he's looking around, Mike slides into the comm console behind the pilot. Says, I'm going to try and raise Kerrigan's unit. And then Rayner's just like, she's not going to like it, but do it anyway. And as he's about to call Kerrigan, he looks around, and the huge carriers of the Protoss, and along with the carriers, there's crescent-shaped golden ships, which are the shuttles. And they're like going down towards the planet. And they have needle-like fighters and scouts made of silver and gemstones lancing through the debris field, so they have like their own, their own fleet that they're sending down to the surface to fight the Zerg. And as he's looking at this, Mike then looks behind him at the Hyperion, and the Hyperion is just like firing its Yamato gun as much as it can at either enemy ships or debris in its path because it's trying to get out of there. And as Mike's looking around, the dropship pilot like yells to everybody, says, "We got company! Strap in and hold tight!" And as he says this, Mike looks down and sees a bunch of Zerg coming up from the surface of Tarsonis. Numerous Mutalisks and Guardians, and they're all flying around, and, they're just like, they're attacking at everything. So they see Protoss over here, they're going to fly at it. They see a Terran ship, they're going to fly at that. Like, they're just flailing at anything that they can that's not Zerg. The entire time, though, the dropship pilot is like weaving in between wreckage and like dodging enemy ships and their fire because they can see the Mutalisks coming. So when they shoot their glaive worms at them, the dropship pilot will just like dip out of the way and move. And then as they're flying through some of the debris, Mike sees a bunch of Mutalisks like coming right at them, and the part that they're in is very like narrow, and he even says that they weren't going to make it. And then Mike's like, okay, and he gets ready to brace for the Mutalisks to just fire upon the dropship. And then a trio of bolts rips through the attacking Mutalisks, and it turns them into organic tatters, shredding their wings with laser fire. And then Mike looks up and sees a trio of A-17 Wraiths just like swoop in and save them from the Zerg. And as they like fly along the ship, Mike looks over and sees the insignia of Old Confederacy. And so these guys they're technically enemy units, but they're protecting humans because now it's just aliens everywhere, and so they're just trying to save as many people as they can. Then they fly off, and we never see them again. And then Raynor looks back at Mike and says, "Any luck? There's a lot of traffic right now. Hold on, I got a lock. She's broadcasting. I'm putting it on the screen." And then as he puts it on the screen, you see her face and you hear her voice. "This is Kerrigan. We've neutralized the Protoss ground units, but there's a wave of Zerg advancing on this position. We need immediate evac." And then as she's saying this, there's another like image that pops up on the screen, and it's Minsk. And it's like what he's saying she can't hear, and he just says, "Belay that order. We're moving out." And then Raynor immediately like punches through the microphone and says, "What? What? You're not just gonna leave them?" And then it's either Minsk heard him and chose not to reply, or Minsk didn't hear him at all. And because there could be interference from the ship going through the atmosphere and stuff. But then Minsk gives another order and says, "All ships prepare to move away from Tarsonis on my mark." And as he's saying this, there's another burst in the signal from Kerrigan as her message starts to come through again. It says, "Boys, how about that evac?" And then Raynor just like is through gritted teeth. He just says, "Damn you, Arcturus, don't do this." But he's just saying this to himself because he knows now that Minsk is not going to answer him. But then Minsk says another order and says, "Signal the fleet and take us out of orbit. Now!" And then back to Kerrigan's message on screen. "Arcturus? Jim? Mike? What the hell's going on up there?" And then the fog of war swallowed her entirely, and the screens registered nothing but static. And Raynor pounded the Navcom console in frustration. To which the pilot replies, "Hey man, you break it, you bought it," as he's like throwing the ship into tight spirals to avoid enemy fire. And as they are kind of reeling with the realization that now the Hyperion is leaving and Kerrigan might be lost, Mike is able to crack the location of her broadcast, and he puts the coordinates into the helm of the dropship, and it like veers onto a different course because they're going to try and save her. And as they get closer to the planet, Mike is just amazed with all of the destruction, about how it seems like there's hundreds of new stars being born and dying in a matter of instants, and that the greatest danger now, aside from the enemy ships, was just the debris everywhere, and that the pilot was cursing to himself multiple times as he had to lurch suddenly to avoid running into stuff or just catching some flying piece of debris flying into the ship from afar. But now they had come from the atmosphere and were now in the surface area above the planet. And it says, "As above, so below." They were coming in low across the rubble-strewn surface of the planet itself. The great cities of Tarsonis were burning. The broad plazas filled with debris, and the sunward spires now nothing more than a set of jagged, erratic teeth. The glass of the great buildings had been completely shattered, leaving only the twisted wreckage of the steel skeletons beneath. One great swath had been leveled through 3 blocks, ending in the crippled wreckage of a Protoss carrier, venting unearthly radiation from every broken seam. And so as Mike is looking around at all the devastation, he's noticing that aside from all of the destroyed Terran structures, there's now creep everywhere. There's just nests everywhere with pulsing eggs just dotting the landscape. But amongst all of the Zerg structures in the creep, there were other structures too. They were golden, with impossible buttresses and sweeping shells, and mirrored surfaces of unshatterable glass. The Protoss were setting up their own defenses on Tarsonis. And then Mike is almost like surprised. He says, "Oh, perhaps they thought that there was something here worth saving. Perhaps they had more faith in humanity than even Minsk did." And he's looking at the Protoss, like, because now he can see the warriors. Because Mike didn't really look at the report that Minsk got when he spoke with Tassadar. So now he's actually seeing the Protoss units in action. He says, the ground beneath them roiled with the Zerg, and among them, like shining knights, the Protoss warriors strode, leaving a wake of dead, oozing bodies. 4-legged mechanical spiders crawled through the ruins, and huge things that looked like armor-plated caterpillars assaulted the Zerg hives. Lance-thin fighters strafed the hulking scythe Zergs that swept the Protoss warriors aside like a farmer threshing wheat. So we have the Zealots, we have Dragoons, we have Reavers, and then we have them taking on Ultralisks, which they are more than capable of killing an Ultralisk, but the Ultralisk is massive, so of course he's like cutting down some warriors at the same time. And as they're flying around, Mike says, "We should be close now." And as they're getting close to Kerrigan's location, there's a radio signal that the ship just picks up because it's a emergency broadcast, and it just kind of like halfway through comes in. "Looking for an evac. We've got civilians and wounded. We can see your craft. You got room on that tub?" And then Raynor just reaches out to him. "Lieutenant Kerrigan, are you there?" "No Kerrigan, sir. But we're really hurting. The Zerg are everywhere and coming in with another assault. If we don't leave now, we're not leaving." And it says that there's a massive tremor of fear in his voice. And then Mike looked at Raynor, and the man's large face was unreadable, a clay sculpture of the real thing. Until finally he broke his own silence and said, "We're going down. Tell him we're coming." And then Mike agrees, but then says, "But what about Kerrigan?" "I know. Minsk would abandon these people like the rest, but we won't. I hope that's why we're better than he is." And then as the dropship hits the ground and all the guys get on board, it says that they were led by a lanky kid who wore the tatters of a combat suit. He was some volunteer from a fringe world for Minsk's rebellion, and Mike had never seen him before. But the kid saluted Raynor and said, "Damn good to see you. Heard the bug-out order, but no one came for us. There were Zerg all along the northern flank. Some Protoss hit them a while back. Brought us a breathing spell. But I think the bugs are coming back. The creep's halfway here, and there's nothing we can do about it." And then Raynor just says, "What unit is this?" "Oh, we're not any unit at all, sir. They're about a half-dozen units, and what's left of them all. That's holed up here. Confederate and Rebel both, sir. When the Zerg started swarming and the Protoss started blasting, it was every human for himself." So essentially it's just a bunch of survivors that banded together. "Have you heard anything about a Lieutenant Kerrigan? She was engaged in fighting the Protoss near this location." "Oh, no, sir. One of the stragglers said there was a unit fighting Protoss up on the ridge. If and that's true, Zerg got him, I'm afraid." And then Raynor just kind of takes a deep breath and says, "All right, get your people on the dropship. Don't worry about any heavy ordnance. Just leave it. It's not like the Zerg or the Protoss can use it. We lift in 2 minutes." And then Mike comes up to Raynor and says, "We can still search for her." And Raynor just shakes his head in disappointment. "You heard the kid. There's more Zerg coming. With Minsk's rebels pulling back, the entire planet's going to be awash in aliens in no time at all. The dropship has no defense, and we've got non-combatants on board. We have to get out now, and hope we can bum lift out of the system before everything goes up." And then Mike just puts a hand on Raynor's shoulder and says, "I'm sorry." I know. God help me, I know. And that's the end of chapter 16. So now we're on to chapter 17, which is the last chapter, but we are also going to read the Postbellum, which is like 3.5 pages of lore. But chapter 17 is called Roads Not Taken. And I'll go ahead and read you the Liberty Manifesto. The Confederacy died with Tarsonis. So much of the power and prestige had been locked up there for so long that with its collapse, the rest of the Confederacy went with it. Arcturus Minsk played coroner, of course, performing the autopsy and declaring that the patient had died of massive Zerg poisoning, compounded by Protoss trauma. The irony that Minsk's fingerprints were all over the Confederacy's murder weapon mattered little to many and was ignored by most. As you might expect, it was not something the UNN covered in those days. Before the last Confederate trooper was digested in a Zerg hive, Minsk declared the Terran Dominion in order to unite the surviving planets. A shining new phoenix that would rise from the ashes and gather together all of humanity. Only by standing together, the former rebel declared, could we come to defeat the alien menaces. The first ruler of this bright, shining new government was Emperor Arcturus Minsk I, ascending to the throne by popular acclamation. The irony of this last little fact, that most of the acclamation was Minsk's own, was also missed by most of the general populace. So once again, we pick up right where the last chapter left off. They have just left the ground with the new refugees that they picked up and the remaining soldiers from various Sons of Korhal detachments and Confederacy units, and they're all just banded together for survival. And now they're part of Raynor's Raiders. Those are on the dropship. It says that they flew around for 20 minutes looking for stragglers on the ground to see if they could save any more people, but all they found was a lot of Zerg and a lot of land that was already swallowed by creep. And while they're flying around seeing all these gothic flesh structures that belong to the Zerg, several lightning-like weapons of Protoss design are shooting across the ground and firing everywhere, just trying to destroy as much Zerg as possible. And as they're flying around, they get a sort of like an all hands message from the Hyperion, and it's Minsk. He's contacted every single ship within the area, and it says that the terrorist's face was calm, but it was a stone-faced calm, one that didn't really project across the screen, but his eyes were bright and avaricious. And he says, "Gentlemen, you've done very well, but remember that we've still got a job to do. The seeds of a new empire have been sown, and if we hope to reap..." And then as he's like giving this glorious speech, Raynor just reaches forward and pushes the button to turn on his mic. "Ah, to hell with you!" And then Minsk, actually hearing this message, it says that the great brow lowered between the rebel leader's eyes. "Jim, I can forgive your impulsive nature, but you're making a terrible mistake. Don't cross me, boy. Don't ever think to cross me. I've sacrificed too much to let this fall apart." And then Raynor just immediately cuts back with, "You mean like you sacrificed Kerrigan?" And then it says that Minsk actually recoiled as if Raynor had reached through and slapped him in the face. And he just kind of takes a moment and says, "You'll regret that. You don't seem to realize my situation here. I will not be stopped." And as he's like starting to talk about this, Mike is thinking, he's like, "Oh, Raynor finally broke through the hard shell of Minsk." And you can see the veins in his neck starting to stick out as he's starting to like show more teeth when he talks, as he's actually getting visibly angry. And he says, "I will not be stopped. Not by you, or the Confederates, or the Protoss, or anyone. I will rule this sector, or see it burnt to ashes around me. If any of you try to get in my..." And as he's doing his victorious speech, Raynor just turns off the console. Just kind of like, eh. And then Mike kind of says, with a bit of brevity, says, "Oh, you got under his skin at last." And then Rayner says coldly, it must have been something I said. And it says he didn't smile at all. He didn't show any emotion. And then, as the humming silence of the dropship kind of looms over them, Mike says again, I'm really sorry about Sarah. And then Rayner sits down next to Mike and looks around at the deck of the ship for a while and says, yeah, me too. I shouldn't have let her go alone. And then Mike says, I know what you're going through. Oh, what? You're a telepath now? Huh, well, I'm a human, and that's what's important. It's been a long war. We've all had losses. We've all seen things we don't want to have seen. A smart man once told me that the living feel guilty about still being alive. And no, it's not your fault. And then Rayner just, it sure feels like it. And then after another bit of silence, it says that the ex-lawman shook his head, and he says, it's not over. The Protoss and the Zerg aren't going to give a rat's ass that Minsk is running things now. They don't care about human wars or human leaders. They're battling throughout human space. It's not over. And then Mike replies, he says, well, I think it's over for me. I'm not a warrior. I've played at it, but I'm a newsman. I don't belong on the battlefield. I belong behind a keyboard or in front of a holo camera. The universe has changed, son. What are you planning on doing? And then it says it was Mike's turn for a long pause. And after a bit he says, I don't know. Something to help out, I suppose. I mean, I can't help myself here. But it has to be something other than this. And then as they're like contemplating what their next moves are going to be, it says that the dropship does have limited range for communications, but they're able to flag down a lift out of the system. And it's a ship called the Thunderchild, which is an old Leviathan-class battlecruiser. And it that only 4 hours and 1 mutiny earlier had been in the service of the Confederacy. So as like the Zerg started to pour in, there was a mutiny, and now it was just some random battlecruiser that Rayner and his boys were like, hey, can we catch a ride? And they're like, yeah, you're cool with us, dog. Come on. And thus, Rayner's Raiders begin to grow. And then as they actually get to the Thunderchild, the comm officer is at the gangway, and he says, I have a message for you from Arcturus Minsk. And then Rayner just says, Minsk? Is he looking for me to rip him a new orifice? He says, oh, no, it's not for you, sir. It's for a Mr. Michael Liberty. Emphasis on the Mr. You can take it in the communications room if you want. And then Rayner just like gives an eyebrow to Mike, and Mike, waves him along. He's like, yeah, come with me. Come on, just sit in on this. And as they sit down in the communication room, it brings up a screen, and then it says that Arcturus warped into view on the screen, and every hair was back in place, and every action mannered and rehearsed. It was as if the earlier incident had not happened, like him getting incredibly mad and out of character. And then he just says, Michael. It says he beamed. Michael. And then Mike says, Arcturus. Not even giving him a smile. And then it says that, I'll just read the paragraph. Minsk looked down briefly in sorrow, as if thinking carefully about his next words. Once it would have worked, but now it was a shallow, emotionless mannerism, one that the rebel leader clearly had rehearsed, and Mike almost expected him to come around and sit at the edge of the desk. And then he says, I'm afraid I can't express sufficiently my regrets about Sarah. I just don't know what to say. Yeah, Captain Rayner had a few choice words. And then Minx continues, and someday I hope that Jim and I can talk about it. That's not why I called you. I have someone who wants to talk to you. And then Minx reached off screen to flip a switch, and then there's another panel that gets brought up, and it's a familiar face. It's a balding head dominated by a pair of bushy eyebrows. Handy? Said Mike. Mickey, said Handy Anderson, the sex move. It's good to see you, buddy. I knew that if anyone in the stable survived this mess, it would be you. You're the lucky coin, always turning up when needed. Anderson, where are you? I'm here on the Hyperion, of course. Arcturus had me shuttled over from a refugee ship. He's been telling me how great you've been through all of this. A real trooper. Why no reports for a while? I sent reports. You changed them. Remember? Said Minsk had captured me? Ring any bells? Oh, a small bit of editing. Just enough to make the powers that be, God rest their eternal souls, content. I knew you'd understand. Handy. Anyway, I hear you've done a bang-up job, and I knew you'd want to know that, despite the present situation, you can have your old job back. My old... What? Surely, I mean, the people who wanted you dead are now no longer in business, one way or another. And I was talking with Arcturus here, and he would make you the official press liaison to his government. He thinks the world of you, you know. Apparently you grew on him with your winning personality. Anderson, I don't know if... And it says that as he's, like, tapping his forehead. He's like, he can't believe what he's hearing. Just listen. Here's the deal. You'd get your own office just down the hall from Arcturus's, all access, all the time. You do the trips, you cover the dinners, you get the awards, lots of perks, lots of security. It's a cush job. Hell, I can get a stringer up to type your reports for you. I tell you. And then as Handy is giving his pitch, Mike just reaches up and mutes the console. And as he's sitting there, he looks at the reflection in the screen. And he's surprised, like he doesn't recognize it. He says he was leaner than when he had last been seen in Anderson's presence, and his hair was more rumpled. There was something else as well. It was in his eyes. His eyes seemed to be looking beyond the console, beyond the walls of the ship itself. It was a distant look, a hard look, a look that he once thought of as being one of despair, but now realized was determination. He was seeing a bigger picture than the one he was immediately involved with. It was a look he had seen before on Jim Raynor's face when Marsara died. And as he's like staring at his reflection, Raynor just kind of like butts in. He's like, how long will he go before he notices you're not listening? And Mike says, well, he's never noticed before. I know what I want to do. I should start using my own hammer. And Raynor looks confused and says, can you try that once more in English? Well, when all you have is a hammer, everything else looks like a nail. Look, I'm not a warrior. I'm a newsman. And I should start using my newsman tools for the good of humanity. Get the story out. Get the real story out. And then Mike like hooks a thumb at the screen. And then and when he does this, Handy Anderson finally, the sex move, finally notices that Mike is not paying attention to him at all. And the editor, like Handy, starts like tapping on the screen like, hello? Is this thing on? And then Mike continues, I want to get as far away from Arcturus Minsk as possible. And then I want to start telling people the truth about all this. Because if I don't, people like him are going to determine what really happened. Him and Arcturus Minsk. And I don't think humanity could survive those lies. And then Raynor smiles, and it says it's a broad, earnest smile. He says, oh, it's good to have you back. And then Mike, feeling like sure of himself, says, it's good to be back. It says he lets out a sigh, and his heart sinks, and he says, oh, I could really use a cigarette. And then Raynor chuckles a little bit. So could I. And I don't think there are any on this tub. But hey, look at the bright side. At least you still got your coat. And that's the end of Liberty's Crusade. So there is a Postbellum. This takes place a little bit into the future. I'm sure if you're watching this video, you already know what happens in Starcraft and what happens with Kerrigan. But this is this is just later on in the story. And I'm going to actually read it word for word so we can get the full effect. But this is the Postbellum of Liberty's Crusade. Bathed in light, the man in the tattered coat stands in a room of shadows. The smoke from the last of a series of cigarettes snakes around him, and the ground at his luminous feet is scattered with butts that look like fallen stars. So what you're seeing, says Michael Liberty, the luminous figure speaking to the surrounding darkness, is my own private little war, fought on my own turf and with my weapons, not cruisers and space fighters and marines, but just words. And the truth, that's my specialty. That's my hammer, and I know how to use it. The figure takes another long puff, and the final coffin nail joins the others on the floor. And you people, whoever you are, need to hear it. True and unfiltered. That's why the holo transmissions, they're harder to fake. And I'm spreading this as far as I can, over the open wavelengths, so everyone knows about Minsk, and the Zerg, and the Protoss, and knows about men and women like Jim Raynor and Sarah Kerrigan, so they and others like them may not be forgotten. Mike Liberty scratches the back of his neck and says, I went into the military thinking it was just another bureaucracy filled with craven cowards and corporate stupidity. Well, I was right. But I was also wrong. He looks at his viewers with unseeing eyes. But there are also people really trying to help others. People really trying to save others. Save their bodies. Save their minds. Save their souls. His brow furrows, and he adds, and we need more people like that, if we're going to survive the dark days ahead. He shrugs again. That's it. That's the story of the fall of the Confederacy, of the Zerg and the Protoss invasions, of the rise of Emperor Minsk of the Terran Dominion. The battles are still being fought. Planets are still dying. And most of the time, no one seems to know why. When I find that out, I'll get you that information as well. I'm Michael Daniel Liberty, no longer of UNN. Now I'm a free man, and I'm done. And with those words, the figure freezes in place, trapped in its prison of light. He is caught with a tired smile on his face, a satisfied smile. Around the hologram, the lights come up, luminous bulbs that have been bred specifically for the purpose. The walls pulse and sweat, and thick, viscous fluid drips from the weeping sores all along that wall to keep the air moist and warm. The cable of the human-constructed hologram projector merges in a gooey lump into the organic power constructs of the main structure. The connection between the two worlds was once a colonial marine, but now serves a higher purpose for its new masters. On semi-organic screens, around the perimeter, the better brains of the Zerg discuss what they have seen. They are morphic constructs, bred only to think and direct. They too serve their higher purpose within the Zerg hive. In this projection room, a hand reaches up and touches the rewind button. The hand was once human, but is now transformed, the product of the Zerg's mutagenic capabilities. The flesh of the hand is green and dotted with chitin-like extrusions. Beneath the surface of skin, strange ichors and new organs twist and slide. Once she was human, but she has been transformed, and now serves a higher purpose. She was once called Sarah, but now is known as the Queen of Blades. The other organic minds, leaders of the Zerg, make noise in the background. Kerrigan ignores them, for they say nothing, at least nothing that matters. Instead, she leans forward to study the weathered face in that hollow, the face with the deep transfixing eyes. Deep within her restructured heart, something stirs, a ghost of a memory, of a feeling for this man, and for other men, for those who would sacrifice all for their humanity, as opposed to merely sacrificing their humanity itself. Kerrigan shudders for a moment, as the old feeling washes over her, that now alien feeling of her once human nature. Yet as quickly as it appears, the emotion is suppressed, so that none of the other Zerg notice it. At least that's what Kerrigan assumes. Kerrigan nods. She blames the reporter's words for the uncomfortable emotion. It has to be the report itself, not the memories it brings, that disturbs her. Michael Liberty always was a master of words. He could make even a queen long for her days as a simple pawn. Still, there is much in Michael Liberty's broadcast, and much that is not realized by the non-human minds that are now her compatriots. There is much valuable data here, much that can be divined from Michael Liberty's words, what he says, and how he says it. The projector chimes, signaling the rewind complete, and the inhuman hand presses the play button, then raises a finger to her very wide lips. Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, permits herself a small smile and concentrates on the man wrapped in light. She wants to see what else she can learn from her new enemies. And that's it. And we're done with Liberty's Crusade.